Chapter 1 Now, you can die in peace. Chapter 1 Now, you can die with peace of mind. See Circle Calendar 1520. The first half of the Grand Line. Alabasta. Clatter. The chaotic fighting in the square stopped instantly with the downpour of rain. Everyone looked up to the sky. It was the first rain in the whole kingdom in 3 years. The rebel army composed of civilians was Zhangdaxiba with tears in their eyes. Taste the taste of this long-lost rain. These years, countless civilians have died tragically due to the extreme lack of water sources. The war also broke out because of this. Thump. A figure descended from the sky and landed heavily in the middle of the crowd. It was one of the 7 warlords of the sea who had just been defeated by Luffy, the national hero of Alabasta, the sand crocodile Loch Doll. In the distance, a large group of marines is rushing towards where he fell. And a young man about 17 or 18 years old, with a tall and straight figure, sharp and deep eyes, and a handsome appearance, came to Loch Doll's side before Marine. Alabasta is really an extremely ignorant country. From the king to the common people, you are playing tricks on everyone. Lin Xiao looked down at Loch Doll from a high position, with a slightly mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. However, one of the dignified 7 warlords of the sea, the ability user of Logia sand fruit, will be defeated by a brat who can't even know armament haki. This must be very uncomfortable. As a time traveler, even Lin Xiao knew the plot early on. But when he saw with his own eyes that Locke was defeated by Luffy who couldn't even know armament haki, it is still inevitable to say. The protagonist's halo is awesome. You must know that Loch Doll was evenly matched with the Devil's Air Bullet back then. And dare to challenge the ruthless role of the world's strongest man Whitebeard. Even though he has been obsessed with intrigue all these years. The combat power is a bit barren. It won't be reduced to the point of being beaten by the fledgling Luffy. In addition to Luffy forcibly opening the hang, Lin Xiao really couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation. However, such a result for him. But it is the most beneficial. Because of the dead looting system. Now you can easily get the sand fruit on the opponent without any effort. Dead plunder system. The function is very simple. But also very heaven-defying. It is the ability to plunder the newly dead within a day. There are roughly 2 methods of looting. In Lin Xiao's own words, it's a waste of money. One that costs nothing. Common looting, randomly obtain an ability from the new dead. This ability can be a physical skill, kendo attainment, special ability, or one of constitution, conqueror's haki. Or with luck, the ability to draw the devil fruit possessed by the deceased. And which one to draw specifically? It all depends on character. In contrast, VIP plunder is much simpler and more heaven-defying. VIP plunder, you can completely plunder all the abilities of the newly deceased. Yes. It is all abilities. Only. Select VIP looting. It takes a huge fee of 1 billion berry to open it. Really? No matter which world. Only kryptonite can become stronger. Little devil, I know who you are. Although Loch Doll is now covered in blood and looks very embarrassed. But her exclusive tsundere temper didn't hold back at all. Glancing at Lin Xiao contemptuously, he said. You are the coffin fruit ability user who suddenly became famous on the Grand Line in the last 6 months, the corpse collector Lin Xiao. The so-called coffin fruit is actually just a rumor deliberately spread by Lin Xiao in order to cover up the existence of the system. Tisk tisk, as expected of Loch Doll, the news is really well informed. I think I have acted low-key enough, and I haven't escaped your intelligence network. Lin Xiao agrees with Clocadar's methods and ambitions. But this ambitious man. But all hope of conquering the world falls pinning on finding the ancient weapon Pluton. He has forgotten one of the most important of the laws of survival. That is, only when one's own strength is strong. In order to support his majestic ambitions and dreams, Humph! A stinky brat who can only travel around the battlefields to collect bounties for corpses, dares to speak to me in such a tone, he really doesn't know how to live or die. K-Lock Doll coldly snorted. In his eyes, Lin Xiao is just a small character who snatches heads on the battlefield to collect bounties. It's just a bedbug he could crush anytime. Although I have already guessed the result, but before I officially do it, I still want to ask. K-Lock Dar, are you interested in joining my command, and follow me to create a new era? Lin Xiao didn't care about the other party's ridicule, and said very seriously. Ha! Lock Doll glanced at Lin Xiao disdainfully. How could he be a dignified sand crocodile and become someone else's subordinate? Listen to me, kid, but anyone who knows something about this world will not easily say such stupid things. Nobody like you deserves to be my captain. It's just that before the words were finished, Lock Doll, who suddenly reacted, stared at Lin Xiao firmly, and asked, "Wait a minute, brat, you actually want to kill me? I know your dream is to become One Piece, but unfortunately, you missed the best opportunity." Lin Xiao shook his head regretfully. Pirates like K-Lock who need strategy and strength. Looking at the entire pirate world, it is extremely rare. But what he values more is loyalty. But that's okay, sand fruit is really a waste of money in your hands, I can make it explode with even stronger power. What do you mean by that? A look of doubt and vigilance flashed in Cloak Doll's eyes. It literally means it. I like your devil fruit very much. For this reason, in the past 6 months, I have wandered around the battlefields regardless of danger, and saved 1 billion berry just for you. Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement, and he glanced at the rapidly approaching marine in the distance, and continued. It's just that I didn't expect that there was an unexpected harvest this time. Just now, I accidentally plundered a very nice explosive ability from one of your subordinates. If you use it together with the sand fruit on your body, hiss, the power may be increased by more than 100 times in an instant. What? You actually obtained Mr. 5's explosive fruit ability? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. The arrogance and disdain just now had long since disappeared from Locke's face, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Snapped. Accompanied by a snap of Lin Xiao's fingers. The ground suddenly trembled slightly. Then in the astonished eyes of K-Lock Doll, 8 pitch-black coffins rose slowly from the ground. The owner of the explosive fruit, Mr. 5's body is impressively inside. Except for Nico Robin and Mr. 2 who escaped by chance, everyone else is here. How about it? Now you can die in peace. At the same time as the voice fell, Lin Xiao wrapped Armament Haki's right arm, and directly twisted his neck under K-Lockadar's astonished and unwilling eyes. VIP Plundering, start. Chapter 2 VIP Plunder, Sand Fruit got it. Chapter 2 VIP Looting, Sand Fruit got it. Ding, the system detected the body of the newly dead Sherlock Dar within a day, which meets the conditions for ability plundering. May I ask if the host has turned on the special effect of Golden Coffin from Heaven? Sounds like a lot of fun, turn it on. Lin Xiao frowned and ordered immediately. With the order given, a dazzling gold streamer suddenly appeared in the originally rainy sky. Immediately afterwards, under the shocked eyes of tens of thousands of people in the square, a huge golden coffin with extremely luxurious shape descended from the sky. Boom! The whole earth trembled violently. Clatter! The golden lid is opened. 6 golden chains as thick as arms shot out of the coffin in an instant. He directly dragged Lock Doll's body into it. Ding! The system has automatically deducted 1 billion berry, and the golden coffin enjoys the exclusive time of invincibility buff for 1 minute, and is not affected by any form of attack except the host. When the system beep ends, the gold coffin lid was tightly closed. Krypton Gold is indeed a bull. Lin Xiao couldn't help feeling emotional when he heard that the golden coffin summoned by VIP looting enjoyed a 1-minute invincibility time. You must know that the black coffin summoned by common looting has a special restriction that it cannot be disturbed by anyone except the host within 5 minutes, otherwise the looting time will be recalculated. And the special effects of golden coffin from heaven are obviously much more attractive than black coffin. If it wasn't for the sky-high price of 1 billion berry that made Lin Xiao very low, I'm afraid VIP looting will become his only exclusive skill for collecting corpses. Not long after the golden coffin lid closed, the system's notification sounded again in Lin Xiao's mind. Ding! VIP ability looting is complete. Ding! Congratulations to host, you have obtained the sand fruit ability of the newly dead Shalok Dar. The system has been automatically scale-free, eliminating side effects such as seawater and sea stone. Please feel free to use the host. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining entry-level armament haki. Since it has not exceeded the level of host itself, it is automatically converted into corresponding experience. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining entry-level observation haki. Since it has not exceeded the level of host itself, it is automatically converted into corresponding experience. Note: there is no Conqueror's haki in Lao Sha's life card in the original book, but I feel that Lao Sha, who became famous at a young age in New World, is not so miserable that he can't even know haki, so I added 2 items. No wonder. No way. He's a majestic 7 warlords of the sea, haki is only at the entry level. Listening to the system prompt in my head, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Normally, the system divides abilities into 5 levels. Beginner level, primary, intermediate, advanced, perfect. In his impression, once dared to challenge Whitebeard, and shined in the Summit War, with the 50 to 50k lock doll, haki shouldn't be so weak. It's a good thing I didn't put all my treasures on lock doll, otherwise this entry-level armament haki alone might not be able to deal with that big-eared thief on Sky Island. Lin Xiao muttered to himself. Sky Island is his next goal. As early as when the system awakened, Lin Xiao took advantage of the traversers. He made an extremely crazy rise plan for himself. What about One Piece or King Marine didn't attract him at all. He is going to be the supreme ruler of this world. And the most critical part of the entire rise plan. He said it in the Summit War that is enough to affect the world structure. Thinking that I will lead that epic level battle. Lin Xiao's heart surged. Lin Xiao then called up his own property panel. Host, Lin Xiao. Age, 18 years old. Skill : Armament haki, Intermediate plus. Observation haki, Primary plus. Conqueror's haki, none. Kendo achievement, Common Swordsman plus. Special sword skill, Water splitting slash. 6 styles, Shave, Finger pistol, Moonwalk, Paper arts, Tempest kick. Murloc karate, 1000 Watchhan fist. Special constitution. Murloc constitution, breathing freely underwater, speeding under the sea, 10 times the normal human wrist strength. Subtitan constitution, the strength of bones, muscles, and internal organs far exceeds that of ordinary people. Devil fruit without scale, no weakness. Sand fruit, explosive fruit. Although the various attributes are not gorgeous, they were obtained by him in the half a year after crossing, risking his life, wandering frantically in various battlefields to collect corpses and plunder. Hey, sand fruit and explosive fruit, as long as the physical strength can support it, it should be able to use the shocking effect of 600 billion detonating symbols. An eager look flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes, and he was a little more confident in his plan. Damn it, corpse collector, why is it you again? Don't you know that K-Lock Dar has the special status of 7 warlords of the sea? Even if he is to be executed, it should be executed by us Marine. The Marine soldiers of the brigade rushed over and directly surrounded Lin Xiao in the center. Under the order of the leader, Lieutenant Junior grade, they aimed their weapons at him. Don't catch the Luffy gang in the alley, don't take care of K-Lock, who secretly planned the country and provoked the war, but now because I killed a few pirates, you are going to shoot me, a commoner. Hehe, is this the justice that you Marines uphold? Lin Xiao sneered sneeringly, with murderous intent in his eyes, and said word by word. It seems that I rejected Sengoku's invitation and didn't join Marine. It was an extremely correct decision, because such a rotten Marine really makes people feel sick. Damn it, Lin Xiao, you were arrested for defaming Marine's reputation in public, privately executing members of the 7 warlords of the sea, and calling Marshal Marine by name. The leader, Lieutenant Junior Grade, sneered sullenly and said, I advise you to get caught immediately, otherwise the gun in the military master's hand will not have eyes. His eyes were greedily fixed on the golden coffin behind Lin Xiao. It goes without saying. The credit for destroying Clock Keter and the golden coffin. He wants it all. Originally, for the sake of the bounty, I planned to turn against Marine later. Hey, it seems that I have to think of another way to make money. Lin Xiao shook his head uninterestedly, then gently pressed his right hand to the ground. Rumble. Next moment, the huge square shook violently. The ground paved with thick stone slabs quickly deserted. Even the land under the slabs and the surrounding buildings were not spared. In the blink of an eye, the front of the palace has turned into a lifeless wasteland. Oh my god, isn't this the ability of Cloak Doll? Why does that boy use it? It's terrible, is that kid trying to fight against Marine? Hurry up and escape this area, or you will die. Members of the rebel army and the King's Guard were all stunned by the sight in front of them. Nearly 10,000 people fled in a panic. Soon, only the Marine team surrounding Lin Xiao remained. It's just that they don't want to escape. It's that their bodies have been wrapped in sand at some point. Don't kill me, or Naval Headquarters and Colonel Smoker will never let you go. When death was imminent, the Marine Lieutenant Junior Grade did not forget to threaten Lin Xiao. And the latter responded to him with only 4 words. Sand Waterfall Funeral. Like a pinched chrysalis, the muffled sound of bang bang rang out one after another. The yellow sand on the ground was soon stained with blood into a sea of red. Chapter 3 This sun has Admiral's capital. Chapter 3 This sun has the capital of Admiral. Damn it, what the hell did that BD Lin Xiao do? When Smoker heard the news and rushed to the palace, he was immediately stunned by the bloody scene in front of him. I saw that Nyoda's square had already been reduced to a deserted area. While in the center, nearly 100 crushed remains were as terrifying as if they were in a pool of blood. The strong smell of blood kept stimulating everyone's olfactory nerves. Lin Xiao, is this your real strength? Tashiji's sword-holding hand trembled as he recalled that cynically handsome face. This young man, whom they have always considered harmless to humans and animals, did not expect to have such a terrifying strength. Furious, Smoker took out his phone bug and called Marshal Sengoku. Report everything here. Cloak Dar was killed. Nearly 100 advance troops were also killed. And all of this was done by that kid Lin Xiao. In the Marshal's office, when Sengoku received the news from Smoker from Alabasta, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. Hey, Sengoku, it looks like that kid has turned against us after all. Chief Staff Officer he shook his head regretfully. Are you two talking about the little brother collecting corpses who has been active in various battlefields in the past 6 months? Garp laughed heartlessly from the side and said, Wah ha ha ha, Sengoku, I heard that little brother rejected your invitation once before. What do you know? That kid has the potential and aptitude to become admiral. If you let him become a pirate, I'm afraid he will become a troublesome guy like red-haired Shanks in the future. Sengoku's face became more and more gloomy. Immediately, as if remembering something, he slammed the table hard. Pointing at Garp angrily, he cursed, It's all the fault of your old BDS grandson. If it wasn't because he defeated K-Lockadar, how could Lin Xiao have a chance? As early as half a year ago, Sengoku noticed Lin Xiao, a rising star with the ability of coffin fruit. After that, he was shocked by the other party's terrifying growth rate, and firmly believed that Lin Xiao has the potential and qualifications to become admiral. So Sengoku personally sent an invitation to Lin Xiao. Hope he joins Marine. However, what puzzled and annoyed Sengoku was that Lin Xiao actually rejected him with the lame excuse of getting used to an unfettered life. This made Sengoku feel sorry but also worried. Today, what he was most worried about finally happened. Hey, is Luffy so powerful now? He can even defeat 7 warlords of the sea. Wow, ha ha ha, he really deserves to be the grandson of this old man. Garp's brain circuits are as strange as Luffy's. Instead of worrying about Luffy, a look of pride appeared on his face. Sengoku was so angry that he stepped on the table and jumped over, which was an old punch. Sengoku, the most urgent task at the moment is how to explain the battle in Alabasta to the outside world. Chief Staff Officer, he spoke again meaningfully. The reason why Cloak Dar was able to easily gain the trust of King Alabasta and the people, and successfully implemented the Utopia plan to usurp the country. It is inseparable from his 7 warlords of the sea status granted by the world government. If the real inside story of this battle is made public, I am afraid that the credibility of world government and naval headquarters will be greatly reduced. Naval headquarters will likely still be labeled incompetent. This is what Sengoku and other high-level executives do not want to see. Right now, we can only declare to the outside world that this successful crusade against Locke is all thanks to Smoker and others, and then use the award ceremony to divert the attention of the outside world, and then secretly and completely end this matter. Sengoku rubbed his temples and said with a very painful headache. Crane nodded in agreement, shifted his gaze to Lin Xiao's photo again, and said with some concern. Smoker said he used the same power as Cloak Doll. How many secrets are hidden in him? Immediately send someone to investigate his whereabouts. Since it can't be used by Marine, try to get rid of him before he grows up. A determined killing intent flashed in Sengoku's eyes. He has never been a soft-hearted person. This is evident from his planning and ordering the shelling of O'Hara 20 years ago, Madara. Night fell. Alabasta. Royal Palace. King Cobra looked at the black-haired boy sitting across from him with trepidation. Just a few minutes ago, having just settled down with Luffy's group, he was about to return to the palace to rest, but was stopped by Lin Xiao, who came out of the yellow sand. The guards around him were all instantly killed by the opponent in the blink of an eye. Even more frightening is that Cobra recognizes the ability of sand fruit. He has an instinctive fear of this ability that can turn everything into desert. Alabasta has just sent a demon away. Is the next one coming soon? You, who are you? Why do you have the ability of Clock Keter? Cobra summoned up his courage and asked cautiously. It doesn't matter who I am. Lin Xiao waved his hand and said with a smirk, the important thing is, if you don't want to see Luffy and his gang killed by me, you can buy their lives with 2 billion berry. Lin Xiao didn't sympathize with Cobra, who almost lost his country. On the contrary, I still feel that he is very stupid and incompetent. The suffering and death of the people of Alabasta these years, inseparable from his mindless actions. Anyone with any intelligence, no one will believe that K-Lock Doll, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is a good guy. But Cobra believed it. So before Lin Xiao left, he would be sorry for Cobra's IQ if he didn't beat him up. Okay, but you have to promise me that you won't hurt them anymore after you get the money, and leave Alabasta immediately. Cobra hesitated for a moment and said, facing Lin Xiao, who has the same ability as K-Lockadar. In addition to compromise, he couldn't think of any other way. No problem, I always keep my word. Lin Xiao tilted Erlang's feet and said calmly. Right now he really has no plans to deal with Luffy, because keeping this troublemaker will be of great use in the future. After all his current fame and bounty, There is simply no comparison to what happened after the Nice lobby incident. Soon, a team of guards sent over the ransom of 2 billion berry. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction, then took the money, turned into a puff of yellow sand, and flew into the dark rainy night under Cobra's shocked eyes. His ability, why isn't he afraid of rain? Chapter 4 Self-Righteous Enel. Chapter 4 Self-Righteous Enel. 3 days later. Sky Island is 10,000 meters above the ground. Lin Xiao took advantage of the ability of sand fruit to fly in the form of a sandstorm, and arrived at Sky Island before Luffy and his group. Enel, what choice will you make? The purpose of Lin Xiao's trip is very clear. Enel or Thunder Fruit? Although in the original book, Luffy beat Enel violently by virtue of his attributes. But Lin Xiao didn't think this big-eared thief was weak. It can only be said that Luffy's forced opening is too fatal. Enel has a top-level observation hacky heart network that can cover the entire island. At the same time, it can move at lightning speed in the air. And the use of high-voltage electricity to generate heat can even melt gold. But that's it. He still loses to Luffy, who doesn't even know armament hacky. Properly forcibly unhook. Enel's strength may not be as good as 3 Admirals level. But the destructive power of Thunder Fruit. But it is not inferior to those 3 Logia Devil Fruits. This is also the reason why Lin Xiao is going to recruit Enel. The opponent still has a lot of room for growth. Lin Xiao turned into a stream of yellow sand and floated all the way to the outside of the shrine where Enel was. But found 4 figures already waiting outside the door early. It was the 4 god-tier officers under Enel. Xinwang really lives up to its reputation. It seems that when I first landed on the island, you should have discovered it, Enel. Lin Xiao said with a smile facing the shrine. He believes that even at a distance, Enel inside must be able to hear it too. Hey, from Qinghai, trespassing on the shrine is a capital offense. If you are willing to take part in the trial obediently, you may still have a chance of surviving. Otherwise, we will directly kill you here as a warning to others. The priest of the Iron Trial, held his iron cloud saber, looking at Lin Xiao with cold eyes. You better stay away, little one, otherwise, you will die a miserable death. Lin Xiao said with a smirk. Next second, his figure had already appeared behind the 4 priests. How is it possible? His speed can't even be caught by the heart net. The 4 priests all stared wide-eyed in horror. They've only seen this on one person. That is the supreme ruler of Sky Island. God Enel. Could it be that this kid has the same strength as a god? Impossible. On this island, God is invincible. How could the humble Qinghai people possess such miraculous power? Everyone shoot together. The 4 priests looked at each other, absolutely not allowing Lin Xiao to enter the shrine smoothly, otherwise what awaited them would be the most severe punishment. What's the matter, why is there sand here? Just when the 4 of them were about to make a move, they were shocked to find that their feet had been bound by sand at some point. The quicksand quickly enveloped the 4 of them. No matter how hard they struggle, they cannot escape. Sand explosion. When Lin Xiao was about to step into the gate of the shrine, he shook his right hand casually. Boom! 4 terrifying explosions instantly resounded throughout the Sky Island. The combination of sand fruit and explosive fruit bursts out extremely powerful power. The 4 strongest god-tier officers in Sky Island except Enel. They were all instantly killed by him in an instant. Yahahaha, I didn't expect Qinghai people to have such strength. How about it? Are you interested in becoming God's new servant? I can give you the highest glory and take you to the infinite land that only God can reach. In the hall, Enel lay lazily on the sofa, holding an apple in his hand, and looked at Lin Xiao with admiration. Nima, obviously Lao Zi came to recruit you, okay? Lin Xiao frowned. Enel's perverse and conceited personality is even more annoying than in anime. It is also very unlikely that such a person will be completely surrendered. But Lin Xiao had already made plans when he came. Don't join, just kill. In short, he is bound to get thunder fruit on this trip. The infinite land you mentioned should be the moon. Lin Xiao looked at Enel with a country bumpkin look, and said with a chuckle, Enel, I'm here just for you this time. How about it, are you interested in joining my subordinates and going to the lower realm with me to create a new era? Hey, people from Qinghai, offending the majesty of God is a death penalty, God's punishment. Enel's face instantly became extremely gloomy. The person from Qinghai who doesn't know what is good or bad on the opposite side not only declined his invitation, even delusional to let him become someone else's subordinate. Just downright stupid. Only the punishment of heaven can make the other party realize that the majesty of God cannot be challenged. Bang! The next moment, a terrifying thunderbolt fell from the sky. The huge pillar of lightning directly submerged Lin Xiao's figure in it. It's such a pity. You had the opportunity to accompany me to the infinite land. Nanny? You were safe and sound under my attack. Enel, who kept shaking his head with a regretful face, suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Lin Xiao who came out of the thunder pillar unharmed. His jaw almost fell to the ground in shock. How could his divine sanction be blocked? This is absolutely impossible. Damn it, go to hell. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Enel turned over and jumped up. The golden stick in his hand hit the taiko drum on his right shoulder. Crackling thunder burst out suddenly, and a big lightning bird in the shape of a phoenix flapped its wings and struck Lin Xiao. Smug guy. Lin Xiao grinned ferociously, wrapped his right hand around armament Haki, and then punched the thunderbird who was rushing towards him. Boom! The thunderbird instantly tore apart and dissipated into the air. How is this possible? The attack was blocked again. Enel's previous calm had long since disappeared, and he looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. He couldn't figure it out. Why can the opponent smash his thunderbird with his fist? Enel, since you don't want to join, then hand over the thunder fruit. Chapter 5 Sand Shijir Infinite Detonation. Chapter 5 Sand Shijir Infinite Detonation. How dare you speak nonsense in front of God, Qinghai people, you really don't know how to live or die. In front of me, no matter what you do, it is useless, because I am God. 60 million volts Brontosaurus. Enel had a hideous look on his face. Thunder fruit is like his taboo. No one is allowed to spy. Can't even think about it. The golden stick hit the taiko drum on the shoulder twice, and the violent thunder light instantly illuminated the entire temple. A ferocious thunder dragon rushed towards Lin Xiao viciously. Armed explosive punch. Lin Xiao snorted coldly, and slammed down his armed right fist again, but this time he also used the ability to explode fruit. Boom! The terrifying explosion directly shattered the thunder dragon that was rushing towards it. At the same time, Lin Xiao's figure also appeared in front of Enel. Humph, idiot, since you already know that what I have is thunder fruit, don't you know that any physical blow is ineffective against me? Seeing Lin Xiao's punch the size of a sandbag smashed head-on, Enel not only does not dodge or dodge. Instead, he took the initiative to greet him with a proud face. Showed off by Lin Xiao twice in succession. Now it was finally his turn. Enel wants to make this stinky monkey from Qinghai realize that how humble and hopeless he was before God. It's useless, you will never hit me, boom. Next moment, Lin Xiao's fist, which combines armed color and explosive fruit ability, smashed heavily on Enel's face. The terrifying impact of the explosion directly blasted Enel's body into the air. If it hadn't been for him at the last moment, relying on the speed of Heartnet and Thunder Fruit to avoid close-range fatal injuries, I'm afraid my head has been blown off by now. But if so, his current situation is also extremely embarrassing. The right half of the cheek and the entire right half of the arm are all bloody. All the drums behind him were shattered. This is impossible, Qinghai people, How did you hit me? Enel felt that his long-standing cognition was about to be subverted. There is actually someone who can attack God with a flesh and blood body. Enel, you're nothing but an egomaniac sitting on the edge of a well. Although Logia can be elementalized, it is not invincible. There are many ways to deal with Logia's ability users below. The armament haki I use is one of them. A bloodthirsty sneer curled up in Lin Xiao's corner. In the next second, the figure approached again. The fist wrapped around armament haki crashed down. Boom! Enel flew upside down. The blood drew a scarlet arc in midair. The severe pain made him curl up on the ground and roll over and over. The face is twisted like a ghost. It's too presumptuous, you damn Qinghai native, dare to blaspheme the majesty of God like this. Enel struggled to stand up, half of his body was stained red with blood. The calmness and majesty of the past are long gone. All that's left is a deep hatred. I am a god, no matter how powerful your so-called armament haki is, it is impossible to defeat me who has the strongest Logia devil fruit. No one can defeat me. 200 million volts Thor. All the terrifying thunderbolts were released from Enel's body and gathered on his body, forming a huge body with the appearance of Thor. This is Enel's strongest move. The power should not be underestimated. I don't know how to live or die. Sand Shiger infinite detonation. A frenzy flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. Today I just used Enel to try the combination skills of the double fruit ability. The right arm swung forward violently. Call. The sandstorm flying all over the sky completely enveloped the space where the shrine was located in the blink of an eye. There was no chance for Enel to make a move or escape. The gravel in the air instantly transformed into powerful bombs. Terrible explosions resounded across the sky. A huge mushroom cloud then rose up. Scorching heat. The terrifying shock wave. The uninterrupted explosion directly reduced everything above the huge vine to ashes. The scene was like annihilation. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that the explosion stopped abruptly. Lin Xiao's figure then fell leisurely from the gunpowder smoke. In his right hand he held a charred black corpse. It is Enel who calls himself a god. Lin Xiao's face was slightly pale. But his expression was extremely excited. The combination of sand fruit and explosive fruit. Sure enough, it can use a terrifying effect similar to 600 billion detonating symbols and infinite tandem paper bombs. Even if Enel has the movement speed of lightning. But in that dead space of constant detonation, no matter which direction you rush, will be affected by the explosion. It was lucky that his body was not blown into fly ash. However, this move consumes a lot of energy. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's support of 2 special constitutions that far surpassed ordinary people, he might be directly hollowed out. Looks like you have to use it with caution in the future. Lin Xiao looked at Enel's corpse, his dark eyes flickered with excitement, and muttered to himself. It seems to be a bit over the top, and I don't know if the system can plunder his abilities after the corpse has become like this. If not, it will be a big loss this time. VIP plundering, start. Boom. In the next second, a huge golden coffin with extremely luxurious shape fell from the sky. The entire sky island trembled accordingly. Clatter. The golden lid is opened. 6 golden chains as thick as arms shot out of the coffin in an instant. He dragged Enel's body directly into it. Ding! The system has detected the body of the newly deceased Enel within a day, which meets the conditions for ability plundering, and the system has automatically deducted 1 billion berry. Chapter 6 The Arc of Words. Chapter 6 The Arc of Words. Ding! VIP ability looting is complete. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining the Thunder Fruit ability of the newly dead Enel. The system has been automatically scale-free, eliminating side effects such as seawater and sea stone. Please feel free to use the host. Ding! Congratulations to host for winning Advanced Observation Haki. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the special skill Heart Web. Feeling the terrifying energy filling his whole body, Lin Xiao showed a satisfied smile on his face. His observation haki has also been directly upgraded from Primary Plus to Advanced. And also gained a special skill Heart Net. With the thought of giving it a try, Lin Xiao directly opened the Heart Network. What the hell is going on? Why did Master Enel's shrine explode? Could it be that group of gorillas attacking Lord Enel? God, will we be angered? Weber, Enel's shrine disappeared in the explosion just now, should we go and have a look now? If only that damn Enel was blown up. Great warrior, please bless us to regain the island of gods. One after another voices poured into Lin Xiao's mind, one after another. Every person from Sky Island appears on his heart network in the form of a blue light spot. The stronger the person, the bigger the light spot represented. At any moment he can choose among these points of light. It can be said to be the best skill in monitoring. Someone is here? With this level of intensity, it should be Sky Island's former god Gan-4. When an old man wearing armor and riding a flying horse had just entered the edge of the island of gods, Lin Xiao had already sensed his existence with observation haki. Lin Xiao is no stranger to the 400-year-long war between the inhabitants of Sky Island and the native peoples of Sandia. If he wanted, he could use the prestige of killing Enel and the golden bell that was washed to the top of the huge vine 400 years ago to take over Sky Island. It's just that this will consume a lot of his time. Compared with Summit War, which he regards as a rising stage, Sky Island seems a bit insignificant at once. Before the layout is completed, I can't be distracted for the time being. Sky Island, I will be back soon. After weighing for a while, Lin Xiao's figure instantly turned into a blue lightning bolt and flew towards a huge cave on the island of gods. A moment later, his figure appeared in the huge cave where Enel built the Ark motto. After casually eliminating more than a dozen magic soldiers in charge of overseeing the work, Lin Xiao stepped in front of the huge spaceship that hadn't been built yet. It's such a pity for this spaceship. At that time, Enel should have given a sigh of relief, at least let him finish the ship and die. There was a look of regret on Lin Xiao's face. In his previous life, he had seen an analysis by a EPUB master, saying that the Ark motto was probably a shortened version of Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons. And the real Pluton. It is the ultimate combination of Thunder Fruit and Ark Monument. Although this assertion has not been confirmed, there are no such traceable speculations as Frankie personally burned the Pluton manufacturing drawings and Thousand Sunny is the Little Pluton are more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But it is not entirely groundless. At least in terms of the power of Island Destroyer. The Ark of Words is legendary compliant. In the original, Enel used the Thunder Welcome released by the thundercloud created by the Ark Monument. But in the blink of an eye, a cloud island was reduced to dust. If you do your best, it can even wipe out all the creatures in the entire country. A ship with such terrifying power. If it was developed by Enel, the big-eared thief of Zhong-Er, Lin Xiao would never believe it. However, since Enel personally supervised the construction of the proverbs, so besides himself, others don't know the details of Chu Jian's construction at all. Lin Xiao had no choice but to take the huge amount of gold used to build the admonition into the system. But, it smells so good. All converted, there are nearly 2 billion. A satisfied smile suddenly appeared on Lin Xiao's face. Now he has a total of nearly 3 billion berries, huge money, enough for him to start 3 more VIP looting. It's just that this number is still far from his plan. It seems that we have to make another wave of money to find an opportunity. It's time to leave, everything must be ready before Summit War. At the same time, right below Sky Island, in a sea area near Magic Valley Town, the originally sunny sky was shrouded in black clouds. The calm sea surged with huge waves, and an extremely huge Uzumaki suddenly appeared. Even the Sea Kings had no room to resist in front of it. Luffy, please spare us. It's terrible, let me go back, if we keep going, we will die. Ah 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 ah. That BD orangutan, why didn't he tell me that there would be such a big Uzumaki, this is murder. Usopp, Chopper, and Nami, the three members of the weak trio, were frightened and cried, but the Captain Luffy ignored them. Guys, if I miss out on such an exciting Sky Island adventure, I will regret it forever. With a burst of screams, Going Merry spun and approached the center of Uzumaki. But when the ship is about to be swallowed, the huge Uzumaki suddenly disappeared. The sea is calm again. Everyone was dumbfounded. Hold on tight, everyone, Uzumaki just sank to the bottom of the sea, and the sea current should be coming soon. Nami was the first to issue a warning. However, a burst of maniacal laughter suddenly came from a distance. Then, a huge pirate ship that looked like a bamboo raft appeared in the sight of Luffy and others. And the man standing at the bow. It was the Blackbeard they had met in Magic Valley. Thief, ha 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 ha, Straw Hat Luffy, I finally caught up with you. Chapter 7 Luffy is my prey. Chapter 7 Luffy is my prey. Straw Hat Boy, I'm here to take your head worth 100 million, please die obediently. Blackbeard pointed to the newly released reward order in his hand, and shouted extremely arrogantly. Luffy's bounty on the reward order has skyrocketed from 30 million berry to 100 million berry. This was the main reason why Blackbeard was after him. At this time, while Blackbeard was escaping from the pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates, also started the first step of his plan. That is to capture a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million and hand it over to the world government. Then in exchange for the identity of 7 warlords of the sea. This identity is crucial to his plan. So naturally, the little sheep Luffy will not be let go. Guys, that guy said my head is worth 100 million now. Luffy pointed to his head, and said excitedly to Nami and others. Idiot, why are you so happy? Is your focus misplaced? Nami raised his hand and hit the popcorn, then looked worriedly at Blackbeard and the others and said. It must be because you defeated that Shishibukai in Alabasta that the bounty increased so much. Luffy, be careful, they are very strong. Zoro slowly came to the bow, staring at the movements of Blackbeard and the others as if facing a formidable enemy. Thieves, ha 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 ha, that's great. The pirate hunter Zoro is also on board, and his bounty is 60 million, which together should be enough. Blackbeard suddenly pointed to the Going Merry sail and said to the sniper Van Oka beside him. Bring me their sails, their heads are the key to my promotion to Shishibukai, and they must not escape. This should be their fate. The distance between the two ships was less than 1,000 meters at this time. For a sharpshooter like Van Oka, there was no need to preview at this distance. Even if the enemy appears several kilometers away, he can also accurately hit the designated part of the opponent. Looking at the whole pirate world, I am afraid that except for the sniper Usopp of the Red Hair Pirates, no one is his opponent anymore. Boom! 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 Van Oka raised his hand and fired 3 shots at Going Merry's mainsail. The bullet was shot out with a speed that was hard to tell with the naked eye. Luffy's gang didn't have time to react. However, the sail-dropping scene that Blackbeard and his gang had hoped for didn't happen. Just when the bullets were about to break the 3 cables controlling Going Merry's mainsail, a blue lightning suddenly fell from the sky, blocking all 3 bullets under the astonished eyes of everyone. Then a tall and straight figure appeared at the top of the mast. Ah! Nico Robin, who had been silent since boarding the ship, was so frightened that he cried out in shock the moment he saw Lin Xiao, and his body trembled incessantly because of extreme fear. At the same time, he recalled again the terrifying night before leaving Alabasta. While Luffy and others were resting in the palace that night, Robin boarded the deserted Going Merry alone. At that time, she had nowhere to go. Just as she was washing off the blood stains all over her body in the bathroom, admiring herself in the mirror, Lin Xiao appeared. Fortunately, This devil-like man didn't have any wrong thoughts about her who was naked. After subduing Robin with sand fruit, Lin Xiao said bluntly, "If you don't want to be killed by me now, you must follow my instructions and do something for me at a special moment." In order to survive, Robin had to agree. "But I didn't expect the two to meet again so soon." And the way the other party just turned into a thunderbolt made Robin feel a deep sense of powerlessness again. Even a guy as ambitious as K-Lock Doll seemed so insignificant in front of this man opposite. What a horrible fellow! "Hey, Robin, why are you so afraid of him? Did he bully you? Let me beat him up for you," Luffy said eagerly. He didn't even realize what kind of terrifying existence he was about to face. "Don't do it, or we're all going to die," Robin gasped in surprise. She didn't want to pay for Luffy's recklessness. At the same time, Fan Oka on the opposite side saw that someone actually stopped his 3 bullets. Almost immediately, he fired 3 shots at Lin Xiao's eyebrows again. As a top sniper, his speed.shi ability is also outstanding. ZZ. Blue lightning pierced the sky. Next second, Lin Xiao's figure had already appeared in front of Fan Oka. The flickering forefinger of the terrifying electric glow hovered between the opponent's eyebrows. As long as he moves forward 1 centimeter, Fan Oka would be electrocuted into a charred corpse in no time. "Good marksmanship, are you interested in joining my team?" Lin Xiao was impressed by the sniping and quick shooting abilities that Fan Oka just showed. It would be good if this kind of talent can be dug over. "Thief, ha 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 ha, this little brother, you are so blatantly robbing my crew, do you really think that I, the captain, do not exist?" After Blackbeard appeared on Lin Xiao, he kept his eyes fixed on Lin Xiao, with a greedy look that couldn't be suppressed in his eyes. He was able to memorize the Devil Fruit illustration book backwards, and he guessed the Thunder Fruit on Lin Xiao's body in no time. Although Blackbeard's ultimate goal is Papa Whitebeard's Shock Fruit, but in the face of such rare Lightning Logia Devil Fruit, his heart was also eager to move. But he can see it. Lin Xiao is very strong, and fighting at sea is not his strong point. So he could only try his best to suppress his desire. "Hey, Blackbeard, Straw Hat Luffy is my prey. If you're trying to get his idea, I don't mind doing it right away. I'll kill you right here." Lin Xiao's tone was indifferent, as if he was talking about a very trivial matter. This is really nerve-wracking. Blackbeard's face changed suddenly, but he laughed again soon. "If Straw Hat Crew is let go, it will have a great impact on my future plans, little brother. How will you compensate me?" Chapter 8 Another Candidate. Chapter 8 Another Candidate. "Captain, what nonsense are you talking to this kid? How can they let the prey that has already eaten the side of the scorpion let them run away? Let me deal with this boy who is in the way." Fighting champion Burgess yelled with disdain. Before Blackbeard could nod in agreement, his strong body jumped up high, and his huge fist hit Lin Xiao's head fiercely. In the original book, Burgess was able to suppress Shiryu and others, and became the captain of the No. 1 ship of the Blackbeard pirates. And not just because he's Blackbeard's absolute confidant. In fact, he also possesses very powerful physical skills. A random elbow strike can penetrate buildings, causing great shock and damage. His strength is very impressive. And his armament haki is just as good. So even if Lin Xiao is the demon fruit power of the lightning department, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear either. Blackbeard didn't make a move to block it, because he also wanted to find out Lin Xiao's bottom line. And they are ready to attack in groups. This is his usual routine and style. For Blackbeard, reaching the goal is the most important thing. Besides, he can give up all face and reputation. Anyway, when he becomes the One Piece, if anyone dares to say no, he will send someone to destroy the other party's family. It's just that Blackbeard and Burgess clearly misjudged Lin Xiao's strength this time. While the Burgess was still in midair and did not fall, Lin Xiao's figure was already standing above his head. God's punishment. A huge pillar of thunder pierced the sky, and descended from the sky with a world-ending horror, directly obliterating the figure of Burgess. Oops! The faces of Blackbeard and the others changed drastically, and their figures retreated quickly, fearing that they would be affected. Boom! When the light as bright as day dissipated, Burgess's distressed figure gradually appeared. Although he used armament haki to resist part of the lightning power at the last moment. But Rao is like this. The aftermath still severely damaged his internal organs, his whole body was scorched black, and he crawled on the ground with difficulty. It's just the aftermath that caused me to be injured so badly. Captain, be careful, this kid's strength is terrifying. Burgess' face had long since lost the contempt it had shown before. Lin Xiao's blow almost killed him just now. The young man in front of him is obviously a ruthless character with extremely ruthless shots. Just now he saw that Lin Xiao was less than 20 years old. Then subconsciously thought that the other party was a rookie who was fledgling and didn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. Who would have thought that Lin Xiao's strength would be so strong? I can't help but regret that my reckless move almost killed me. Has the fruit ability surpassed the strength of the Burgess armed color? The greedy look in Blackbeard's eyes became more intense. Although armament haki can defend against some devil fruits abilities to a certain extent. But the premise is that the strength of armament haki must exceed the opponent. Just like Luoneng will cover armament haki's Virgo with a knife in two. But it can't cut Doflamingo the same. Blackbeard was naturally aware of the level of Burgess's weaponry, so his fear of Lin Xiao became a little more serious. Forcibly suppressing the greed in his heart, he opened his arms and said loudly, "Thieves, ha 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 ha, this little brother, are you interested in joining my pirate group? If you agree, I will let Straw Hat Crew go right away." Capturing Luffy was just a whim of his own. If Lin Xiao agrees to join, he can let Luffy go, and give the world government another pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. This has absolutely no bearing on Blackbeard's plans. However, if Blackbeard knew that Luffy had a revolutionary father who was listed as the #1 wanted criminal by the world government, he might not agree to killing him. You want me to join, you deserve it too. If Lin Xiao wanted to become the One Piece King, he would have formed his own pirate group half a year ago. There is no need to wait until now. He wants to be on top of the world. And Summit War is the best stage for him to show off. Blackbeard, I know you want to exchange Luffy's head for the position of 7 Warlords of the Sea, but I can tell you that his head has already been reserved by me. If you don't want to die here, you'd better change your target. Thief, ha 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 ha, I can't tell, you know a lot, brother, I want you to join more and more now. Blackbeard was not angry, but laughed even more frantically. A person's dream will never end. From now on, I am destined to be famous all over the world. Follow me, how about we complete the great dream that Roger and those old guys failed to complete? To be honest, Lin Xiao doesn't dislike Blackbeard, but thinks that people like him are the ones who are truly qualified to become One Piece. For a dark fruit that is uncertain whether it will appear, he is willing to bet his future on an unknown thing. After more than 20 years of lurking, he can even attack friends. His tenacity, cruelty, and greed are self-evident. Luffy compared to him. It's like a big fool who has nothing but background. The pirate world was originally a deformed existence. Roger, who caused world turmoil, was extolled by the world, and Marine, who defended justice, became a running dog of the world's nobles. The dividing line between justice and evil has long been blurred. Only strength can determine the ultimate success or failure. However, appreciation is appreciation. Even if Lin Xiao's goal is not One Piece, he was also definitely not going to be an ally or partner of Blackbeard. If it wasn't for the other party's great use value, Lin Xiao didn't need to talk to him at all. Blackbeard, put away your clumsy performance, the crew is just a valuable bargaining chip for you, you can throw it away at any time. A sly look flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes, and he said with a smirk. However, as compensation for giving up Luffy, I can provide you with another more suitable candidate, ensuring that the world government will find it difficult to refuse your request. Tell me. Blackbeard's complexion changed again and again, but in the end it was still difficult to resist such a huge temptation. Chapter 9 He is the son of One Piece. Chapter 9 He is the son of One Piece. Right now, Fire Fist Ace is chasing your whereabouts by himself. I believe you don't need me to tell you about his purpose. Lin Xiao said with a smile. The candidate you mentioned is Ace. Blackbeard's face suddenly became gloomy, and he stared at Lin Xiao with a dark gaze and said, Humph, although Ace's popularity and bounty are higher than those of Straw Hats, the danger is also higher. It is very unwise to choose such a powerful target to attack. During the period when Blackbeard did not betray the Whitebeard pirates, he has a pretty good relationship with Ace. Even the captain of the second squad was offered to Ace by Blackbeard. So he has a fairly deep understanding of Ace's strength. Hey, if you knew Ace's true identity, I'm afraid you wouldn't be so scrupulous. Real identity? A puzzled look appeared on Blackbeard's face. Being with Ace for so long, he really doesn't know the other party's life experience. What if I told you his real name wasn't Porgas D. Ace, but Gore D. Ace? Lin Xiao smiled charmingly. The fuse of the Summit War in the original book was that Blackbeard captured Ace and handed it over to the world government in exchange for the identity of Shishibukai. Not only does Lin Xiao not want to change this result, but he wants Summit War to surpass its original scale and become an unprecedented super battle. So he had to fully arouse the greed and ambition in Blackbeard's heart. What did you say? Blackbeard's expression instantly became extremely exaggerated, his chin almost dropped to the ground, and his eyeballs almost popped out. Staring at Lin Xiao blankly for a long time as if petrified, he suddenly came back to his senses, his eyes suddenly filled with a hot light that far surpassed before. Thief, ha 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 ha, this news is simply too unexpected. That guy Ace is actually the son of Roger, the Pirate King. No wonder Dad favors him so much. Blackbeard once thought that Ace might be the son of some big man, but he didn't dare to think about Roger, who started the era of great pirates. Well, you are right, he is indeed the most suitable candidate. With him, world government will definitely not refuse my request. A flattering smile suddenly appeared on Blackbeard's face, and his eyes were full of uncontrollable hot light. There is no problem with the Straw Hat Kid leaving it to you, but may I ask, where do I go to catch Ace? As a big gambler who dares to bet his own life, how could Blackbeard miss this gamble? And just now he has thought of a more perfect plan. Dad, your shock fruit is mine. I want this sniper, promise me and tell you. Lin Xiao smiled slyly, and pointed to Fan Ayaka, who kept aiming his gun at his head, but no matter how the boat bumped, his arms remained motionless. Of the 4 current members of the Blackbeard Pirates, only Van Oka, who is excellent in sniping, can make him catch his eye. Blackbeard nodded almost without hesitation. Thief, ha 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 ha, as long as Fan Oka agrees, I will never stop it. If he doesn't agree, how about I give you his body? Blackbeard has no emotional bond with his crew at all. Everyone is just a bargaining chip on his way to success. For him to abandon the crew, it's the simplest thing. He's not even ashamed of it. This is fate. Although Van Oka had already guessed the result, he was still disgusted by Blackbeard's actions. With a helpless look on his face, Van Oka put down his sniper rifle and walked towards Lin Xiao. Yet 2 steps had not yet been taken. Lin Xiao's playful voice came from the opposite side. Forget it, I suddenly don't want him anymore. Van Oka stopped where he was in embarrassment, neither advancing nor retreating. Young people don't talk about wood. Isn't this FG playing with me? Thief, ha 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 ha, that's great. I'm still a little bit reluctant about my sniper, but you can tell me now. Blackbeard said something pretending. But anyone could see the perfunctory look on his face. There is only one thing he cares about most. That's where Ace is. You don't need to look for it, just go to Bonaro Island and wait for him to come to your door. Within 3 days, Ace will arrive. Lin Xiao said something lightly, and then his figure turned into a blue lightning and rushed into the sky, not afraid that Blackbeard and his gang would not keep their promise. But before leaving, he took a meaningful look at Van Oka. The resentful eyes of the other party have already expressed their attitude. Why don't you take me away? How will you let me get along in the Blackbeard pirates in the future? Once the rift between Van Orca and Blackbeard was created, it could never be healed. Lin Xiao is not in a hurry to subdue this sniper now. Ahem, Captain, are we really going to let those brats go? After Lin Xiao left, Du Q, who hadn't spoken all this time, spoke out of breath. The brat he was talking about was naturally the Luffy gang on the other side who looked dazed and didn't know what happened. Although Du Q always gives people a terminally ill, dying appearance. But in fact, he is the strongest one in the Blackbeard pirate group except Blackbeard. It's just that he is very good at hiding his strength. Thieves, ha 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 ha, it's okay, let them go, they have no value to me anymore. The most important thing for us right now is to go to Bonaro Island and wait for Ace. After learning of Ace's true identity, Luffy's gang is worthless in Blackbeard's eyes like garbage. Blackbeard raised his hands excitedly and laughed loudly. Ace, I told you a long time ago, the reunion is inevitable like a gear, but when we meet again, it will be your end. As for Lin Xiao, Blackbeard decides to re-invite him once he gets the shock fruit. If by then he is still ignorant of current affairs, then Rare's thunder fruit is also his Blackbeard's. Thinking of this, the smile on Blackbeard's face grew wilder. Didn't realize it at all. Lin Xiao has already seen through his plan. And the reason why he was able to leave this sea area alive. It's all because Lin Xiao thinks he still has some use value. As for the future summit war that Blackbeard regards as a rising stage, it is also destined to become Lin Xiao's one-man show alone. Chapter 10 I'm here to grab your lion fruit. Chapter 10 I'm here to snatch your lion fruit. A week later. East Blue. Above the sea of clouds thousands of meters high, more than a dozen islands of various sizes surround a perennial snow-covered winter island in the center, quietly floating above the sky. This is the lair of Golden Lion Shiki, one of the 3 legendary pirates who are as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. For more than 20 years after escaping from Impel Down, he has been dormant here. As expected of the Golden Lion, he is probably the only one who can do this kind of commitment in today's world. Lin Xiao stood on Winter Island, scanned the surrounding islands, and praised sincerely this huge scale and the property of always floating. In addition to lion fruit, I am afraid that even Admiral Fujitora, which can manipulate gravity to pull down meteorites, may not be able to do so. However, such a veteran powerhouse, to lose to Luffy who can't even conqueror's haki? This makes Lin Xiao feel extremely ridiculous every time he thinks about it. Who are you, you dare to trespass on Master Golden Lion's island? As soon as Lin Xiao arrived in front of the palace where the Golden Lion was, he was discovered by the patrolling pirates in the square. A group of people said nothing. He directly attacked Lin Xiao. I'm not here to look for you, so it's better for the cannon fodder to leave as soon as possible. Lin Xiao's horns arced slightly, and an electric arc flickered on his right arm. He immediately activated his Thunder Fruit ability, creating a chain lightning chain of 20 million volts. Crackling! The group of pirates on the opposite side collapsed to the ground instantly covered in scorched black. Before the official start of the war, I'd better turn this place into my main battlefield. Erosion of Reincarnation. Lin Xiao activated the Sand Fruit ability again. The right hand, which can absorb any moisture, pressed heavily to the ground. Next second, the Winter Island, which was originally covered with snow, melted in an instant. Revealed the original appearance. But then the ground began to shrivel and crack. The result is a barren desert that makes people feel hopeless. Sand fruit is really convenient to use. No wonder Lockdoll was able to fight against Bullet, the heir of the devil, when he was young. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Bang! Accompanied by a dull explosion, an angry figure soared into the sky from the yellow sand. Damn it, did you, the BD, destroy the old man's palace? Do you know that there is a secret potion that the old man spent 20 years developing meticulously? Laozi will definitely tear you to pieces. Wave. Golden Lion's bloodshot eyes directly locked onto Lin Xiao's position, roaring like crazy. The IQ potion that he had worked so hard to research for 20 years, which could turn animals violent, was all submerged in the endless yellow sand along with the collapse of the imperial palace. This is the weapon he plans to take revenge on the world government and marine. Now they are all lost by this brat in front of them. Swish! The famous sword Sakura Ten tied to his right foot cuts out a huge sword energy directly. The crescent-shaped slash pierced the sky, leaving a wide gully on the ground, and blasted towards Lin Xiao with astonishing power. It's just that although slash wave is fast, but for Lin Xiao who owns advanced observation haki, but it can be easily dodged calmly and gracefully. I'm talking about Golden Lion. After escaping from Impel Down, he became a legendary honestly. Wouldn't it be good to choose a place to die? You must continue to die. Lin Xiao said slightly jokingly. Damn it, who the hell are you, kid, to escape my slash wave? A serious look appeared on Golden Lion's face. Although after the 8-Vol Sea battle, Golden Lion's conqueror's haki and its own strength were all greatly reduced due to the influence of the rudder above its head. But he is very confident in his swordsmanship. His slash wave is not only fast, but also powerful enough to cut hundreds of kilometers of sea surface, a proper level of a great swordsman. This is the only thing he can be proud of now besides lion fruit. However, the boy on the opposite side escaped easily. It must have surprised him a little. It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is, I'm here to plunder your lion fruit today. Lin Xiao's corner curved into a sly smile, and he provocatively said with fighting spirit in his eyes. As the remnants of the old era, the stage for you old guys has come to an end, so stop jumping out and stealing the limelight from the young people. Arrogant and ignorant brat, do you know how tall the grass is on the grave of the last guy who dared to talk to Laozi like that? Golden Lion was furious instantly, no one dared to be so presumptuous with him. How bearable is this? The two knives under his feet swung rapidly. A series of giant slashing waves shining with dazzling golden light whizzed out. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. The dense slash wave is like a gold storm raging between the sky and the earth, as if it wants to tear the sky apart, sealing off every possible direction for Lin Xiao to dodge from all directions. Extremely hot. ZZ. However, Lin Xiao turned into a blue arc, relying on observation haki, calmly passed through layers of slash wave, and appeared above Golden Lion's head in the blink of an eye. I heard that you are afraid of thunder, discharge 200 million volts. Dazzling Lei Mang instantly enveloped the Golden Lion. In the theatrical version, it was Luffy who used the thundercloud to use the third gear of the Rubber Titan Thunder Axe to defeat the Golden Lion. Lin Xiao simply wanted to verify. Is Golden Lion really that crispy? Slash wave. The sword energy soaring into the sky directly chopped Lei Mang and burst out of the air. A huge slash came across. Lin Xiao dodged calmly, already having the answer in his heart. That kid Luffy is absolutely out of control. Who told you that Laozi is afraid of thunder? But it's really unexpected. I didn't expect you to be a double fruit ability user. The Golden Lion must be the pirate in Legendary. After resisting 200 million volts. Although his figure staggered a few times. But it didn't fall. The scorched black body kept emitting wisps of green smoke. Gold's long hair, which he was so proud of, was all burnt at the moment, looking extremely embarrassed. But even so, he still hasn't lost his fighting power. Instead, staring at Lin Xiao with burning eyes, he asked, "Little devil, tell me quickly, how did you manage to eat 2 devil fruits at the same time without being cursed to explode?" The golden lion's face was full of greed. He saw new hope in Lin Xiao. If you can figure out the secret of the devil fruit ability user, he will be able to create a powerful army that will make the whole world fearful. Until then, neither world government nor marine can stop him from reaching the top. Want to know? I'll tell you if I win. PS1, about the timeline of Golden Lion being defeated by Luffy, although it is a theatrical version, there are traces to some extent. 1. In the world of the strong, Luffy and his gang drive the new ship Kunli Sunshine, so it must be the queen of the capital of 7 waters and private island. 2. There is Brook on board, which means that Gecko Moria has just been defeated. 3. All the members are here, and the opening bounty is the amount of the Summit War 2 years ago, so it must be before the Summit War. To sum up, Luffy's team's defeat of Golden Lion should have happened when they had just defeated Gecko Moria, but they hadn't reached the Sabayati archipelago before they were shot by the bear. Does not conflict with the timeline of this book. PS2, the new book is on the road, please vote for free flowers and votes, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 11 Actually, I am a person with 3 fruit abilities. Chapter 11 Actually, I am a person with 3 fruit abilities. Gee ha 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 ha, what an arrogant brat that makes you uncomfortable. But don't worry, before the mystery is officially solved, I will show mercy and spare your life. With a ferocious smile on Golden Lion's face, his figure slowly landed in the desert. Snapped. His hands were pressed hard to the ground. At the moment of lifting, the entire island immediately trembled violently. Lion Majesty, earth coiling. Roar. A low growl sounded. Several huge lion heads made of clay emerged from the yellow sand. As soon as the gigantic was formed, then he rushed towards Lin Xiao directly. Little ghost, it's an honor for you to let me use this trick. You must know that the pirates I killed with this trick are all famous New World ruthless characters. Golden Lion said quite proudly. As the legendary pirate who was as famous as Roger and Whitebeard in the old days, Golden Lion does have such a proud capital. Only, their time has clearly passed. Such an ordinary move, what is there to show off? Lin Xiao's corners arched slightly, and the sword finger of his right hand raised sharply. Quicksand waterfall. Rumble. The yellow sand on the ground rises into the sky. In the blink of an eye, shocking sand waves with a height of 100 meters were formed. Facing the Golden Lion, he pushed it away. This is exactly the ninjutsu that Gaara uses against Kimimaro in Hokage Ninja. You Golden Lion is hard. Can there still be a bone demon? As a time traveler, Lin Xiao's cognition, development, and application of sand fruit has reached the point where he can control it with his fingers. Far beyond the level of Lock Doll. Boom. 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 The dozen or so earth-coiling lion heads that Golden Lion created with its abilities were swallowed by the sand waves in an instant, and even the waves couldn't stir up a single one. How is this possible? Golden Lion exclaimed aloud. Since his debut, never encountered such a situation. However, when the sand wave is approaching, the Golden Lion is ready to fly into the sky. But was surprised to find that his legs and the Sakura Ten and the dead wood used as the feet. Unexpectedly, at some point, he was tightly entangled by 2 sand arms formed by quicksand. Lion Majesty. Frightened and angry, Golden Lion pressed his hands to the ground again. The Lion Fruit ability activates. It allows objects to diffuse out of fluctuations that are not controlled by gravity. Next second, the monstrous sand waves whizzed up and flew over the top of Golden Lion's head, frightening him into a cold sweat. Who is this boy? Why does he have such terrifying strength? Uneasy emotions rose from the bottom of Golden Lion's heart. Lin Xiao's strength made him feel unbelievable. Is this the strength that a boy under the age of 20 should have? This is so unreasonable. It really deserves to be a veteran powerhouse with the same reputation as Roger and Whitebeard. This kind of instant reaction in actual combat is really enviable. Lin Xiao couldn't help but praised, but at the same time, he pulled his hands down violently, and shouted, "It's just that this is just the beginning, the strange wrist of sand. Call." The huge sand wave that flew over Golden Lion's head just now collapsed and disintegrated. Then, under the shocked gaze of the Golden Lion, it quickly solidified into a huge sand arm. It smashed heavily towards the Golden Lion. Slash wave. The tyrannical huge sword energy directly cut off the giant arm. The angry figure of Golden Lion soared into the sky. Lin Xiao's control and use of sand fruit far exceeded his expectations. But as a legendary pirate, how could it be so easy to lose? Smelly brat, don't underestimate people, this old man is a Golden Lion. Swish! The crescent-shaped slash wave appears again. With a terrifying power, he broke through the air and left. It's just that this time the Golden Lion's goal is not Lin Xiao. It was the huge water mountain completely formed by seawater behind him. The sea surface of nearly 100 miles was cut open in an instant. A giant water block half the size of an island collapsed suddenly. At this time, Golden Lion has activated Lion Fruit's ability again. Lion Majesty, govern place earth coiling. The scattered water mass instantly reorganized, directly trapping Lin Xiao's figure in it. Gee ha 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 ha, stinky brat, the victory has been decided. For demon fruit power, the feeling of staying in the sea must be very painful. Golden Lion said with a sinister smile, as long as you tell me the secret of how to possess the double fruit ability, I'll let you out, how about it? Although it said that Lin Xiao would be let go. But in fact, Golden Lion wished to tear him to pieces. 20 years of painstaking efforts were destroyed. How could the Golden Lion let Lin Xiao go? It's just that he is doomed to be disappointed. Because there is no one in this world who can make Lin Xiao beg for mercy. Lin Xiao not only possesses the Murloc constitution that can go underwater without limitation. At the same time, his devil fruit ability has also been descaled by the system, and there is no weakness of seawater and sea stone at all. The angle of the scorpion is slightly arced. A weird smile appeared on Lin Xiao's face. Little devil, you can still laugh when you are about to die, I see you. Poof! Before the Golden Lion could finish speaking, Blue's thunder came in a flash. A large amount of heat generated by high-voltage electricity, a glass knife smelted by melting sand in an instant, has already pierced his bear's mouth. Sorry, seawater is useless to me. Lin Xiao smiled and said, Golden Lion, you are really old. The era and stage that belonged to you old guys are over, let me send you a gorgeous funeral. This. How is this possible? Demon fruit power is not afraid of seawater. Golden Lion's eyes widened in astonishment, and he even forgot to resist. The scene in front of him simply overturned his worldview. As an ability user of devil fruit, Golden Lion knows better than anyone what happens when exposed to seawater. But the boy in front of me. Why is it exempt from the side effects of seawater? And what happened to the transparent blade inserted into the bear's mouth? How on earth did he do it? It's just that there are so many questions that no one can answer for him. Oh, yes, I need to correct you. Lin Xiao's playful voice sounded again, actually, I'm not a person with double fruit ability, but a person with 3 fruit ability. Detonation. Chapter 12 The Hunt officially begins. Chapter 12 The Hunt officially begins. Rumble. With the death of the Golden Lion, Lion Fruit's ability also disappeared instantly. The huge island suspended in the sky instantly lost its support. It crashed down toward the sea level below the altitude of 10,000 meters. The smaller islands shattered and disintegrated in the air at the same time as they fell. In addition to the rare beasts that can fly, many special humans with wings on their arms fluttered into the sky. And Lin Xiao immediately summoned the golden coffin. Loot the lion fruit. Ding. VIP ability looting is complete. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining the lion fruit ability possessed by the newly dead golden lion Shiki. The system has been automatically scale-free, eliminating side effects such as seawater and sea stone. Please feel free to use the host. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining the Great Swordsman level of Kendo achievement. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining the special sword skill /wave. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining the special sword skill Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Ding. Congratulations to host for winning Intermediate Conqueror's Haki. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining entry-level armament Haki. Since it has not exceeded the level of host itself, it is automatically converted into corresponding experience. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining primary observation Haki. Since it does not exceed the level of the host itself, it is automatically converted into corresponding experience. Conqueror's Haki has indeed degenerated to this extent. Although Lin Xiao had been prepared for a long time, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. But even so, he still didn't believe that the Golden Lion with this kind of tolerance would be defeated by Luffy's gang. Even under the influence of injuries such as broken legs and overhead rudders, Golden Lion's strength has been declining. But he is still in the ranks of great swordsmen. This alone is enough to witness the profound strength of the veteran powerhouse. Even apart from Lion Fruit, Golden Lion alone is enough to crush the entire Straw Hat group. No matter what you say, they are two famous knives. Don't let them go to waste. Before you go to Wano Kuni to get Yan Mo, let's use them first. Lin Xiao reached out and pulled out the Sakura Ten and the dead wood from Golden Lion's leg. Although I don't know if these two knives are in the ranks of big fast knives. But it is definitely not just a rare item that can be worn by legendary pirates like Golden Lion for life. Without the big boss Enel, the trip to Sky Island, Luffy's trip should be much faster than in the original book. The Nice Lobby campaign must be over now, so get ready for the Devil's Triangle where Gecko Moria is. Lin Xiao curled up a sly smirk, and muttered to himself. I'd like to see if your father, the G-Man who has been hiding in the dark, dares to go to the Summit War to save you. The reason why Lin Xiao will focus on Luffy. The first point is that he is going to exchange Luffy for a Shishibukai identity like Blackbeard did, and then participate in the Summit War openly. The second point is to use his identity to draw out the revolutionary army that has been hiding in the dark and push the scale of the Summit War to an unprecedented level. Although this approach is very dangerous. But for Lin Xiao, who has plundered 4 top-level devil fruits one after another. But it is the best time to step up to the sky. Now, the time for the hunt has finally arrived. It's just that Lin Xiao obviously underestimated the speed of Luffy and others. Sky Island lost the big boss Enel. Luffy and the others not only failed to find the golden clock. Instead, they were driven out by the residents of Sky Island and Sandia who were caught in the flames of war. So the itinerary is much faster than in the original book. Straw Hat crew has now boarded the thriller bark at Gecko Moria aboard the new ship Thousand Sunny. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Marshal's office. What did you say? You found the Golden Lion's body in East Blue. When Sengoku received the news from the East Blue branch, a look of hesitation appeared on his face. It's just that after the photo of the Golden Lion's body was printed out by the photocopying phone bug, he immediately stayed on the spot. As an old opponent who has fought several times. Even though the corpse in the photo had been blown into 2 pieces, it was horrible. Sengoku still recognized that it was the Golden Lion himself. Golden Lion is hiding so deep. I have returned to East Blue several times over the years, but I haven't found any trace of him. Garp, who has always been carefree, showed a rare dignified look on his face, pointed to the photo and said. But to be able to injure him into such a person, I'm afraid his strength is already close to that of Admiral. Sengoku nodded heavily. Across East Blue. I'm afraid there is no one who can hurt Golden Lion like this. Sengoku, such a ruthless style, could it be that kid who did it? After pondering for a moment, Garp suddenly opened his mind and said, You mean Lin Xiao? Sengoku's face darkened instantly, and there was a faint killing intent in his eyes. But after a long silence, he shook his head helplessly and said, Forget it, regardless of whether the Golden Lion was killed by him or not, in this special time period, such an outcome is only beneficial to our Marines and not harmful. Our top priority now is to complete the deployment as soon as possible and fully respond to the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. 3 days ago, Blackbeard took Ace directly to the world government, and got Shishibukai position as he wished. Subsequently, the world government issued an order to Marine to publicly execute Ace. The time is set in half a month. Why is it so urgent? The purpose is not to prepare too much for the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone understands. The big battle on the day of the execution was inevitable. If Marine doesn't want to lose all face, it must make complete preparations in advance. After all, that guy Whitebeard is recognized as the strongest man in the world. And the shock fruit he owns. It is recognized as the most destructive devil fruit. So the pursuit of Lin Xiao was put on hold by Sengoku as a matter of course. Sengoku, I want to go to Impel Down. Garp said suddenly after a long silence. What do you want, old BD? The enemy is at hand, don't force me to attack you. Sengoku growled through gritted teeth. When he learned the truth about Garp taking Roger's son from the world government, Sengoku can't wait to smash the opponent's dog's head directly. Back then, in order to cut off Roger's bloodline, the Marine and world government imposed the death penalty on all babies born within 10 months after Roger was imprisoned, as well as pregnant women. Blood flowed into rivers for a while. And the culprit who caused this human tragedy? It is Garp, the world-recognized Marine hero. He is actually under the eyes of Marine and world government. Raised Roger's son. And let the other party go to sea and become a pirate. Sengoku was almost PD off. It's nostalgia for not doing it directly. Sengoku, don't worry, I won't do anything out of the ordinary, I just want to take a look at that child. Garp knew he was in the wrong and was powerless to refute, so he could only use his friendship to plead. In his mind, whether Ace is a pirate or not, is it Roger's son? For him, it is a grandson who has watched a little bit of growth with his own eyes. P.S. Thanks to the big brother Rui. For the reward, the younger brother is very grateful. The new book is on the road, and please vote for free flowers and votes, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 13 Run, there is going to be a big mess. Chapter 13 Run, there is going to be a big mess. Sabayati Archipelago. Rumble. Terrible explosions were reported one after another on the No. 1 Peninsula. Just a few minutes ago, Luffy's gang knocked out 3 celestial dragons at a human auction. The entire No. 1 Peninsula instantly became a Shura battlefield. Marine Admiral Kizaru, the pacifists of the Science Corps have landed on the island to support. Including Luffy, the arrogant pirate supernovas immediately started their big escape. Boom! Not far from the auction, a laser beam exploded, directly blowing out several Trafalgar Law's subordinates. Damn, why would Shishibukai appear in such a place? Luo looked at the pacifist who suddenly blocked his way, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead instantly. He didn't know that the pacifist in front of him was just a humanoid weapon developed by the world government based on Bartholomew Kuma. The entire Heart Pirates suddenly felt like a formidable enemy. Bartholomew Kuma, please step aside, we have decided to leave here. Bayou. Before Luo finished speaking, the pacifist on the opposite side gave an answer. A scorching laser blast came. Room scan. A circular cyclone emerged in Luo's palm, and instantly expanded into a huge semicircular space that could envelop the Heart Pirates and the pacifists. At the same time as the laser blast, Luo has already moved his crew to a safe place. And several unlucky Marines were replaced to their previous positions. Boom! The horrible explosion was accompanied by a large amount of smoke and dust. Run, I'll stop him. Luo's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Captain, let's go together. Bibo the white bear groaned strangely. Shishibukai is not that easy to deal with, you can only die if you stay here, go away. Luo shouted solemnly. Against the pacifists, he has no chance of winning. Super electromagnetic gun. A magnetic voice suddenly sounded from behind the crowd. Then, at an initial speed 3 times the speed of sound, a gold coin drew a laser-like orange beam in the air, directly blasting the pacifist's head to pieces. Boom! The mechanical body of the pacifist exploded. A huge sinkhole was left on the ground. And the strong wind produced by the passing of gold coins. Then he directly blows the members of the Heart Pirates off their feet. Even Luo's hat was blown off the ground. Is that guy a monster? Luo's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at the black-haired boy who was walking slowly opposite him with disbelief. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party had been flicking a gold coin in his hand, he wouldn't have believed that the pacifist just now was killed by the other party with one blow. Captain, that guy is so scary, will he eat me? Bibo hid behind Luo and asked tremblingly. BD, people don't like to eat bear meat. With a dark face, Luo kicked Bibo away. Thought about it. He still walked up to meet Lin Xiao. Thanks. Sister Pao's signature move is really easy to use. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction, and then said directly to Luo, Trafalgar Law, are you interested in joining me? There was a look of surprise on Luo's face, and he was about to refuse, but Lin Xiao, who was opposite, spoke first. Don't rush to refuse, I can give you a period of time to think about it, but if I get a negative answer when we meet next time, then, your OPOP fruit will be mine. Oh, yes, by the way. When the two figures crossed each other, Lin Xiao deliberately lowered his voice, and said with a half-smile. The war that is about to start is very dangerous. Players of your level can't intervene at will. If you don't want to be killed by me there, you'd better not participate. Although Luo's strength is mediocre. But Lin Xiao was quite moved by the absolute control ability of OPOP fruit in a limited space. And Luo also has good medical skills. If you can earn it under your command, it is also a good candidate. But he didn't force it. After all, the unaging surgery that can give human beings eternal life. It is also something that he is extremely peeping at. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he ignored Luo's reaction, and walked directly into the population auction house swaggeringly. He came to Sabayati this time to hunt Luffy. He didn't intend to let go of the 3 celestial dragons in the auction house. After all, with those 3 pieces of garbage, you can gain a loyal lick, loyal female fan. How could Lin Xiao leave such a good thing to that silly boy Luffy? Call. It wasn't until Lin Xiao's figure disappeared from the auction house that Luo heaved a long sigh of relief. Unknowingly, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. The coercion that this black-haired young man unleashes invisibly is really terrifying. Luo didn't even dare to breathe in front of him. Is he coming for my OPOP fruit? Thinking of this, Luo couldn't help but shudder, but he quickly denied this idea. If the opponent's target is really OPOP fruit, there is no need to help them at all. And what does he mean by the impending war? Luo frowned, suddenly confused. The news of the public execution of Ace has not been made public by the world government and Marine at this time. So apart from Lin Xiao, the seer, no one knows the news yet. Captain, are we really going to join that monster? Bibo approached with a cute face and asked. Idiot, how is it possible, don't we already have our own pirate group? Luo tugged at Bibo's ear, and ordered without hesitation, retreat, let's leave here first. But boss, what is that guy doing in the auction house at this time? Except for the 3 celestial dragons, everyone else has already run away. A pirate asked with a puzzled face. Could it be that Guy's goal is celestial dragons? Louvignon suddenly felt as if he was being shocked by an electric shock, and turned his eyes to the auction house in horror, and said in a trembling voice, "Crazy! Another lunatic comes! Everyone, run, I'm afraid Sabayati is about to have a big mess. P.S. Thank you Vacant Time Boss for a reminder ticket, thank you very much. The new book is on the road, and please vote for free flowers and votes, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 14 Actors please take their places. Chapter 14 Actors please take their places. Inside the population auction venue. St. Roswald, are you all right? Kizaru Admiral from Naval Headquarters has arrived at Sabayati and is now chasing down the pirates. I believe there will be results soon. Several marine soldiers carefully helped the 3 celestial dragons who had fallen to the ground. That humble appearance is like the loyal dog raised by the other party. In the dilapidated arena. In addition to these few names, the other guards were all killed by Luffy's gang in the previous conflict. Damn it, tell Sengoku that useless guy, before dark, I have to see the head of that brat in the straw hat, or I will never let it go. Looking at his son and daughter who were beaten into pigs' heads, St. Roswald roared furiously, "How dare you beat my son and daughter like this, and let all our slaves run away? What do these lowly, low-class trash think of the blood of the creator of this world? When I catch them, I must let them taste that life is worse than death." Rampaging Sabayati for so many years, Roswald has never seen a pirate who dares to disrespect celestial dragons. This time he must make an example. "The Straw Hat Boy is my prey, it's not your turn to think about it." A cold voice suddenly came from behind. St. Roswald and the Marines cast their gazes immediately. I saw a black-haired boy walking towards them with no expression on his face. "Stop coming, the Roswald family is under the protection of Naval Headquarters, if you don't want to die, get out of here immediately." Marine, the leader, saw that Lin Xiao was young and alone, so he assumed a superior posture and said aggressively. His posture is completely for the celestial dragons beside him to see. "If I could hug the Roswald's lap. He will be promoted and raised in the future as easy as playing." No wonder some people say that Marine is a dog raised by the world government for the celestial dragons. Now I see it as it should be. Marine, pirates, world government, and the G Command Army are all the same dog. Lin Xiao said with a very disdainful expression. "BD, what nonsense are you talking about? I warn you not to move forward, or we will shoot." Marine, the leader, was frightened by Lin Xiao's sudden aura and backed away again and again, but he reacted immediately and ordered his subordinates to shoot in anger. It's just that before these Marines could move, wisps of quicksand directly wrapped them up and crushed them instantly. Don't come here, we are descendants of gods." Roswald was instantly frightened and slumped on the ground. He now wishes he hadn't woken up like his children. There is no need to face such a terrifying scene. What kind of shit descendants of gods? Don't even look in the mirror to see your own appearance, I believe you are descendants of pigs. Lin Xiao pouted, and then a large amount of quicksand gushed out from under his feet, engulfing St. Roswald and his son and daughter. Like sinking into a swamp. Their bodies sank slowly. "Don't kill me, I can give you money, our family is very rich," St. Roswald screamed. But as he struggled, the speed of sinking became faster instead. It was quickly devoured completely. "Don't worry, I won't let you die so soon, in my prison of sand, you can live a little longer." The quicksand that devoured the celestial dragons retreated back to Lin Xiao's feet and disappeared. Sand Prison. It is a new ability developed by Lin Xiao based on the mud-devouring ability of Marsh Fruit Caribou in the original book. Can be used to store some items or mobs. It is very convenient to use. "Hey, has the show started yet?" Lin Xiao, who has been covering the entire island with observation haki, suddenly noticed something, and then he gave a smirk and muttered to himself. Now that the actors are already in place, it's time for me to rush over and give them an unexpected surprise. At the same time, Sabayati Archipelago, on the 12th Peninsula. Facing the pursuit of Zanmomaru and the indiscriminate bombing of pacifists, Luffy, the initiator of the Celestial Dragons incident, finally made the decision to make a strategic escape. But then they encountered Admiral Kizaru, who heard the news. If Pluton Rayleigh hadn't come to the rescue in time, I am afraid that the only possibility to meet Luffy and the others is to destroy the group. I heard that you were on this island many times before, so the rumors are true, Mr. Rayleigh. Kizaru said wretchedly, but there was no surprise on his face. If you can remove the arrest warrant, then I can spend my days here in a fair manner. Rayleigh glanced at Luffy and the others, seeing that they were safe and sound, he was relieved. How can the crimes of the pirates be wiped out, especially if you are a member of the Roger Pirates? Kizaru pinched his chin, and said rather puzzled, I never thought you would come here to stand up for these brats. You seem to be optimistic about them. That kid inherited that straw hat, so I can't let you end their dreams, their time is coming soon. Rayleigh slowly drew his long sword, knowingly asked, Kizaru, for my sake, can you let them go? Don't embarrass me. If we can't capture them back, our Marines will be completely unable to hold their heads up in front of Marie Joy group of celestial dragons. So, Mr. Rayleigh, please don't interfere with my work. Although Kizaru said it very politely, in his hand he had condensed photons into a long and narrow lightsaber. Next second, the two swords collided heavily. It's really nerve-wracking. I originally came to this island with a relaxed and happy mood, but I didn't expect to face an enemy like you. Kizaru complained with a bad face that he didn't want to work overtime. Life is full of confusion, Kizaru, stay here and fight with me at ease. Rayleigh said confidently, and at the same time turned his head and shouted to the Luffy group who were still there in a daze, Brother Luffy, I wish you all the best, get out of here quickly. The first echelon's driving task has been completed, and it's the turn of the second echelon's Bartholomew Kuma to rescue Luffy, who is in despair again. Just when the pacifist PX-1 defeated the Straw Hat crew and was about to deliver a fatal blow, the bear's true self suddenly stood in front of Luffy and his party. Don't get in the way. Xiong took off his gloves and directly shot the pacifist PX-1 flying. Hey, Bartholomew Kuma, what are you doing? Why are you doing something to your own people? Gendarmerie, who was stunned in the distance, roared. However, Xiong ignored him at all, and after shooting all the members of the Straw Hats away, his figure finally came to Luffy. If you were to travel, where would you like to go? After speaking, he waved his palm to Luffy. Call. Rayleigh let out a long sigh of relief. Kizaru has already made him have no time to care about him, but fortunately this Shishibukai is here to help Luffy. However, just when everyone felt that everything was coming to an end. Super electromagnetic gun. A gold coin shot out at 3 times the speed of sound traversed the sky, drawing an orange afterimage, and bombarded Bartholomew Kuma's body heavily. Boom! The bear flew upside down in an instant, and smashed heavily into the ruins in the distance. Blue lightning flashed. Lin Xiao's figure appeared in front of the weeping Luffy, with a wicked smile on the corner of his face. Luffy, we meet again. Chapter 15. Old Guy, do you think you are the only one who knows conquerors? Chapter 15. Old Guy, do you think you are the only one who knows conquerors? What's wrong with me? Why can't I even save a companion? Ah! Almost collapsed, Luffy knelt on the ground and cried loudly, not noticing Lin Xiao's appearance at all. It's noisy. With a bored look on Lin Xiao's face, he reached out and tapped the back of Luffy's head lightly, and the latter lost consciousness instantly and passed out. It's much quieter now. Oh yo, this little brother is so scary, he just sent Shishibukai flying. Kizaru squeezed his chin and said wretchedly. If I'm not mistaken, you are Lin Xiao, the corpse collector that Sengoku often mentioned. The dignified Marine Admiral was dragged down by an old pirate who has been idle for many years. Lin Xiao joked with a smirk, "Kizaru, if your blatant act of spreading water reaches Sengoku's ears, your wages will be deducted." Although Rayleigh was the first officer of the famous One Piece, his strength was once comparable to Roger. But that was, after all, more than 20 years ago. He's past his prime now. It is unknown whether he can beat the emperors such as Katakuri and Ben Beckman. Not to mention Kizaru, whose strength is close to the ceiling level. But the two of them just fought so that you come and I go there, which is a lot of fun. Lin Xiao really wanted to give each of them a room card for the fourth child. Ah, it's an S card. Let them advance directly to the next round of performances. You really are a little unpleasant. Kizaru's face darkened instantly, obviously a little unhappy. At this time, Rayleigh first glanced at Luffy, who was being held by Lin Xiao like a dead dog, and then said with a big face, "This little brother, can you give this old man a face and let Luffy go?" Lin Xiao almost couldn't laugh out loud when he heard this. What the hell, you people who have been with Roger. Don't you even have a face? Everyone you meet has to give a whole sentence to save face. That 25-year-old with red hair looks like this. Rayleigh, the old guy, turned out to be the same. One by one, do they really think they are capable people of the fruits of face? Sure. Lin Xiao didn't refuse either, and immediately nodded and said, "But I have to trade your head for it." You. Rayleigh suddenly became unhappy. Kizaru is really right, you are so annoying. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. His eyes also became sharper. Rayleigh stared at Lin Xiao and said in a deep voice, "It seems that the old man has not made a move for a long time, and has been almost forgotten by the young people now." Boom! Rayleigh narrowed his eyes slightly, and a terrifying conquerors roared out. Swept towards Lin Xiao's position. As if there is some kind of tacit agreement. Kizaru on the side didn't make a move to block it. Just been exposed by Lin Xiao. It has already made him hate each other. Boom! A heavy impact sounded from Lin Xiao's body. The violent conquerors enveloped him like a hurricane. Just to the surprise of Rayleigh and Kizaru. Lin Xiao remained motionless in the midst of the waves. "Old man, you don't think you're the only one who knows conquerors?" Lin Xiao has positioned himself as the opposite of people like Luffy and Rayleigh from the very beginning. Naturally, there will be no mercy now. The dark eyes flickered. A majestic coercion poured out of his body instantly. A vicious collision with Rayleigh's conquerors. Click! ZZ! While the two conquerors kept colliding, lightning-like dark red energy splashed out like a raging thunder snake, leaving cracks on the surrounding ground. "It seems that Mr. Sengoku still underestimated your strength. I didn't expect you to have such restless aptitude," Kizaru said quite unexpectedly. In the eyes behind the sunglasses, there was a rare look of seriousness. And the restless qualifications in his mouth. Naturally, it refers to the conqueror's haki on Lin Xiao. Within the world government and marine, there has always been an unwritten rule. That is to meet the pirate who owns conqueror's haki. It must be eliminated before it grows, regardless of the cost. Otherwise, it will become trouble. Apparently Kizaru also wanted to kill Lin Xiao at this moment. The collision between the two conquerors did not last long and ended abruptly. A drop of sweat dripped from the corner of Rayleigh's forehead. He stared at Lin Xiao with a complicated expression and asked, "What is your relationship with the Golden Lion? Why do I sense his breath in your conquerors?" "Why should I tell you?" Lin Xiao asked proudly. However, at this moment, Bartholomew Kuma, who was just sent flying by Lin Xiao, flashed. Reappeared in front of Lin Xiao. "Give me back Luffy, his end is not here." Lin Xiao's super electromagnetic gun just now left a huge dent directly in front of his chest. From the broken position, you can clearly see the large mechanical body inside. It must be that the bear has already accepted part of the body modification at this time. Bartholomew Kuma, I really want to know, as a former cadre of the Commander-in-Chief and a current member of the Kaiwu under the King, why did you agree to the request of the world government and Vegapunk to carry out a complete transformation? Lin Xiao stared at the bear and said playfully. Bear's taijutsu is combined with the heaven-defying combination of meatball fruit. It allows him to face opponents below 4 emperors and admiral. Almost invincible. Of course, the emperor's deputy with extremely powerful weapons like katakuri is also excluded. But such a strong man. But willing to accept the transformation of Vegapunk. Become a walking dead without mind and soul. The reason here really made Lin Xiao curious. It's best not to ask questions that you shouldn't know. Otherwise, you may bring yourself a fatal disaster. Give me back Luffy, and I can act like nothing happened. Bartholomew Kuma's tone was still calm and gentle, but anyone could hear the anger in it. Lin Xiao shook the fainted Luffy in his hand with a disapproving expression, and said with a smirk. It's best not to rescue people who you shouldn't save, otherwise, you may end up killing yourself. PS1, as for the Emperor's deputy, I personally think it can be understood as the deputy of the 4 emperors, not limited to the deputy captain like Ben Beckman. This title in this book does not only refer to the comparison of combat power. PS2, the new book is on the road, please vote for free flowers and votes, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 16 This kid is too poisonous. Chapter 16 This kid is too poisonous. You've gone too far, Luffy in your hands will only bring you death, why don't you just let me go and let him go where he should go? Bartholomew Kuma said with a blank face. Can I understand that you are threatening me? Lin Xiao's corners were slightly raised, and he patted his chest pretending to be scared and said. Looks like I'll just have to send this hot potato to the world government and use him as a Shishibukai for fun. But I'm very curious. You said that cheap father of Luffy, after hearing that his son was captured by the world government, would he bring someone to rescue him? The smile on Lin Xiao's face became more and more evil. In case he really couldn't resist going, would you say those G-Ministry cadres who have been imprisoned in Impel Down think he is partial? With just over a week left until Summit War. Lin Xiao is not afraid of the news being leaked at all. Instead, I hope that someone can take the initiative to spread the news. This saves him from contacting Nico Robin. Ask the other party to tell the dragon about Luffy's capture. Hiss. Kizaru and Rayleigh gasped at the same time. The eyes looking at Lin Xiao were full of unbelievable shock. This bee is poisonous. Ah, no, this kid is really venomous. Is this your final decision? There was a rare look of anger on Bartholomew Kuma's face. He is really angry. Although most of his emotions have been eliminated by Dr. Vegapunk along with the body modification. But the words and deeds of the black-haired boy in front of him really offended his bottom line. Even if his current identity is 7 warlords of the sea. But Dragon is still the big brother in his memory who took care of him for many years. This is also the main reason why he came to rescue Luffy's gang at the risk of breaking with Marine. Before he completely loses consciousness and self. Return this kindness. Now we're done talking about Luffy, we have to talk about the thing you threatened me just now. Lin Xiao ignored Xiang's question, but smiled grimly. For me, what I hate the most is being threatened by others. Whenever someone threatens me, I want to kill him. Bartholomew Kuma, since you are ready to be a mechanical dog that fully obeys the orders of the world government, why not hand over your ball fruit? I like the ability to deflect all power away. I went to Gecko Moria's site to find you and Luffy before, but I didn't expect you to leave there so early. Bear's Row. Ball fruit is not the top devil fruit. But within a certain strength range. It can be said to be extremely buggy. Even if its active area is limited to the flesh pad like a cat's paw in the palm. However, according to the wishes of the capable person, it can produce the power to actively or passively bounce off anything. Not to mention attack methods such as slash, slash wave, and shock wave. The most amazing thing is that the ball fruit can even bounce off emotions and energies such as fatigue, pain, injury, and heat. If combined with superb taijutsu and advanced observation haki, it can be said that it will become an extremely heaven-defying existence. If possible. Lin Xiao naturally didn't want to let go of this devil fruit. Overreaching. Bartholomew Kuma snorted coldly, and opened his arms violently. The air began to undergo extreme compression under the effect of the ability of the fleshy ball fruit in his palm. Bear Paw Impact. A small bear paw air bomb containing a terrifying shock wave flew towards Lin Xiao. Sure enough, it's useless to reason in this world, everything depends on fists. Lin Xiao pulled out Sakura Ten and the dead wood from the two sand pillars rising from under his feet. He waved his hand and chopped a knife at will. Slash wave. A huge crescent-shaped sword energy suddenly appeared, piercing the sky. With the power to tear apart space, it collided with the air bomb in the air. Rumble. The terrifying explosion instantly resounded throughout the island, and the turbulent air waves swept out like a hurricane. The ground under everyone's feet trembled. What? He actually knows Golden Lion's sword skills. Rayleigh's expression changed instantly. As the old opponent of Roger Pirates, Golden Lion has experienced this trick/wave many times. But what really surprised Rayleigh was the kendo artistic conception contained in Lin Xiao's /wave is actually the same as that of Golden Lion. This guy obviously doesn't even look 20 years old. How could it be possible to have such a profound knowledge of swordsmanship? Kizaru on the side was also shocked by this scene. Great swordsman? This kid is actually a great swordsman. Kizaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he is not a professional swordsman, but he also dabbled in kendo. Otherwise, a move like Amazon Cloud Sword would not have been specially developed. What he couldn't believe was that, at Lin Xiao's age, to have such an amazing talent. No wonder Mr. Sengoku always said that this kid has admirable resources. If he can't be used by Marine, he must be eradicated as soon as possible before he grows up. His talent and growth are truly terrifying. What an out-and-out monster. Should the old man kill him here? But this kid seems to be very difficult to deal with. Kizaru held his chin in thought. But it was soon affected by Lin Xiao's fight with Xiong. Bear relies on the bug ability of ball fruit. Lin Xiao's several /waves bounced off one after another. But it is also impossible for him to take Luffy back from Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's observation haki is on top of him. Don't give him a chance to shoot himself flying. If it wasn't for not wanting to expose too much other abilities in front of Kizaru, I'm afraid the battle between the two is finally over. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Sakura Ten and Dead Tree drew after images in mid-air, and giant slashing waves shimmering with dazzling golden light roared out. The dense wave is like a gold storm raging between heaven and earth. Instantly enveloped the entire area. Bartholomew Kuma didn't dare to be careless at all. While moving quickly, he kept waving his palms to bounce off the oncoming wave. And all the waves that were shot by him were played in the positions of Rayleigh and Kizaru. Under this indiscriminate attack, no one can stay out of it. Chapter 17 Kizaru, give Marine a face. Chapter 17 Kizaru, give Marine a face. Rumble. Explosions rang out one after another, the ground trembled violently, and the smoke and dust filled the entire battlefield. Hey, Mr. Big Bear, can you stop flicking that kid's wave towards me? Kizaru said with a depressed face. Laozi was watching a show on the sidelines, and couldn't stop watching. It's very simple to solve this problem, all you need to do is stop that little brat who's acting up indiscriminately. Rayleigh warded off wave with his sword, and bewitched with a smile. How about it, Kizaru, do you want to join hands with me and teach him a lesson? Oh, it's really a headache. Kizaru scratched his hair helplessly, stared at Lin Xiao in the distance, and said with a complicated expression. Although I really want to deal with that unpleasant boy, but he seems to have said just now that he will grab the straw hat and go to the world government to negotiate. If I attack him now, I may be punished. Besides, the old man is Marine Admiral, how could he cooperate with pirates? Mr. Rayleigh, it seems that our battle just now has not been decided yet. You'd better concentrate. After all, the Omekongan sword condensed from photons slashed at Rayleigh again. Kizaru is helpless. In fact, he wanted to kill Lin Xiao more than Rayleigh. But after the other party said that they wanted to exchange Luffy for Shishibuokai's identity in the world government, he has no reason to do anything to Lin Xiao anymore. Although Marine has the right to recruit Shishibuokai, but there is no power of nomination and pardon. The initiative has always been in the hands of the world government. This is also after Blackbeard caught the ace. Why can go directly to the Holy Land Marie Joyce to meet 5 elders to discuss the conditions? For veterans like Kizaru. Naturally, I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble for myself. Although he always had the feeling that he had been tricked by Lin Xiao. But there is nothing to do with the other party. So angry. Hey! Brother Luffy's situation is very bad. Although I really want to help him, it's a pity that time is not forgiving. Rayleigh kept panting heavily, sweat dripped from his forehead, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. It is always impossible for people to refuse to accept it. He was not Kizaru's opponent in the first place. Want to get rid of Kizaru in a short time to rescue Luffy? It is simply harder than climbing to the sky. He can only pin his hopes on Bartholomew Kuma now. I hope the opponent can defeat Lin Xiao. Get Luffy out of here. Hey, Mr. Rayleigh, in the face of a Marine Admiral, you are still thinking about others. You must be underestimating this old man, give me enough time. At this time, Kizaru had transferred the resentment in his heart to Rayleigh's head. The offensive suddenly became much faster and fiercer. Rayleigh suddenly complained in his heart. The other side. Shove the pressure cannon. Bartholomew Kuma pushed forward quickly with both hands, and a large number of bear paw shock waves powerful enough to blast through steel hit Lin Xiao. And Lin Xiao is like strolling in the garden. Pass through the shock wave calmly. Burst slash. With 2 swords in his hand, he slashed out horizontally. The ability to explode fruit is secretly attached to the blade. Row. Ball fruit is buggy. But the disadvantages are equally obvious. That is, the ability user can only use the palm part to use the ability. Other parts do not have this ability. That is to say, as long as the attack area exceeds the range of the bear's palms, can hurt him. Break this bug. At this moment, Bartholomew Kuma, who had been tricked by Lin Xiao, didn't notice it at all. See the 2 swords cut down. He raised his palms to meet him. Rumble. When the blade palms collided, a terrifying roar erupted. The scattered shock waves directly destroyed the ground under their feet. The tall and strong body of the bear flew upside down from the gunpowder in an instant. It smashed heavily into the ruins in the distance. Although the ball fruit blocked most of the frontal impact. But the aftermath of the explosion and slash still cannot be underestimated. The tyrant bear is nothing more than that. Erosion of reincarnation. Lin Xiao had a vicious smile on his face, and he didn't give Xiang a chance to breathe. His hands slammed to the ground. The ground turned into a desert in the blink of an eye. Sand waterfall burial. Shocking waves of sand surged towards Bartholomew Kuma's position non-stop. At the same time, his body continued to sink under the drag of the quicksand. Hateful. There was a rare look of panic in Xiang's eyes. Hastily activated the row. Ball fruit ability to resist the sand waves non-stop. The rumbling explosions continued one after another. Arouse the dust all over the sky. However, the sand flow created by Lin Xiao seems to be endless. The old just fell apart. The new sand wave has already been photographed. No respite for bears at all. At the same time, the deep quicksand under his feet had no place to rely on. with every counterattack of the bear. The sinking speed of his body accelerated a bit. Soon there was only one huge head left outside the sand layer. What a terrifying ability! The battle between Kizaru and Rayleigh was interrupted the moment the desert appeared. Pointing to the bear that was about to be completely devoured, Kizaru said with a complicated look, "Mr. Lin Xiao, for the sake of Marine, can you release Bartholomew Kuma? Although his behavior today is abnormal, he is Dr. Vegapunk's experiment after all. If you kill him here, it will be very difficult for me to go back. Summit War is coming soon. Bear is a member of Shishibukai. In this battle, it will certainly be able to share a lot of pressure for Marine. And the bear is also the research object of human weapons designated by the world government. Naturally, it was impossible for Kizaru to let Lin Xiao kill him. Kizaru, that's not how you pull the side frame. When he hit me just now, didn't you see any scruples?" Lin Xiao sneered again and again, and said with a little sarcasm. "Anyway, he is about to be transformed into a thoughtless human weapon. Even if he dies, I believe that with Vegapunk's ability, he can also complete the corresponding transformation." Chapter 18 Rayleigh Who Can't Protect Himself. Chapter 18 Rayleigh Who Can't Protect Himself. You are really unpleasant, but this time you can't let yourself be fooled. Regarding Dr. Vegapunk's experiment, Kizaru did not dare to be sloppy at all. "Ignore Rayleigh immediately. Raise your hand and shoot a laser at Lin Xiao." Baiu. The dazzling light beam flew across quickly, but Lin Xiao dodged it calmly. Rumble. In the distance, the huge Yarchman mangrove marked with the number 24 snapped off. The ground of the island trembled. "Oh, do you still have observation haki?" Kizaru frowned slightly, and the wretched smile on his face was withdrawn, revealing a rare solemn look. The strength Lin Xiao displayed today far exceeded his expectations. Conqueror's haki, sand control ability similar to K-Lock Dar, Golden Lion's sword skills. If combined with the legendary of Coffin Fruit, Kizaru felt that he couldn't let him kill Bartholomew Kuma anymore. "If you are willing to stop now, I can pretend that nothing happened. I've heard that Kizaru Admiral's sparkling fruit is coming to Ultimate soon. I'm fine today, and I want to learn about it," Lin Xiao said confidently. Although he doesn't think he can deal with an admiral and a high-end combat power of the Emperor's lieutenant level at the same time. But if he wants to go, neither Kizaru nor Rayleigh could keep him. Lack of actual combat experience has always been his shortcoming. Today, I just used these two top combat powers to get a wave of experience. What a stubborn guy. Kizaru shook his head, and his figure instantly turned into a streamer, appearing beside Lin Xiao. "Speed is power, have you ever been kicked by light?" The shining right foot is raised high. Then he kicked Lin Xiao hard on the head. "Sand shield." Lin Xiao whispered calmly. Boom. There was a dull explosion. Kizaru's figure immediately retreated to its previous position. His light speed kick was actually blocked. Armament haki. I have to say, Lin Xiao, you are really an unsettling monster. You are actually a Grandmaster Conqueror's haki at such a young age. Kizaru looked at Lin Xiao with a complicated expression. At the moment beside Lin Xiao, a half-arc shield made of sand stood quietly. And the surface of the shield is also covered with a layer of dark armament haki. Kizaru is confident in his speed. He didn't release the water at all in the blow just now. But it was still captured by Lin Xiao's observation haki. And it was blocked by a sand wall covered in armed colors. The meaning is self-evident. Lin Xiao's knowledge level is even higher than his. An armament haki is at least not weaker than him. At the same time, Brother Kizaru, it looks like we've temporarily switched from being enemies to being on the same side. You want to save that Shishibukai, and I want Brother Luffy to continue his journey. Rayleigh waited for an opportunity like a lion majesty, his figure rushed towards him, and he slashed down with the long sword in his hand. Lin Xiao charged forward with two swords. Clang clang clang. Boom boom boom. The three long swords wrapped around armament haki collided fiercely at an indescribable speed. Rumbling explosions resounded through the sky like thunder. The collision of the slash and armament haki aroused countless dark red electric snakes and violent shock waves. In an instant, the place where the two passed was razed to the ground. Even Kizaru couldn't help but take a few steps back to avoid the sharp edge. Slash wave. Boom. Although Rayleigh blocked the huge slash with his sword, but his figure was still pushed back more than 10 meters. The continuous high-intensity fighting had already made his breathing become short of breath. The cold sweat on the forehead also kept flowing down. The once famous One Piece's right wrist has become the twilight of the past. Kizaru Admiral, it's not good, the three members of the Roswald Saint family are missing. Just when Kizaru was wondering whether to make a 2-on-1 attack, a marine communications soldier ran over in a panic from a distance. What happened? Kizaru's face changed instantly, and he realized the seriousness of the matter in an instant. Just now the large force rushed to No. 1 population auction field to respond, and found that all the rescue teams sent before were beheaded, and the whereabouts of Roswald Saint's family are unknown. Marshal Sengoku has sent an urgent message from Marine Ford, please take the 3 missing celestial dragons back. The communications soldier reported with a disturbed expression. Damn it, those guys really caused trouble. Annoyed, Kizaru glanced at Lin Xiao who was fighting Rayleigh in the distance, and the bear who had already been swallowed by quicksand. In the end, he flicked his sleeves and left in anger. Compared to Bartholomew Kuma, who is about to be transformed into a human weapon, the celestial dragons are far greater in importance and influence. So he had to give up Lin Xiao and Xiang. Go to Peninsula 1 to investigate the whereabouts of the celestial dragons. But before leaving, Kizaru specifically ordered his subordinate Senmomaru. Send all the pacifists here. Strictly prevent Lin Xiao from taking the bear's body away. This is his final bottom line. Tisk tisk tisk, old man Rayleigh, Kizaru has rushed to save Marine's master celestial dragons. Now you are alone, what are you going to do? Lin Xiao knew exactly what Kizaru was going to do. This is also the backup he arranged for himself in advance. Prevent being pinched by Kizaru, Rayleigh, and Bear and unable to escape. But now it seems that, unexpectedly, it provided him with a good opportunity to kill Rayleigh. As One Piece's mate, Wang Luffy's Conqueror's Haki mentor. Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki are naturally all advanced goods. Lin Xiao was quite moved by this. It seems that it is impossible for you to hand over Luffy. Luffy is Shank's favorite successor, and your actions will undoubtedly anger his bottom line. Rayleigh sighed helplessly. Looking at Lin Xiao, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent, he said slowly. Even if you become a Shishibukai in the future, Shanks will never let you go. I don't even care about Marine Admiral. Do you think a mere 4 emperors, do I care? Lin Xiao dismissed her disdainfully. As for the redhead who is always nosy, likes to give me face everywhere, and secretly colludes with the 5 elders. Lin Xiao didn't like it at all. Even without the Luffy thing. Sooner or later, he will have to fight with it. Now seeing Rayleigh pressing himself with red hair, Lin Xiao felt extremely ridiculous. But Rayleigh, you really love to worry about it. Even though you are already in danger, you still have the time to worry about Luffy. P.S. Thank you FENG1023 for your monthly pass. Thank you Wugon1314 Boss for the monthly pass. Thanks to Mr. Ray for the monthly pass. Thank you Xiao Xiaofeng for the monthly pass. Thank you Atheist Boss for the monthly pass. Thank you for your monthly ticket support, my brother is very grateful. The new book is on the road, and please vote for free flowers and votes, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 19 Meatball Fruit in Hand. Chapter 19 Meatball Fruit arrived. This little brother, it's not so easy to kill me, bang. Before Rayleigh finished speaking, a gold coin far exceeding 3 times the speed of sound had already bombarded his right shoulder heavily. The blow that was caught off guard directly blasted Rayleigh's strong body into the air. Ugh! Rayleigh's screams soon echoed throughout the island. At this moment, his right shoulder had sunk deeply. Blood kept gushing out. The right arm hangs down weakly. Mostly useless. Hiss, well, what a terrifying attack, is that guy a monster? Jean Doan, who had been watching the battle from a distance, was suddenly frightened into a cold sweat. Although he also has observation haki. But it didn't capture the trajectory of Lin Xiao's super electromagnetic gun at all. Hastily pulled out the phone bug to contact Kizaru. Even with 4 or 5 pacifists standing around, Jean Doan still felt that he couldn't hold the situation here at all. Obviously abandoned by the times, but always want to jump out to find a sense of existence. Golden Lion is like this, Rayleigh, you are also like this. Lin Xiao came to Rayleigh with a smirk, stepped on his chest, and there was a click bone cracking sound. Can't you old guys find a place to live with cats and live in peace? I have to rush out one by one to die. You really killed the Golden Lion. Rayleigh's pupils shrank sharply, and the expression on his face was extremely complicated. Now he somewhat regrets why he came here to swim in this muddy water. Although he is very optimistic about Luffy. But he doesn't bring a watch and is willing to give his life for the other party. And the black-haired boy in front of me. No matter the scheming or the means. Rayleigh, who is used to seeing strong winds and waves, felt shuddering. He suddenly agreed with Lin Xiao's words just now. As a remnant of the old days, he has indeed been abandoned by the new age. The sea is destined to set off an unprecedented stormy sea. And this era also began to become turbulent. That's right, that useless old guy didn't dare to take revenge on the world government and marine directly, but wanted to prove his strength by destroying East Blue. He really is a bullying waste. Lin Xiao did not hide the look of contempt in his eyes at all. He somewhat admired the behavior of the Golden Lion before he escaped from Impel Down. But not with the mighty lion fruit. But what kind of IQ medicine is researched? And in an attempt to destroy East Blue's mysterious show operation, which is at the bottom of the overall strength. It really made Lin Xiao feel that Golden Lion really didn't have an IQ in his mind. Rayleigh, before you die, do you have any last words? The strength on Lin Xiao's feet gradually increased, blood continued to overflow from the corner of Rayleigh's jaw, and even breathing became difficult. But just when Rayleigh thought he was going to die, the murderer's pressure was suddenly released. Boom! Lin Xiao kicked Rayleigh away, then walked back cursing. What the hell, I almost forgot, now I don't have so much spare money to waste. If you count the bears about to be prayed. Lin Xiao only has 1 billion berry left in his hand. It is only enough for 1 VIP looting. And in the following summit war. Whether Whitebeard's shock fruit, or Ace's Maramara fruit, or Marco's phoenix fruit. But they were all things that Lin Xiao coveted. Note, Marco's devil fruit's full name is Zoan Phantom Beast Bird Fruit Phoenix form, for convenience it will be referred to as Phoenix fruit in the future. In contrast, Rayleigh's Conqueror's haki can only be put on the back. Lin Xiao now feels as if she went to the green building and happily ordered 2 beautiful girls. I touched my pocket but didn't bring any money. Not to mention how disappointing it is. Go away, it's best not to let me see you next time. Lin Xiao wasn't too entangled. Pay no attention to Pluton Rayleigh fleeing in dismay behind. Go straight to the place where Bartholomew Kuma was devoured. With a slight upward pick of the finger, a bloody corpse was pushed up from a depth of 200 meters underground by the quicksand. VIP plundering, start. Next second, a huge golden coffin with extremely luxurious shape fell from the sky under Jean Dalmaru's horrified eyes. Clatter. The golden lid is opened. 6 golden chains as thick as arms shot out of the coffin in an instant. The body of Bartholomew Kuma was dragged in directly. Ding! VIP ability looting is complete. Ding! Congratulations to host, for getting the meatball fruit ability from the newly dead Bartholomew Kuma. The system has been automatically scale-free, eliminating side effects such as seawater and sea stone. Please feel free to use the host. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining Advanced Taijutsu Grandmaster. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Primary Observation Haki. Since it does not exceed the level of the host itself, it is automatically converted into corresponding experience. Lin Xiao is not surprised that Xiang's knowledge is only primary. Because in the original work, when the bear dreads the bark, he was hit by Zoro's one-sword Ryahi Lion Song Ge. You must know that Zoro at this time is not at the level 2 years later. It's just that weak character who was abused by Hawkeye with a knife. Just being Shishibukai. The bear doesn't even know how to arm it. This was somewhat beyond Lin Xiao's expectation. But think about it carefully. The bear has the bug ability to bounce off anything and the power of the meatball fruit. It is true that there is no need to practice armed color anymore. As long as you practice your physical skills to ultimate, he is basically invincible. Now the corpse can be returned to you. Lin Xiao said something to Zhang Doan, who was frightened into silence in the distance. Then picked up Luffy. Go in the direction of the port. His next stop. It is the holy place Marijoi's at the top of the red line. Chapter 20 Sengoku's Uneasiness. Chapter 20 Sengoku's Uneasiness. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Marshal's Office. Pora Salino, what do you eat? 3 celestial dragons were quietly taken away under their noses. Do you know how much this will affect the prestige of Marine and world government? Sengoku slapped his desk and yelled at Kizaru from the phone bug. Although he doesn't like the disgusting group of celestial dragons. But the orders of the world government must be obeyed. Now dispatching an admiral failed to save the 3 celestial dragons. Undoubtedly, it was a blow to Marine's prestige. Summit War is coming soon. This kind of thing that damages Marine's reputation. That's the last thing Sengoku wants to see. Mr. Sengoku, there seem to be too many pirates in Sabayati. Even characters of Pluton Rayleigh's level have appeared. I can't handle it alone. Kizaru said to the phone bug with an innocent face. Besides, Bartholomew Kuma suddenly turned against Straw Hat Crew. If Lin Xiao, the body collector, hadn't suddenly appeared and subdued him, I'm afraid the situation on the scene would have gotten out of control further. Well, Lin Xiao actually appeared there. Bear's defection Sengoku is not unexpected. After all, Shishibukai does not take orders from Marine. Sengoku is no stranger to this. However, Lin Xiao's shot made him faintly feel that something was wrong. Based on his understanding of Lin Xiao, it is absolutely impossible to help Marine out of the siege for no reason. As expected. Kizaru's next words confirmed his suspicions. But Bartholomew Kuma died in the hands of Lin Xiao in the end. I can take a lot of effort to snatch the bear's body back. Mr. Sengoku, Sakura Ten and the dead wood are in that kid's hands. It seems that the one who killed the golden lion should be him. In order to divert Sengoku's anger, Kizaru skillfully turned the hatred on Lin Xiao. Who made that kid talk so unpleasantly? What did you say? A look of shock appeared on Sengoku's face. The golden lion died at the hands of Lin Xiao? If the previous K-Lock doll was regarded as a leak by him, so the current golden lion and Bartholomew Kuma were defeated by Lin Xiao alone. This guy's growth rate is too pervert. Damn it, to lose a Shishibukai at such a time. Sengoku punched the table hard, anger welling up in his heart. Mr. Sengoku, please calm down. I think Dr. Vegapunk should be able to handle Bartholomew Kuma's problem. He had already undergone extensive body modification, so whether he lived or died should not have much impact. As the interim commander of the Marine Science Force, Kizaru is quite convinced of Vegapunk's ability. Otherwise, they would not contribute their own lasers as the main means of attack for pacifists. And Lin Xiao's ultimate goal is likely to be Shi Shibukai's position. He has already put on the straw hat Luffy and went to Marie Joyce to meet the 5 elders. What did you say? Sengoku exclaimed in surprise, his mind went blank. First Fire Fist Ace, now even Straw Hat Luffy got caught. The big staff officer Crane, who was sitting on the sofa, reminded with a solemn expression, Sengoku, Garp may need you to take precautions in advance. Garp and Sengoku are comrades in arms and friends. So we are very familiar with each other's habits. Now an ace has made Garp distraught. If you add his own grandson, no one can tell that this old guy who has never been smarter than his brain. What amazing moves will be made during Summit War. Lin Xiao, that BD, has created such a big hidden danger for me at this moment. Does he want to start an all-out war? Cold sweat dripped down Sengoku's forehead. There is only 1 week left until Ace's public execution. The pressure on Marine has never been greater. If at this time the forces of the commanding army behind Luffy are involved again, even if hundreds of thousands of soldiers are gathered, Sengoku wasn't even the slightest bit sure. After Lin Xiao stepped in, the situation has begun to develop in a direction beyond Sengoku's control. Even if he is the resourceful general recognized by Marine, there is also a sense of helplessness. Zaya before the execution day comes, please keep an eye on that old fellow Garp. If he behaves abnormally, I can only... Sengoku didn't continue talking, but a look of unbearable flashed in his eyes. If it were someone else, regardless of the possibility of betrayal, Sengoku will throw the opponent into impel down immediately. But Garp is different. The opponent is the Marine hero. It is Marine's high-end combat power again. At the same time, he is still an old friend who advances and retreats with him, lives and dies with him. Sengoku really couldn't do it. What Sengoku doesn't know, however, is that this bond between him and Garp, it was considered by Lin Xiao early on. When Lin Xiao was choosing a hunting target, the reason to give up the ace, choose Luffy as the entry point, it's not just for the purpose of attracting the G-Death army who hide in the dark and dare not show their faces. At the same time, I also wanted Garp to add some variables to Marine. For this old guy who has been praised by countless sea fans, Lin Xiao saw that he was already displeased. If calling Roger brothers and sisters is just a sympathy between the strong, then Garp shielded Ace mother and son, indirectly killing hundreds of innocent babies and pregnant women. It's even worse than pirates. In a sense, as a Marine hero, Garp knew the law and broke the law. And Blackbeard's act of trying to kill teammates to capture dark fruit, not much difference. Now that they are all just for their own selfishness and disregarding the lives of others. Why is only Blackbeard cast aside by the world? And he, Garp, enjoys the worship of everyone? He too. And whether it's Luffy, still an ace, the reason why they took the current path, all are inextricably linked to Garp's educational approach. Just like some undisciplined bear children. You don't want to teach yourself a lesson. Then society will definitely teach you a lesson. It's just that the result is likely to be like the current ace. So Lin Xiao wanted to see Garp on the day his 2 grandsons were executed. What choice will be made? To uphold the honor of Marine. Still bowing to family love? No, I have to go to Marie Joyce myself. After contemplating for a long time, Sengoku suddenly stood up and said with an uneasy expression, I want to see with my own eyes, what kind of heart does that kid Lin Xiao have? P.S. Although the younger brother is not K, I still feel a little disgusted with some of his actions, so if it caused discomfort to Kefin, I apologize here first. In addition, the eternal change, please vote for free flowers and votes. My brother is very grateful. Chapter 21 Face Sengoku. Chapter 21 Face Sengoku. The red soil lands below. Lin Xiao carried Luffy, led by a Marine Vice Admiral, and slowly ascended in a special bubble pod. A group of Marine soldiers who were ready for battle stood nervously behind the two. The invisible aura emanating from Lin Xiao's body was too powerful. Let these people have a feeling of restlessness. Soon the group came to the top of the red line. It is different from the barren and dangerous situation in the Nether. The holy land of Marie-Joyce is calm and the climate is mild and pleasant. Looking around, it is full of beautiful scenery of singing birds and fragrant flowers, just like a fairyland on earth. It's a waste of such a good place for celestial dragons idiots. Lin Xiao made no secret of his disdain for celestial dragons, which drew the attention of Marine Vice Admiral beside him. Before Lin Xiao arrived, he received an urgent order from Marshal Sengoku. You must not offend the young man in front of you. Otherwise this madman might have done something amazing in Marie-Joyce. So even if he heard that the other party was slandering the nobles of the world, he could only suppress his anger and swallow his anger. We're coming to Pangu City soon, if you don't want to die there, you'd better control your scorpion. Leading the way, Vice Admiral said something coldly, and then walked forward first. At the end of the line of sight of the two, a huge castle surrounded by clouds stands in the very center of Marie-Joyce. There is the center of world power. Pangu City with supreme majesty and power. The supreme leader of the world government. There lies the 5 elders, who rule the pinnacle of world power. However, Lin Xiao knew clearly. The 5 elders are nothing more than 5 puppets placed on a table. The real big boss in Pangu City. The real master behind the scenes of world government. The true master of the Void Throne. I'm alone from beginning to end. I'm usually lives among the flowers in the deepest part of Pangu City. Her existence is top secret to the whole world. Except for the 5 elders, I'm afraid. Only Lin Xiao, a traveler, knew of her existence. There are many speculations in later generations. Some say she is Luffy's mother. It is also said that she is the alien who led the 20 kingdoms to destroy the huge kingdom 800 years ago. And the most popular among the many sayings at present is, I'm is actually Uranus, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Although Lin Xiao was curious about Im's identity, but he came here for the identity of Shishibukai. There is no need to take the risk of detecting the existence of the other party. Soon, a group of people came to Pangu City. Look closely. The huge castle was even more grand than Lin Xiao imagined. And at this moment in front of the huge doorway, a tall and majestic figure was already waiting there. Marine Marshal Buddha's Sengoku. Looking at Lin Xiao who was walking slowly, and Luffy in his hands, the look on Sengoku's face became extremely complicated. How much he had hoped to recruit this talented boy into Marine. But things backfired. The opponent finally chose the opposite of Marine. Mr. Sengoku, we meet again. Lin Xiao greeted with a smile. Lin Xiao, now that you know Luffy's true identity, you must be able to guess how much change this will bring to the public execution. Sengoku asked bluntly. What the hell are you trying to do? The variables in Mr. Sengoku's mouth, are you referring to the commanding army? Or, the Vice Admiral Garp who is known as the hero of the Marine? Lin Xiao asked back with a smile. You. Sengoku's pupils contracted violently. He guessed right. This kid is really plotting against Marine. Don't be so nervous Mr. Sengoku, I just want to play this kid as a Shishibukai. As for what power is behind him and what unnecessary troubles it will cause, I'm afraid you can't tell me, right? How to deal with Luffy is not up to your Marine's immediate boss, the world government. Lin Xiao grinned, as if he didn't see Sengoku's burning eyes, and said leisurely when the two of them crossed each other. Mr. Sengoku, instead of playing with me here, why not use this time to think about how to persuade the 5 elders not to execute Luffy at the same time on the execution day? Finished talking, he picked up Luffy and walked into the castle laughing. naval headquarters after all. In fact, it is just a tool for the world government to control the sea. No real right to speak. Even if Sengoku is the Marine Marshal. In Lin Xiao's view, the other party is in this big Pangu city. Most likely not as dignified as a dog from the Celestial Dragon's family. Although this is a bit harsh. But it is true. At least in the original book, 5 elders used similar words to reprimand the new Marshal Akainu. A descendant of a god, a nobleman of the world. These years, Celestial Dragons, a group of pig-like garbage, committed the outrageous things. In fact, it is no less than a pirate. But in the end, which one isn't Marine wiping their A? In the final analysis, the justice pursued by Marine. It's just a means to restrain the common people. And the Celestial Dragons, who really represent evil. However, he was dubbed the descendant of the gods, which is enough to exempt everything, and continued to do evil. This pedantic concept has long been in the blood of every Marine general, including Marshal Sengoku. And it will continue to be passed down. This is why Lin Xiao would rather choose the riskiest option. The root cause of the reluctance to join Marine. Because Marine sucks. Damn, the old man will definitely not let your scheme succeed. Sengoku said through gritted teeth. Then quickly followed up. As Lin Xiao expected. Even though Sengoku was about to be blown up, he didn't dare to attack in Pangu City at all. This isn't naval headquarters after all. Even Kong Kong, the former marshal of the Marines and now the commander-in-chief of the entire army, needs to act cautiously here. He, Sengoku, doesn't have the guts and capital to act recklessly. Chapter 22 Shishibukai Identity Obtained. Chapter 22 Shishibukai Identity Obtained. Pangu City. Gold Hall of Power. In the resplendent palace, apart from a luxurious sofa in the center that can accommodate 3 people, there are only 2 chairs and a small round table. That is to say, people who come here, no matter how honorable status you have outside. But before the 5 elders, they are all standing. I heard you came for Shishabukai's place. But it's a pity that the position that Cloak Doll vacated was taken by Blackbeard a few days ago. The long straight-haired Wang Liaoxing who was standing by the sofa spoke first. The other 4 looked at Lin Xiao sharply. Lin Xiao didn't speak. But like magic, with a smirk, he threw a bloody cloth bag in front of the 5 elders. Gilu. A round head rolled out from inside. It was Gecko Moria, one of the Shishibukai who was defeated by Luffy not long ago. On Moria's pale face, still retaining the terrified expression at the time of death, it makes people feel the same fear as soon as they see it. There's room now, Lin Xiao said with a smile. While slowly sitting back, a throne formed of sand quickly condenses under the feet. Fits perfectly with his movements. Speaking of which, Gecko Moria died somewhat aggrieved. Lin Xiao obviously wanted to capture Luffy from the terror bark. But I didn't expect that because I miscalculated the other party's itinerary. When they arrived, Luffy and his gang had already finished the banquet and left. And Moria, who happened to be bumped into Lin Xiao, who was at a loss, was taken as head. Looking at the blood-stained ground, the 5 elders showed displeasure on their faces. The black-haired boy in front of him was really too arrogant. Even in front of those in power like them, they don't know how to restrain themselves. But they still recognized Lin Xiao's strength very much. The Battle of Sabayati Archipelago alone. Lin Xiao drew with Admiral Kizaru alone. Seriously injured Pluton Rayleigh. Successfully kill Bartholomew Kuma. Such a gorgeous record is enough to attract the attention of a few of them. In other words, according to 5 elders, Lin Xiao is definitely qualified to be a member of 7 warlords of the sea. That's why they agreed to meet Lin Xiao. Originally, they planned to give up Hixia Jinbei's position to Lin Xiao. Because after Naval Headquarters issued the Shishibukai mandatory summoning order, Jinbei actually refused the first time. What are you clamoring about? Shishibukai title is nothing at all. Dad Whitebeard is more important. This comment made the 5 elders very angry. So Jinbei was directly imprisoned in the 6th floor of Impel Down. Became neighbors with Fire Fist Ace. I believe I don't need to say more, you all know the identity and background of Luffy, the son of the world's most ferocious criminal, the grandson of the Marine legendary hero, the culprit who caused the N-Ice lobby to make the world government lose face, and the bounty is 300 million, the supernova of. Lin Xiao described Luffy's identity thoroughly, then paused slightly, glanced at 5 elders playfully, and said in an extremely bewitching tone. Such a guy should be no less inferior to the son of One Piece, right? After all, whether it's the G Commander or that old fellow Garp, haven't you always had 2 problems in your heart? A few minutes later, Lin Xiao walked out of the Hall of Power with a smile. He got the identity of Shishibukai without any suspense. Everything is under his plan and control. Next. Just wait quietly for the arrival of Summit War. This battle can be called epic level. Under his influence. Having broken free from the grasp of the world government and marine. Developed in the direction of out of control. This is exactly what Lin Xiao wanted. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. But whether it is 5 elders, or Sengoku known as the resourceful general. But she couldn't guess Lin Xiao's real intention at all. Mr. Sengoku, we seem to be colleagues now, please take care of us in the future. Lin Xiao glanced at Sengoku when he went out, and greeted with a smirk. Shishibukai is a special title given to 7 pirates by the world government. Possess legal plunder. Special powers over marines. In addition to having to accept the mandatory call of the world government. Usually free from government and marine interference. It can be said that it is very carefree. The public execution is related to marines' face and prestige. Anyone who dares to destroy the public execution will be crushed without mercy. Sengoku walked into the Hall of Power with a sullen face. He wants to persuade the 5 elders to abandon the idea of executing Luffy at the same time. The pressure on marine from the Whitebeard pirates alone is enough. If you add another G Commando army, the situation is likely to get out of hand. However, Lin Xiao just smiled and said nothing. Because he knows. This is nothing more than Sengoku's wishful thinking. The 5 elders simply wouldn't agree. At most, the execution of Luffy was not published in the newspaper in advance. However, he was prepared for this. Lin Xiao took out a special phone bug from his bosom, and muttered to himself. I don't know if Nico Robin has met the G-Order army now. Long after Lin Xiao left, Sengoku just walked out from the Hall of Power. It's just that at this time his face is full of unprecedented solemnity. As predicted by Lin Xiao, 5 elders rejected his offer to execute Straw Hat Luffy the next day. He was powerless to change the 5 elders' decision. But for the sake of his diligent work as a dog to catch thieves all these years, the 5 elders reluctantly agreed to execute Luffy's request not to be published in advance. It can be regarded as leaving a thin face for Sengoku. Hey! Garp, I tried my best. Walking out of Pangu City, Sengoku looked at the blue sky and sighed weakly. Even if he is the dignified Marine Marshal. But the one who makes the decision. But it was never him. Chapter 23 Instantly kill the huge sea kings. Chapter 23 Instantly kill the huge sea kings. When Sengoku returned to naval headquarters, he saw Garp sitting quietly in the office at a glance. I heard that Kid Luffy was also sent to the world government. Sengoku, tell me what happened. Garp suppressed the urge to run away, and asked in a trembling voice. Half an hour ago. He heard from the marine soldiers returning from Sabayati. Straw Hat Luffy was captured and taken to the Holy Land Marie Joyce. What happens next? Garp can guess without being told. Ace first. Now even his own grandson Luffy has been arrested. thinking about losing 2 grandchildren at the same time. Garp felt as if a flame was burning his heart. It made him want to go berserk. Sengoku's expression changed again and again. He knew too well the temperament of his old friend. If you don't immediately suppress the thoughts in the other party's mind, I am afraid that the biggest scandal ever will be exposed within Marine. Thinking of this, Sengoku's expression froze, and he said coldly in an extremely stern tone, "You still have the face to ask me what happened? From the moment your 2 grandsons became pirates, you should have expected that such a day would come sooner or later." Sengoku, you... Garp wanted to defend, but didn't know what to say. Although he wholeheartedly wants to train Luffy and Ace to be the strongest sailors. But things backfired. Both of them ended up becoming pirates. He did not educate the 2 of them well. Nor did they stop them when they first went to sea. During this period, Luffy was released many times. So Sengoku is right. The culprit for this situation is him. However, this does not mean that Garp could watch his 2 grandsons be executed at the same time. That kid Luffy is innocent, and he didn't do anything bad, he just thinks being a pirate is fun. Sengoku, give me a chance, let me persuade him, I believe he will definitely change his ways. Public execution is already a certainty, even I can't control it, you'd better abide by the obligations of Vice Admiral. Sengoku shook his head helplessly and said ruthlessly, Garp, don't force me to do anything to you. What kind of shitty Vice Admiral, you can't even save your own grandson, I don't care if I'm this Vice Admiral. Garp glared, his expression contorted with rage. If the opposite side is not Sengoku, I'm afraid Garp's iron fist has already smashed the opponent's head. BD, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to betray Justice and Marine, who have devoted their lives to it? Sengoku's questioning was like a big deal, shocking Garp into a trance. Long silence. Sengoku spoke again, but I can tell you that the person who took Luffy to the world government this time is the body collector Lin Xiao. He exchanged Luffy and 5 elders for Shishibuikai's position, and he knows Luffy's life experience very well, and he should have been eyeing Luffy a long time ago. I won't let him go. Garp gasped, eyes blazing with anger. Although he had transferred the anger in his heart to Lin Xiao. Yet that's exactly what Sengoku likes to see. Just when Sengoku used the angry Garp to plot against Lin Xiao, the latter figure has appeared in the calm belt. Although the world government has ordered the mandatory summoning of Shishibuikai to Marijoi's assembly, but no time was given for their return. Just get there before the battle starts. So Lin Xiao didn't stay there any longer. The berry on his body is only enough for 1 VIP looting. Obviously not enough to harvest as many tempting devil fruits as in Summit War. So before the war, he had to get some more money. And the first target naturally fell on Licking, the number 1 female fan queen, Boa Hancock. Are you Lin Xiao, the body collector who traded Straw Hat Boys for Shishibuikai identity and killed Gecko Moria and Bartholomew Kuma one after another? On a marine warship, the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral stared solemnly at Lin Xiao, who suddenly fell from the sky and asked, Marine's news is very well informed. I didn't expect everyone to know it so soon. Lin Xiao laughed, then pulled a chair and sat down. Say, why are you following me? The Flying Squirrel frowned, and immediately pulled out the knife from his waist and pointed it at Lin Xiao. As a member of Buster Call's Vice Admiral, Flying Squirrel swordsmanship and 6 styles are excellent. It is the absolute backbone of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. In the original Summit War, it even suppressed Luffy for a while. Had it not been for his Kizaru uncle to save the field in time, blasted Luffy out with a laser. I'm afraid I will get a lunchbox halfway. Following you. Lin Xiao shook his head and smiled, don't be so sentimental, I just want to take a boat to Daughter's Island along the way. I advise you not to think about the Pirate Empress. Although she has the most beautiful face in the world, she is extremely repulsive to men. Those who try to get close to her are all turned into stone by her in the end. The flying squirrel slowly put away the long knife and looked at Lin Xiao with deep disdain, obviously treating him as a disciple who coveted the beauty of the Empress. Then don't bother you. Lin Xiao paused slightly, as if he had sensed something, pulled out Sakura from the quicksand, jumped onto the bow, and said to the bewildered flying squirrel behind him. I won't take your boat for nothing, this Sea King's, just treat it as what I paid for the boat. After all. The Sakura in his hand cut off 10 volleys. Boom! A huge crescent moon-shaped sword energy shot out across the sky, and the calm sea surface was divided instantly, forming a deep canyon visible to the naked eye. And almost at the same time, a huge snake-shaped sea kings with a body length of more than 1,000 meters jumped out of the sea from the bottom of the sea, opened its huge mouth like a black hole, and fiercely rushed towards the warship where the flying squirrel and others were. Swish! The snake-shaped sea king's figure was instantly cut in half. While the canyon on the sea surface is closed, it fell heavily on the surface of the sea. There was a burst of blood rain in the sky. The expressions of the flying squirrel and others changed several times in just 2 seconds. Disdain from the beginning, and to the terror of seeing the slash. The shock when Sea Kings appeared again, and the stormy sea when Sea Kings was cut at the end. Nyoda's warship fell into a strange silence for a while. After a long time, the flying squirrel said in a trembling voice, "You turned out to be a great swordsman." Chapter 24 Shut up, stupid woman. Chapter 24 Shut up, stupid woman. Due to the agreement between the world government and the Empress, no ships are allowed to enter the waters within 3 kilometers of the coast of the Empress. So the flying squirrel can only park the warship in the dangerous sea area full of sea kings' nests nearby. But luckily it didn't take long. The 9 snake pirates who were out hunting appeared in front of everyone. How dare you park your boat in the middle of the sea where the sea kings gather? This group of marines are quite brave. Wow, did they kill that huge sea kings? It must be a kilometer in size. How could someone split such a huge sea kings with a single sword? This should be what Master Snake once said about the great swordsman, right? But that Marine Vice Admiral doesn't look like someone with the strength of a great swordsman. The female warriors of the 9 snake pirates climbed on the fence one after another, pointing at the bodies of the 2 halves of sea kings floating on the sea, chirping non-stop. The flying squirrel glanced at Lin Xiao with lingering fear. He didn't expect the other party to be so young. He has already reached the realm of a great swordsman. Fortunately, he was not impulsive just now. Otherwise, if you make a rash move. I'm afraid it's getting colder now. I am the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, and I have been ordered to meet the 7 warlords of the sea, Empress Boa Hancock. Please hurry back to Marie Joyce with us. The flying squirrel calmed down, and immediately shouted to everyone in the 9 snake pirates. Hee hee, it's a pity that Lord Snake Princess won't come out. A female warrior said with a smile. She didn't pay attention to the flying squirrel and marine at all. There is only 1 week left until the public execution of Fire Fist Ace, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. This mandatory convening of Shishibukai is an order from the world government. Refusing it means that the previous agreement has broken down, and the title of Shishibukai will also be deprived of it. The flying squirrel emphasized loudly towards the direction of the cabin. He knows. The Empress is right there now. This king likes the title of Shishibukai very much. Who dares to take it away? A tall figure jumped onto the marine warship directly, and the cold-faced Empress looked directly at the flying squirrel and the others, her hands forming a heart shape in front of her. Marrow marrow mellow. The pink heart-shaped light instantly enveloped the entire warship. All the marine soldiers on the deck were petrified. Even the flying squirrel can only escape by relying on the pain caused by the dagger piercing the palm. Boa Hancock, I'll wait here until the deadline. The flying squirrel lowered its head and said word by word. If you don't show up in 2 days, then I will report to the world government, and your Shishibukai status will also be stripped, and then... He had never been so embarrassed in his life. But despite the rage... But he didn't dare to look up at the terrifying woman opposite him. Because just by looking at it, he will instantly petrify. But before he finished speaking, Lin Xiao's magnetic and playful voice sounded behind him. Don't worry, the Empress will be there as scheduled, the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral will wait for us here for 2 days. Lin Xiao said very firmly. What? He wasn't petrified. The Flying Squirrel watched Lin Xiao walk past him in shock. Instead of piercing his palm with a dagger like him. Instead, he kept looking at the Empress opposite. But this man was not petrified. What's wrong? Why is there such a big difference in being a human being? This man. At this moment, Boa Hancock was 1,000,000 times more shocked than the Flying Squirrel. There was a man who, after seeing her peerless face, not petrified. Is he belittling Ijia's beauty? How is this possible? No matter men, women, old or young, anyone who sees my sister's beauty will be petrified. How could that man? Could it be that the fear of death in his heart has surpassed his lust? He is really a sad but lucky man. The Empress's 2 younger sisters speculated wildly, but no matter how you look at it, Lin Xiao didn't look frightened. Impossible, how can there be a man who doesn't want to bow down at my feet? This king can't stand the existence of this kind of man. Marrow marrow mellow. The Empress released the petrification skill towards Lin Xiao again. But the result is still the same. The man on the other side was not moved at all. It's useless, don't waste your energy there, your beauty can't impress me. Lin Xiao said with a smirk, Boa Hancock, I have specially prepared a gift for you, don't you want to see it? Gift? Humph, you really are coveting the beauty of AI's family, all men are, smack. The Empress has not yet had time to perform the classic backward contempt action. Lin Xiao's palm had already landed on her back mound. The Empress stood there stiffly for a moment. It's like being petrified. It's not good, Master Snake Princess is about to get angry. Everyone retreat to the cabin, don't be affected by the ability of Master Snake Princess. Is this man crazy? To act so menglangly towards Master Shiji, I really don't want to live. The female warriors of the 9 snake pirates fled back to the cabin amidst screams. In their perception, as long as a man gets close to a female concubine for a certain distance, it is enough to be sentenced to death. Not to mention Lin Xiao's actions. You, how dare you do that to Ijia? The Empress' face changed again and again. Finally filled with profiteering and disgust. She hates men so much. Lin Xiao, who dared to take advantage of her, was to be torn to pieces. Stupid woman, if you don't want the brand of Flying Dragon's hoof on your back to be exposed to your subordinates and marine, you'd better shut your mouth obediently. Lin Xiao whispered impatiently in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. For the queen's arrogance and narcissism. Lin Xiao said it was disgusting. And have no patience. If it is not for the sake of money. He had already cut her. What, you? The Empress's face changed drastically instantly, and a turbulent sea was set off in her heart. The look of rage just now disappeared without a trace. Instead, it turned into endless fear and trembling. The man in front of me. She actually knew the secret she least wanted to remember. Chapter 25 AI's head is so dizzy, what should the child's name be? Chapter 25 AI's head is so dizzy, what's the name of the child? Amazon Lily Kingdom. 9 snakes. Lin Xiao stood in the Empress' bedroom and waited quietly. The 2 sisters Sander Sonia and Marigold stood on both sides holding weapons. Staring at him cautiously. I'm afraid that Lin Xiao will do something wrong. Just a few steps behind the curtain. The Empress sat powerlessly on the body of the pet snake Salome. Grasping the lapel with plain hands. The expression is extremely tangled. The man outside actually knew the secret behind her. Is it a coincidence or does he really know something? Hesitate again and again. The Empress finally made a decision. Come inside, man. Lin Xiao opened the curtain and walked in. Dang even saw the Empress's body full of white and red fruit. Even though Lin Xiao hated the Empress' arrogant personality very much before. But he had to admit it. Perfect face and hot figure and buff blessing of sweet fruit. The Empress's title of the world's most beautiful woman deserves her title. It's just that there is no trace of profanity in his eyes. On the contrary, it is like looking at a delicate work of art. Study carefully. Damn it, your reaction is still so rude. See Lin Xiao's normal reaction. The Empress felt slightly disappointed and frustrated. Is he really a man? He actually saw that his body didn't have any distracting thoughts. Worth mentioning. The Empress immediately rolled up her long black hair, turned her body slightly, pointed her smooth back at Lin Xiao and said, "What you said before, is this pattern, do you know its true meaning? This is the emblem of the celestial dragons." Lin Xiao said lightly, "It is branded on the people raised by the nobles of the world, and it is the proof of an inferior race that cannot be erased in a lifetime." No, that's right, the three Igia sisters used to be slaves to the nobles of the world. Trembling fear filled the Empress' voice. Lin Xiao could tell. That tragic past had hit her hard and hurt her a lot. Igia doesn't want anyone to know about our past, even if we want to deceive people in the whole country, we won't let anyone catch a clue, no one can control us again. Igia is afraid of repeating the same mistakes. I am really afraid, so afraid that I can't be more afraid. The Empress who is strong and cold in front of outsiders. In front of Lin Xiao, she cried like a child and was helpless. Don't worry, no one will know because I can get rid of it for you. Lin Xiao said confidently. The flying dragon's hoof imprint on the backs of the three Empress sisters. After being scalded by fire. It is just a special color Madara formed by subcutaneous pigmentation. For the row. Ball fruit that can bounce off even pain and fatigue, such traces. It's just a piece of cake. In order to completely capture the number one lick, die-hard female fans and one pirate, Lin Xiao naturally wants to remove this nightmare-like trace for them. What, you? You said you could help us get rid of this brand. The three Empress sisters suddenly widened their eyes in surprise, their faces were full of anticipation. You are not lying to me. Lin Xiao is no nonsense. Walk straight up. I activate row. Ball fruit ability. With a single bow, the flying dragon's hoof imprint on the queen's back was blown away. Xiao, disappeared. Sister, that trace is really gone. Sisters Sander, Sonia and Marigold pointed at the Empress's back and screamed. Really, really gone? The Empress is not afraid of being exposed. Trot all the way to the mirror. Looking at his flawless back. 2 lines of tears rolled down. Thank you, thank you. Lin Xiao then erased the marks of the 2 sisters, Sander, Sonia, and Marigold. Would you look down on Igia who was once a slave? The Empress asked with tears in her eyes. Get rid of the biggest demon in this life. The Queen's voice has undergone a great change. It gives people a feeling that if you listen too much, you will get diabetes. Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head. Hee, you are really cute. A rare shy look appeared on the Empress's face. Then he rushed back to the tent to put on his clothes neatly. What to do? It seems that he has seen everything. Will he think I'm a dissolute bad woman? He shouldn't hate me. What's his name? Countless questions flooded into the Empress's mind at the same time. Let her have a feeling that her brain is about to shut down for a while. Hancock, I have something else you'll love. Lin Xiao's voice suddenly came from outside the curtain. The Empress trembled, and immediately made up her mind with her pretty face. Wow, he actually called me Hancock, and he has a gift for me. Is he going to propose to me? It can't be done, Igia's head is so dizzy. what should be the name of the first child? What are you writing in there? Don't you want to kill the celestial dragons who gave you a miserable childhood? Lin Xiao urged impatiently. Women are ink blots. What are you talking about, my god? Celestial dragons. The female emperor rushed out of the curtain at once, her pair of beautiful eyes were full of astonishment. That's right, I caught it while hunting pirates in Sabayati land. Lin Xiao stamped his right foot slightly. Instantly a piece of quicksand appeared on the ground. The bodies of the 3 celestial dragons slowly floated up. Because quicksand is breathable, so the 3 celestial dragons didn't die directly. But the endless darkness and fear in the sand sea frightened the 3 of them into idiots. Lying on the ground at this moment, except for the non-stop twitching, I can't even make a sound. Like a useless person. Well, if you want revenge, kill them. Lin Xiao pointed to the 3 of them and said to the Empress. At this moment, the 3 Boa Hancock sisters have already fallen into a state of blank mind. How dare this man kidnap celestial dragons? P.S. Asking for flowers and votes, please vote for free flowers and votes, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 26 The Empress Submits. Chapter 26 The Empress Submits. You, how dare you do anything to celestial dragons? The Empress was stunned for a few minutes before she came back to her senses, her voice trembling. First of all, no one knows that I caught these 3 stupid pigs. Secondly, even if they know, I'm not afraid, because whether it's the world government or marine or these pig-like descendants of gods, there's nothing to be afraid of at all. Lin Xiao said with full aura. Ah! The queen's delicate area was shocked immediately, her eyes were dazzled, her figure was wobbly as if she might fall down at any moment. In this world, there are people who are not afraid of world government and celestial dragons. Childhood slavery is the source of the Empress' fear of celestial dragons. Want to eradicate? Then only celestial dragons will do. I know what you're afraid of. It's okay, from now on, daughter country will be under my protection, and no one can force you to do anything you don't want to do. As soon as Lin Xiao said this, the Empress was stunned in place. After a few seconds, only then did the pale cheeks regain their previous rossiness and shyness. The beauty is like jade, the eyes are like water, and the smile is alluring. An unprecedented brilliance bloomed on the Empress's face. This moment, her inner demons were completely eliminated. And Lin Xiao. Then he became the god in her heart. Night. An extremely sumptuous banquet was held in Nine Snake City. Lin Xiao was the protagonist of the banquet. He was invited to the most central seat by the Empress. It was originally a place where only the king could sit. The meaning is self-evident. During the period, Lin Xiao asked about the current financial situation of Daughter Island. After all, he's here for the money. The Empress blushed. He revealed all his family background without any concealment. But compared to a superpower like Alabasta, Daughter's Island on the Com Belt is pretty poor. It is only about 1.8 billion berry when it is fully charged. This amount of money is far from what Lin Xiao expected. But you can understand it if you think about it. After all, Daughter Island needs to buy a lot of living supplies for a long time. Therefore, the looted property is often used for procurement. Lin Xiao is also welcome. After taking 1 billion of them, in the early morning of the next day, we set off for our next destination. He has to get enough berry in the summit war. Rarely do we need another 2 billion to be barely enough. Originally, his goal was to open a casino and entertainment city in a certain sea area of New World all the year round, the Golden Emperor Tetzalo. But it takes a long time to go to and from New World. Likely to miss out on Summit War. So Lin Xiao temporarily dismissed this idea. Not long after he left Daughter Island, the petite mother-in-law came to the palace angrily, and yelled at the Empress who was packing her bags and preparing to go to the world government. Snake, you idiot, why did you give that man 1 billion berry, although I am very grateful to him for persuading you to agree to respond to the call, but that is enough to buy Daughter's Island for nearly a year. Who do you think you are, to dare to call that lord that man in front of Igia? Your era has long been over, the Emperor of Amazon Lily. Female Yi grabbed Granny Zee's hair, roughly lifted her in front of her, and reprimanded her in an extremely arrogant manner. Even if Igia dedicates the entire Daughter Island to that adult, it has nothing to do with you. No matter how self-willed I am, I will be forgiven by everyone, because Igia is so beautiful. That guy is very dangerous. 9 Snake Island. Before the mother-in-law could finish her sentence, she was thrown out of the window by the Empress. No one can slander her male god. No. Lin Xiao is the god in her Boa Hancock life. Naval Headquarters. Marine Ford. Marshal Sengoku, something is wrong, the Whitebeard pirates are dispatched. The 23 warships we sent to monitor the Moby Dick just lost contact. A Marine Rear Admiral rushed into the Marshal's office with a panicked look to report. What? Sengoku's face suddenly changed, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Damn it, we were tricked, that guy Whitebeard started acting so early. Immediately inform all personnel that Impel Down is likely to be targeted before Ace is handed over to Naval Headquarters. Now I don't know where they will attack from. Regarding Marine's honor, Sengoku dare not be careless at all. At present, the build-up of elite troops has not yet been completed. If attacked by the Whitebeard pirates and save Ace, then he, Sengoku, would lose face. Brew. Brew. The phone on the desk rang. Sengoku picked it up, and the voice of the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral came from inside. Marshal Sengoku, Empress Boa Hancock has finally compromised, we are now rushing to Marie Joy's. Has that tough woman finally compromised? A look of joy appeared on Sengoku's face. This should be the only good news he heard today. Although the fighting power of the Empress is still a bit behind Admiral's level, but it is far beyond the general elite Vice Admiral. Certainly. Except for old perverts like Garp. And the Empress is a very rare owner of Conqueror's Haki. So Sengoku naturally dare not underestimate it. In this way, Shishibukai will have 6 people. As for that BD Jinbei, let him rot at Level 6, how dare he stand by Whitebeard at this time. Mentioning Hixia Jinbei makes Sengoku angry. Originally, he thought that Jinbei would be the most cooperative one. Whoever imagined? The other party turned out to be a FG 25-year-old boy. He openly shouted at Marine on the grounds that he didn't want to see Whitebeard hurt. Even if the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea is stripped. Even at the expense of his life. He must also stop this war. Sengoku almost smashed his big fish head off. MMPs. For this kind of guy who was extremely shaken in the army before the war. Naturally, Sengoku will not be merciful in dealing with it. Send Jinbei directly to Level 6 to feel life. Flying Squirrel, you did a good job this time. After the public execution is over, I will reward you for your merits. Sengoku praised with great satisfaction. However, the Flying Squirrel on the other end of the phone was at a loss for words, and he hesitated for a long time before saying, Marshal Sengoku, it's not me who changed the Pirate Empress's mind, but Lin Xiao, the newly promoted Shishibukai corpse collector. What did you say? Sengoku frowned suddenly. The first thought that flashed through my mind was, what is this kid planning again? But after much deliberation, Sengoku also couldn't guess Lin Xiao's true thoughts. If the opponent really wants to destroy the Summit War, there is no need to persuade the Empress to join the war. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Sengoku, MMP, my head hurts thinking about it. P.S. Asking for flowers and votes, please vote for free flowers and votes, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 27 The Movement of the Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 27 The Movement of the Whitebeard Pirates. New World. a certain sea area surrounded by thick fog. The large sea kings that were rampant in the past have become extraordinarily docile today. All of them lurk in the deep sea and dare not go up. Because at the moment above the sea, a giant battleship in the shape of a whale is quietly mooring here. It is the car Moby Dick of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Deck. Except for Ace, the captains of the other 15 teams have all assembled. Daddy, let's go now. I can't wait to fight those marine bastards. Diamond Jaws said through gritted teeth. Yeah Dad, if we do it now, we will definitely catch them off guard, and it's time to let those guys know how powerful our Whitebeard pirates are. That's right, we are the strongest pirate group in the world. Haha, maybe those useless marines were already trembling with fright when they heard us gathered together. All the captains laughed and shouted, no one took Marine seriously. In the eyes of these people, Marine is nothing more than a bunch of chickens and dogs. After all, their father is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. In front of father, naval headquarters is simply not enough to see. Goo la la la. Sons, don't underestimate naval headquarters, that guy Sengoku is not that easy to deal with. Whitebeard reminded with a smile, then picked up the flagon and took a strong sip. However, the captains who have always been used to being awesome don't care at all. Naval headquarters is nothing, I just know that in this ocean, no one can hurt our family. Yes, no matter who dares to oppose our Whitebeard pirates, they must pay the most painful price. Hey, this time we must let the naval headquarters guys know how powerful we are, and let them remember what fear is. That's right, dare to challenge the majesty of the old man, they are playing with fire. The captains shouted with righteous indignation, as if they had already won. Dad Whitebeard is the source of all their confidence and confidence. As long as he is there, they have nothing to fear. Among the group of people, only Marco was not dazzled by past victories. Watching Whitebeard's every move solemnly. As Whitebeard's right-hand man, the second in command of the Beichuan, Marco is not blindly arrogant and underestimated the enemy like others. During the more than 30 years of following Whitebeard's expedition to the sea, he knows better than anyone how powerful and terrifying the background of naval headquarters is. Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru. The Marine Admiral of these 3 Logia ability users alone. It has reached the level of the world's top combat power. Not to mention there are veteran powerhouses like Buddha's Sengoku, Garp the Fist, and Washer Crane. Naval headquarters, where old and new coexist. It can be said to have the most luxurious and powerful lineup in marine history. No matter how confident Marco is. Nor will they be so arrogant that they directly ignore the existence of these strong men. The Whitebeard pirates are facing their most dangerous test ever. If one is not careful, it is very likely that the former glory will no longer exist. Father, what are we going to do next? Marco asked worriedly. My dear son, of course I am going to rescue Ace, and then, send you out of there. Whitebeard stared at the cheering crowd with great nostalgia, his eyes full of reluctance. Father, with your current physical condition, can you really handle that situation? As the chief ship doctor, Marco knows Whitebeard's physical condition best. With age, under the influence of many factors such as physical aging and old injuries, the health of Whitebeard, who bears the title of World's Strongest Man, is already not optimistic. Now it is necessary to infuse fluids and inhale oxygen to stop the acceleration of the deterioration. Marco was very worried about this. Goo, my silly son, have you forgotten that I am Whitebeard? Whitebeard laughed indifferently and said, even Shiki could destroy half of naval headquarters back then, how could this old man be worse than him? Snapped. Whitebeard's warm big hands pressed heavily on Marco's head, and comforted him softly. Don't think about it too much. This public execution of Ace is obviously a challenge from Sengoku to me. Whether it is for Ace or for the future of the Whitebeard pirates, we must fight. I see. Marco nodded with some difficulty. Goo la la la, stinky boy, don't hang your head there, we are going to welcome our family, isn't this kind of thing worth being happy about? Whitebeard looked up to the sky and laughed outrightly. That's right, you should be happy, we will definitely bring back Ace. Marco grinned. Well, this is my good son. Whitebeard nodded in satisfaction, then stood up abruptly, the huge Naginata Kong Yunki in his hand slammed on the deck, and said extremely domineeringly. Goo la la la, children, the goal is the Fishmen Island, let's go. This time I must give Sengoku a big surprise. Let's go. Cheers instantly resounded throughout the sea. The huge Moby DK is slowly moving, and all members of the Whitebeard pirates are officially dispatched. At the same time, the figure of Lin Xiao has already set foot on the land of the Fishmen Island. P.S. Asking for flowers and votes, please vote for free flowers and votes, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 28 The Fishmen Island and Shirahoji are all mine. Chapter 28 The Fishmen Island and Shirahoji are all mine. The Fishmen Island. In Dragon Palace City. Neptune looked bitterly at the wet black-haired boy who seemed to have just come out of the sea. There has been a storm in my heart. Just half an hour ago. The opponent suddenly appeared outside Dragon Palace. The hundreds of Murloc soldiers in charge of guarding did not have time to respond in the future. Then he fell to the ground under a terrible coercion. All fainted. Neptune knew. That's Conqueror's Haki. It is a special ability that only one person in millions has. It is the King's qualification in Legendary. Before that, he only felt it on Whitebeard, too. King Neptune, what are you thinking about? My patience seems to be almost exhausted. Lin Xiao took off his shirt, revealing his muscular and perfect figure, then wrung out the water and put it back on. As Neptune guessed. After Lin Xiao, who owns the special Murloc constitution, left Daughter Island. Did not go to Sabayati Archipelago to find ship coding. Instead, dive directly to 10,000 meters. Swim to the Fishmen Island. Have to say. The Murloc constitution travels underwater so fast it can take off. And breathing in water is no problem at all. Mr. Lin Xiao, but our Fishmen Island has been receiving the protection of 4 Emperors Whitebeard, if we change without permission, I'm afraid. Neptune had a look of dilemma on his face. Lin Xiao's first words when he came to him were the Fishmen Island will be my territory from now on, if I don't agree, this place will be destroyed immediately. Neptune was in a daze at the time, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. This Nima is outrageous, isn't it? How dare anyone take over Whitebeard's territory? Although this spirit guy says he is 7 warlords of the sea. But the influence of the 4 emperors and Shishibukai. The difference is not a star and a half. Along with Jinbei for Shishibukai. They can't protect the safety of the Fishmen Island at all. Otherwise, there is no need to ask Whitebeard to cover it. What is the confidence of this guy? However, Lin Xiao soon proved his strength with practical actions. It only took him less than 3 minutes. We'll be entrenched in Murloc Street. The new Murloc pirates who have been scourge of the Fishmen Island for 10 years have been wiped out. When Lin Xiao put 8 bloody heads in front of Neptune, a chill ran down Neptune's spine. Leaving aside the question of strength. Just the speed alone. I'm afraid it's not what normal humans can have. Even if Neptune rides a whale. I'm afraid it will take at least 10 minutes. Neptune suddenly realized. I may really have a big deal today. In front of this seemingly gentle and elegant black-haired boy. Not only is it super powerful. And the methods are extremely cruel. Even the murderous aura on his body. They were so rich that Neptune felt breathless. He now has no doubt that Lin Xiao has the ability to destroy the Fishmen Island. But to make Neptune offend Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. Even if he borrowed his guts, he wouldn't dare. You don't have to think about Whitebeard's question, that old guy won't be alive for a few days. Lin Xiao waved his hand calmly and said. What? Neptune's face changed suddenly, and he looked at Lin Xiao with eyes full of astonishment. And he couldn't believe what he said. But Lin Xiao was not interested in explaining to him at all. He raised his finger to haughty Joan's head and said. Your wife, Princess Odo Him, was actually assassinated by this person. The purpose was to destroy the friendly relationship between the Murlocs and humans, and thus provoke a war. Mr. Lin Xiao, are you kidding me? Odo Him was shot and killed by a human pirate. Neptune only felt that there was a thunderstorm ringing in his head. The tall body staggered. But still gritted his teeth and insisted on asking the truth. You were all played by him. Lin Xiao glanced at Neptune, and then gave another very surprising answer. You can ask Princess Shirahoji about this. Her pet Mikaro witnessed everything and told Shirahoji everything after the incident. Thump. When Lin Xiao's voice fell, Neptune's tall and strong figure collapsed to the ground. This news is too shocking. The truth that I have been searching for 8 years has finally come to light. But for some reason, Neptune was not happy at all. Instead, he fell into deep self-blame. Not only did he fail to protect his own woman, Odo Him, even daughter Shirahoji didn't protect well. In the end, it turned out that the young Shirahoji alone resisted all the hatred for him, and buried it deeply in the young mind. His father was simply incompetent. Oh, yes, Princess Shirahoji will also belong to me in the future. Lin Xiao ignored Neptune's sadness, and said bluntly, I'm not asking for your opinion, but simply telling you my decision. Wait a minute, Mr. Lin, Shirahoji is only 14 years old, she is still a child. Neptune couldn't care less about being sad at this moment, and when he heard that Lin Xiao was about to attack Shirahoji, he immediately said with a sad and indignant expression. Lin Xiao snorted coldly, and said with cold eyes. You don't even have the strength to protect the Fishman Island and your own woman, how can you protect the unawakened Poseidon? What, you actually know Shirahoji's real identity? Neptune's body trembled violently, and the look of horror in his eyes couldn't be added. The black-haired boy in front of him actually knew the secret that he had buried deep in his heart. However, when Neptune recovered from the shock. But sad to find. What Lin Xiao said was right. He really can't protect Shirahoji. Long silence. Neptune decided to gamble his final majesty as a father, and said word by word. Then you have to promise me, you will never let Shirahoji suffer any grievances. P.S. Asking for flowers and votes, please vote for free flowers and votes, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 29 Three-Dimensional Protection. Chapter 29 Three-Dimensional Protection. Dragon Palace City. Crust Tower. Really? Besides the sun, there's a moon in the sky outside. Master Lin Xiao, are the forests outside all green? You must have been to many places, right? Princess Shirahoji, who is huge and beautiful, is like a curious baby, chirping around Lin Xiao and asking non-stop. She who has never been to land. Full of endless curiosity about the outside world. Lin Xiao always had a gentle smile on his face. He patiently answered every question Shirahoji had. Even if it sounds so stupid and funny to outsiders. Although the two met for the first time. But he has a good impression of this innocent and beautiful girl. Plus the two are about the same age. Lin Xiao is not a few years older than Shirahoji. So we get along very well. In addition, after Shirahoji learned from Neptune that Lin Xiao personally beheaded the culprit Hody Jones. This innocent and beautiful girl's affection for Lin Xiao exploded instantly. It is estimated that Lin Xiao has sold her now. She still had to count the money for Lin Xiao with a smile. Of course. How could Lin Xiao be willing to sell such a simple and beautiful little Poseidon? Naturally, it is necessary to raise it to an adult and enjoy it to the fullest. Neptune looked at the intimacy between Shirahoshi and Lin Xiao. Suddenly a burst of jealousy welled up. Laozi has not enjoyed such treatment for many years. A good cabbage that has been raised for 14 years. He was beaten by a pig in one day. You say you are not angry with the fish. But looking at the smile on Shirahoshi's face, Neptune finally chose to compromise. Certainly. In addition to compromise, Lin Xiao didn't leave him any other options at all. Now Neptune can only combine the Fishmen Island with Shirahoshi's future. All bet on Lin Xiao. He didn't know how big the risk was. But at least the strength shown by Lin Xiao. It's something he'll never be able to reach. Maybe this dark-haired teenager can really succeed Whitebeard and continue to protect the Fishmen Island. Anyway, whoever takes over the Fishmen Island, he also has to pay protection fees. Why not choose one who can accompany Shirahoshi and treat her well? After all, he already owed Shirahoshi too much. After many years, when Lin Xiao swept across the sea, when you become the CO Lord of the world, whenever the grey-haired Neptune gets drunk, they will brag to others how they knew heroes with their eyesight back then. The story of taking the initiative to betroth the little girl to Lin Xiao. Certainly. This is already a story. Shirahoshi, do you want to see everything on land with your own eyes? Lin Xiao stroked Shirahoshi's silky long pink hair, and asked with a smile. Regarding the fate of the Fishmen Island and Shirahoshi, when Lin Xiao made the plan, it's already taken into consideration. That is why he would not hesitate to spend a lot of time to find the whereabouts of the Golden Lion in East Blue. Because he wants to use Lion Fruit's ability. Take all of the Fishmen Island with you. However, this is only a step in his plan. Lion Fruit to him, the role at the strategic level is far greater than actual combat. After the Summit War, he is going to build an unprecedented huge land with his own hands. And include the Fishmen Island, Daughter Island, Sky Island and other countries that belong to him. Then build a superpower. And eventually dominate the world. But all of this can only be officially implemented after the Summit War he carefully planned comes to a perfect conclusion. He was in no rush about it. After all, the road has to be walked step by step, and the meal has to be eaten bite by bite. His plans intertwine. No blemishes have appeared to this day. Really? Can I really go to land to see the sun and the forest? Shirahoshi embraced Lin Xiao excitedly. Huge cleansing nigh three-dimensional bodyguard. After a long time. Only then did Shirahoshi react to Neptune's cannibalistic gaze. With a blushing face, Lin Xiao was released. The energetic Lin Xiao took a long breath. Wipe. Fortunately, Laozi held his breath for a long time. Otherwise, you will definitely be smothered to death. This is going to get out. The majestic future king of the world. He was killed by night. Why not be laughed at by fellow traversers? Of course, and I will also bring the entire Fishman Island to land, so that all Murlocs can live a life that is no different from humans, and they will never be discriminated against or trafficked again. What do you think? After hearing Lin Xiao's words, both Shirahoshi and Neptune's eyes were instantly wet and red. They seemed to see the shadow of Princess Uthim in Lin Xiao. That strong and stubborn woman. Even at the last moment when life is about to burn out. Still thinking about how to move the kingdom to a land that shares the same sun with humans. This is the ultimate dream of Princess Uthim. Master, your wish is finally coming true. Shirahoshi muttered to himself, weeping with joy. Even Neptune followed the old man with tears and said, Otohim, did you hear that? Our son-in-law said that the Fishmen Island can be brought to land. The dream you have been holding on to all your life will soon come true. Lin Xiao. This old guy can turn his face faster than a book. Bang! A giant axe flying from afar slammed into the wall of the hard-shell tower, making a dull and loud noise, and even the ground trembled. Ah! Shirahoshi let out a scream, and subconsciously threw himself into Lin Xiao's arms, subconsciously throwed Lin Xiao into her arms. %number Yuan at asterisk. Lin Xiao mumbled for a long time before Shirahoshi released him again. So close. Almost had a nosebleed. Shirahoshi, don't be afraid, I'll take you out to play after I've done the trash of Vanderdaken 9 first. P.S. Thank you boss for the monthly pass, thank you very much. Thank you Zuzabegia for the monthly pass, thank you very much. Thank you for your monthly ticket support, my brother is very grateful. In the end, I asked for flowers and votes, and please vote for flowers and votes that do not cost money. Thank you very much. Chapter 30 Titan Noah. Chapter 30 Titan Noah. For Lin Xiao, the process of beheading Vanderdaken 9 is no different from crushing an ant. He didn't appear on Murloc Street before. Let him escape. I didn't expect that dogs can't change eating shit. He even dared to hit Shirahoshi's idea. Can Lin Xiao bear this? How can you allow others to worry about your own facial cleanser? Even thinking about it is a capital offense. After killing Vanderdaken 9 in seconds, Lin Xiao fell into deep thought on whether to use VIP looting. Target fruit belongs to Paramecia. Once the opponent is targeted, the items thrown by the capable person will be automatically traced to Cape Tianya. Tracking will stop unless it is shot down or blocked by obstacles on the way. Although it sounds like a bully, but the target fruit can only mark one target at the same time. For Lin Xiao, it's somewhat tasteless. Forget it, let's leave the limited berry to the more useful devil fruit. Lin Xiao learned from Neptune before. In the treasure house in Dragon Palace City, there are a total of about 2 billion berry treasures. Although the other party said they could take them all away. But this number is still a lot worse than Lin Xiao expected. I didn't expect the Fishmen Island to be so poor. Plus the 1 billion that I cheated from the Empress, the legitimate income. Now the berry on Lin Xiao is enough for him to use VIP looting 4 times. But if you want to be safe, at least another 1 billion berry has to be prepared. There are less than 5 days left before the Summit War, where can we get another 1 billion? Lin Xiao's eyes gradually fell on the oath boat Noah that was 2/3 the size of the Fishmen Island in the depths of Murloc Street opposite. A bold and crazy idea immediately came to mind. Noah hidden in Murloc Street. In the original work, it has been used by the ancestors of the Fishmen Island as an important tool to change the fate of mermaids. Not only is it related to the mysterious man Joey Boy 800 years ago, at the same time, it is also connected with the D family. In the original book, Princess Shirahoshi is awakened by virtue of her ability summon the giant sea kings to prevent Noah from crashing into the Fishmen Island. Now Vanderdaken 9 is instantly killed by Lin Xiao. The thrilling scene never happened. As for Princess Shirahoshi, Lin Xiao is not in a hurry to let her awaken the power of Poseidon. Instead, Noah's Ark. After Lin Xiao decided to use Lion Fruit's ability to directly raise the Fishmen Island to the surface of the sea, it loses its original value and function. Looking at the huge hole, Lin Xiao suddenly thought of a good way to make money quickly. That is, plug the hole. That's right. Just use Noah to plug the big hole under the red line. As we all know, if the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line want to enter the New World, there are only 2 options. First, send an application to the world government, and then pay the money to pass the customs, which is safe and fast. Second, diving 10,000 meters below the seabed and entering New World directly from the gap below the red line is full of dangers. The main target of Lin Xiao this time is. It's not actually a dream. Pirate rookies flooded in from the first half of the Grand Line. The person he really wants to block. It's actually Whitebeard himself. For the Summit War in the previous life, there are many theories about where the 5 large ships of the Whitebeard pirates went directly to the waters below naval headquarters. Among them, Lin Xiao thinks the most reliable. It should be Bai Tuan since New World disappeared. In fact, it has been lurking on the Fishmen Island. This can be said to be an excellent hiding place. But no matter where the Whitebeard pirates are hiding, one thing is certain. That's the big hole he must have passed under the red line. Such a good black money opportunity. How could Lin Xiao miss it? Don't give money. Don't even think about it. Hey, Whitebeard, who made us destined to be enemies, don't blame me for cheating on you. Lin Xiao made a smirk at the corner of his mouth, and swam quickly, arriving at Noah's Ark. Snapped. Reach out and pat lightly on it. Squeak. Huge abnormal noises continued to emanate from the hull. The huge hull that has not moved for 800 years. Under the action of lion fruit, it actually floated up directly. Immediately Lin Xiao stood at the bow of the boat, commanding this gigantic ship. Drive quickly in the direction of the red line. Look, what is that huge figure? It can't be a huge sea king's. This volume is too big. It's Noah, it's crashing towards the Fishmen Island. Everyone, run away, the whole island will be crushed. I don't want to die. The residents of the Fishmen Island were all frightened by the huge size of Noah's Ark. But the supposed impact didn't happen. Instead, Noah hovered over the Fishmen Island strangely. How is this possible? How did Noah move by himself? Neptune was almost pd off by the sight in front of him. But the next second, Lin Xiao, who turned into a blue lightning, appeared in front of them. Shirahoshi, go, I'll take you by boat. Lin Xiao said something with a smile, then grabbed Shirahoshi's waist and returned to Noah's Ark. The huge hull moved again. Neptune's jaw almost dropped from the scene in front of him. The boat of the oath unexpectedly, without external force. Manipulated by a human. This is so unscientific. Father, Mr. Lin Xiao is really powerful. Noah, who has not moved for 800 years, obeys his orders. The great Prince Shaxing said with a full face of admiration. The second prince, Huangxing, and the third prince, Crashing Star, are more concerned about another issue. Father, why does Mr. Lin Xiao hold Shirahoshi in the bow of the boat and open his arms together? Although that posture looks beautiful, there is no wind in the sea. P.S. Asking for flowers and votes, please vote for free flowers and votes, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 31 Whitebeard, I've been blocking you here for days. Chapter 31 Whitebeard, I've been blocking you here for days. 3 days later. When Lin Xiao was playing hide-and-seek with Shirahoshi in the sea forest, a tyrannical aura appeared in his mind. Lin Xiao's corner immediately raised a high arc. He knows. The Whitebeard pirates have finally arrived. Little Shirahoshi, we are going back, the person I was waiting for has finally arrived. Lin Xiao took Shirahoshi's hand and said very gently. Master Lin Xiao, is that bad guy named Whitebeard? Shirahoshi asked, blinking his big innocent eyes. Lin Xiao patted Shirahoshi's head and said meaningfully. Little fool, there is no such thing as good or bad in this world, some just have different positions. The other side. The 5 large ships of the Whitebeard pirates are mooring quietly at the bottom of the red line, in front of the hole leading to the other side. The originally unimpeded passage. Now it has been tightly blocked by a huge ship that is the size of an ordinary island. A little gap left at the edge. It is only enough for 1 or 2 people to pass at the same time. And on the river bed around the hole, there are a lot of messy shipwrecks scattered around. It seemed that there had been a very tragic battle before. Damn! Dad, could it be that Marine's bastards are afraid that we will rush to rob the execution ground, so they deliberately blocked the passage? The hot-tempered Jaws said angrily. Probably not. Whitebeard shook his head slightly, his deep eyes darting around the Noah's Ark. Even if you fight the sea for decades. It was still the first time in his life that Whitebeard had seen such a huge ship. There was inevitably a look of amazement in his eyes. With Marine's strength, it is impossible to build such an amazing ship. No, it should be said that it is impossible to accomplish such a feat with the strength of ordinary people. Not even the well-informed Whitebeard could guess what Noah was really up to. But Dad, when the spies we sent passed by here last week, they didn't find this big ship. Marco said solemnly, apart from Marine, is there anyone who doesn't want us to go to Marineford to rescue Ace? To infiltrate Marineford by surprise. This operation of the Whitebeard pirates can be said to be top secret. For this reason, before departure, directly sank 23 ships that Marine was responsible for monitoring. If their whereabouts are revealed in advance, I'm afraid the situation will develop in a direction that is extremely unfavorable to the Whitebeard pirates. This is the last thing Marco wants to see. Goo la la la, Marco, don't guess, someone who can answer our questions, is here. Whitebeard laughed loudly, then grabbed the flagon and took a big gulp, not worrying about the hostility of the visitor. The voice fell within a few seconds. Clatter. A burly and wet figure landed firmly on the deck of the Moby Dick. Whitebeard, you're finally here, I've been blocking you for days. Lin Xiao grinned broadly, his dark eyes filled with excitement. He finally met the strongest man standing on the top of the sea. Although the two are destined to be opposites. But for such an enemy, Lin Xiao. Still respectful. BD, how dare you speak insultingly to the old man? Almost at the same time Lin Xiao's voice fell, Marco's figure had already exploded. Call. Blue flames burst out from both arms, forming a pair of flame wings. With a violent shake of the arms, his figure was like an arrow flying from the string, sticking to the ground and slashing in front of Lin Xiao. Raise your right foot high. The jet black armament haki winds up. Boom. A dull bang came out. Nyata's Moby Dick trembled accordingly. It is enough to see how terrifying the power contained in that kick just now is. However, Lin Xiao's figure stood there motionless. Not even a move to resist. In front of him, a semi-curved black sand wall made of quicksand combined with armament haki automatically blocked Marco's powerful blow. What, actually, blocked it? A look of surprise flashed in Marco's eyes, but at this moment Lin Xiao's voice sounded strangely from behind him. The old man doesn't talk about martial arts, and sneaks up on me, a young man who is less than 20 years old? It seems that I need to teach you a lesson. Finger pistol Gatlin. Puff, puff. The finger pistol entwined with armament haki kept connecting dots behind Marco at super high speed and frequency. Immediately aroused a piece of blood. In the blink of an eye, Marco's back was already bloody. It's full of horrible blood holes. And Lin Xiao's figure has returned to its previous position. The whole process is so fast that ordinary people cannot react. Rustle. The sand wall slowly faded away, and Lin Xiao's handsome face with a smirk was revealed immediately. Hey, what is that Marco guy doing? How did he get hit by that kind of brat? That kid's speed is so fast, I couldn't even catch it with all my knowledge. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates showed surprise on their faces. But more is complaining. No one can imagine. Between lightning and flint, Marco, the captain of the first team of the dignified Whitebeard pirates, was injured. Most of them. He couldn't even see Lin Xiao's finger pistol clearly. I just saw a shadow. Then there is the picture of Marco's back spurting blood. But no one thought Marco would lose. For he is, besides Papa Whitebeard, the second strongest in the Whitebeard pirates. Hey, Marco, don't pretend, that little injury should be nothing to you. Don't you want to sneak attack me without a long memory? Lin Xiao mocked with a lack of interest. Really? After his voice fell, Blue's regenerative flame rose from behind Marco. The bloody, fuzzy wound just returned. Healed completely in a blink of an eye. Not even a trace of scar remained. P.S. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and tickets, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 32 You better be honest with me. Chapter 32 You better be honest with me. I want to order this devil fruit. After Lin Xiao witnessed the effect of the phoenix fruit, he became more determined to kill Marco and plunder the devil fruit. Zoan Phantom Beast Bird Fruit Phoenix Form. Ability users not only have the ability to fly. At the same time, you can also use the Flame of Regeneration to nullify the enemy's attack. And the damage received can also be healed automatically in a very short time. In other words, as long as you have enough strength. The Phoenix Fruit ability user is a Xiaoqiang from immune to death. Whether self-defense or fighting. The best auxiliary artifact. Your speed is very fast, the move just now is only for CP members. Marco said with a gloomy face. It is obvious that Lin Xiao is regarded as a lackey of the world government. Marco, if you insult people again, I will kill you. Lin Xiao pointed at his handsome face angrily and said. Are you blind? I'm so handsome, how could I be a lackey of the world government? Humph, I don't care who you are. As long as you dare to disrespect your father, you will die. Marco snorted coldly, and his figure rushed out. Blue's phoenix fire wings reappeared. The feet are even half-beasts turned into bird claws. This time, he has put away the heart of underestimating the enemy. As soon as he makes a move, it is a killer move. Phoenix Seal. The extremely strong kick slashed down like a battle axe. In the original, Marco is using this trick on the waterfall at the entrance of Wano Kuni. Kicked off the Four Emperors' Big Mom's Car Queen Mother anthem. It can be imagined from this. What kind of terrifying power is contained in this kick? I didn't come here this time to fight with you. I don't have time to waste here with you. Lin Xiao suppressed his anger, and his figure appeared above Marco's head like lightning, and he directly smashed his right foot down in the same posture. So fast! Marco was startled when he heard the sound. Lin Xiao's speed was even faster than his observation haki, and now it was too late to dodge. The figure twisted abruptly in the air, and the two kicks collided with each other hard. Boom! Marco's figure flew upside down in an instant. It smashed heavily into the Moby DK's deck. The huge hull shook accordingly. And Lin Xiao's figure also flew backwards several meters. Stabilize your figure before being pushed out of the coating. The difference between the two is decisive. This is because Lin Xiao didn't want to expose too much ability too early. And in the case of trying to stop. Otherwise, Marco would have been hammered to death. Gu la la la, the brat now is really arrogant and annoying. Whitebeard Haki smiled, his pupils flickered, and a world-beating aura poured out of him like a torrent. What he can't see the most in his life is that his son is being bullied. Zhang. The next moment, blood-red special space directly enveloped Lin Xiao, who had just fallen back onto the deck. The lightning-like energy danced ferociously like a raging thunder snake. The domineering coercion impacted Lin Xiao's will wantonly. This is the conquerors of the world's strongest man. However, what surprised everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates was that Lin Xiao's figure stood still like a rock in such a stormy sea. This brat can stand up to Dad's top conquerors. I said, how dare he come to see Dad alone? It seems that he still has some skills. It's just at the end of the crossbow. I'm afraid he can't even move a finger now. Anyone can only surrender in front of the old man. Just when all the captains were smiling and guessing how long the black-haired boy on the opposite side could last in the old man's haki, Lin Xiao moved. Hey, Whitebeard, are you going to give me a kick out of the first meeting? A look of madness flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes, and he stepped forward with his right foot. Zhang! The same majestic momentum surged out. Instantly pushed Whitebeard's haki back. Although the conquerors that Lin Xiao looted from the Golden Lion was only intermediate. But as his ambition and boldness continued to improve, His conqueror's haki also continued to improve. Now it has advanced to advanced. Even if it is slightly inferior to a peerless powerhouse like Whitebeard. But it is not easy to lose. Hey, what's going on? What? This brat has conquerors too. What's the origin of this guy? Conquerors can't stand a stalemate with Dad, he is definitely not a nobody. Surprised expressions appeared on the faces of all the captains. But that's all. In their hearts, Papa Whitebeard is a god. It is an invincible existence. Although both Whitebeard and Lin Xiao are trying their best to suppress the conqueror's range of action. But as the collision continued, the impact of the shock began to gradually expand. Click! There was a crackling sound from the rock-solid deck of the Moby Dick's bow. Cracks continued to spread outward from the center of the collision. However, what made everyone unable to remain calm the most was that the coating on the top of the Moby Dick was also affected. Constant vibration and ups and downs. It looks like it could break anytime. Dad, don't be fooled. Hurry up and stop, the coating is about to fail. Marco, who climbed back to the deck again, exclaimed in surprise. Hey, Whitebeard, you guys seem to be getting scared out of your wits. Lin Xiao looked at Whitebeard and said with a smirk, but what they said is right, if you don't want to be buried in the bottom of the sea, you'd better be honest with me. P.S. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and tickets, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 33 Whitebeard, do you think I can't hold a knife anymore? Chapter 33 Whitebeard, do you think I can't hold a knife anymore? Gu la 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 la. Whitebeard put away haki, narrowed his eyes slightly, and for the first time looked straight at the black-haired boy in front of him. Calm, poised, confident, and cunning. This kid is not easy. Definitely a character. I'm afraid it will not be so easy to pass here today. Little devil, tell me your purpose directly. That's right. Lin Xiao snapped his fingers and put away haki. Directly ignoring the cannibalistic eyes of the team captains all around, he raised his finger to Noah who was blocking the entrance of the cave and said straightforwardly. Whitebeard, you have seen the situation here, if I don't help, none of you can get through here, so I'm here to collect tolls, commonly known as robbery. There was an instant silence on the Moby Dick, which was large enough to accommodate thousands of people. Fall into an unspeakable dead silence. At this moment, whether it is the captain or the crew of the common, all with a very strange look. He looked at the dark-haired boy standing proudly across from Whitebeard. A word emerged in my mind. FK, awesome. Isn't this kid so poor and crazy? Otherwise, how dare they rob the head of the world's strongest man, 4 emperors Whitebeard? Faced with this rare situation, what else can they say besides shouting BN 666 in their hearts? What did you say? Whitebeard was taken aback for a moment, then came back to his senses, and almost died of anger directly. FK, this is outrageous, isn't it? I'm the FK Whitebeard. The dignified New World's best robbery professional. He was robbed by another robber today. This is really a distortion of human nature. Or moral decay. He hunted geese all day long, but in the end he was blinded by geese. Whitebeard said, do you really think Lao Zi can't hold a knife anymore? Kong Yunqi was ready to fight when he grabbed the front. I, Whitebeard, drowned in the Dead Sea, and fed the fish here, and I won't give you a penny. Dad, don't be impulsive. This place is 10,000 meters deep. If the coating is preserved, not only will we not be able to save Ace, but we may all suffer serious losses. Afraid of offending Whitebeard, Marco abruptly changed the annihilation to serious loss. Although there are murlocs in the Whitebeard pirates. However, due to the small number of, there is no way to save so many people. So once you really fight here, I'm afraid they are the white group who are hurt the most. Boom. Whitebeard angrily threw Kong Yunkaiu to the ground, and immediately turned his head away, indicating that Lao Zi didn't care. I can't afford to lose this guy. Tell me, how much do you want? Marco breathed a sigh of relief, and asked Lin Xiao with cold eyes. Not much, not much. Lin Xiao raised a finger and shook it. 100 million berry, right? Well, we'll give. Marco's expression immediately relaxed, and he thought that he is really a country bumpkin. He took the risk of offending the strongest 4 emperors group, but only wanted 100 million berry. However, I'm talking about 100 million for each team leader. As for Whitebeard, I'll give you a membership price, and I'll charge 100 million. Lin Xiao said with a smirk. Why don't you FG grab? Marco couldn't hold back a swear word. But then reacted. Aren't they just robbing now? Before Marco had time to say anything, Whitebeard's side had turned over again. Whitebeard grabbed the big knife, pointed at Lin Xiao, and shouted angrily. Little devil, why do you look down on me? Lin Xiao? Whitebeard, Lao Zi is the strongest man in the world, how can he be the same price as his son? You, Marco, you start, don't stop me, I have to abolish him today. Father, please stop talking, we didn't bring that much money when we came out this time. Marco was about to cry, and kept persuading him from the sidelines. Almost kneels directly to Whitebeard. Humph. Lao Zi has been in the sea all his life, and he has never been treated like this. Give as much as you like. Whitebeard threw Kong Yunki on the deck again, closed his eyes, and no one looked at him. You bunch of disgraceful bastards. Lao Zi is out of sight and out of mind. 100 million is 100 million, we will give it. Marco said viciously. He had already put Lin Xiao on the must-kill list in his heart. Thinking after rescuing Ace. Regardless of Lin Xiao fleeing to Cape Tianya. He, the Phoenix Marco, will personally kill this guy who made the Whitebeard pirates so humiliating. Lin Xiao naturally guessed what Marco and the others were thinking. But he is not afraid at all. Summit War will be the end of the Whitebeard pirates. Without Whitebeard's white blob. Nothing. And Marco. He had already been spotted by him. After a while, Marco pushed the 1.5 billion berry, 2 teams of Ace and 4 teams of Sage missing out of 16 teams, to Lin Xiao. There is not only berry in it. There are also many personal belongings and jewels. Among them, the most treasures are hidden by women's tycoons. So when he looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes were full of vicious anger. I'm going to move the boat, you stand here and don't move. Lin Xiao gestured okay to Marco. After collecting all the belongings, he came to Noah. Hey, is that guy a murloc? How can he move freely in the deep sea? Father, look quickly, that guy actually pushed the big boat. Lin Xiao then slowly pushed Noah's Ark, which was the size of an island, out of the cave under the shocked eyes of everyone. Although Lin Xiao is now 80% sure that he can sink the Whitebeard pirates here. But compared with the awe and influence that Summit War can bring him, the difference is very wide. Besides, how could he do such a stupid move to help the world government and Marine get rid of the #1 confidant problem for no reason? If you want to officially show your talents on the world stage, Summit War is essential. Just imagine. What could be better than attacking Marine, the Commander-in-Chief, and the world's strongest pirate group at the same time? Is the honor brought more glorious? Little devil, don't let me meet you again, or Lao Zi will definitely beat you to death. When the Moby DK passed Lin Xiao, Whitebeard's angry roar resounded through the deep sea. But Lin Xiao didn't care, and said with a smirk. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, the Fishman Island has been taken over by me now. If you want to go to the island, each person will pay another 100 million. Boom! There was a jolt from the Moby DK, followed by Whitebeard's utterly furious roar. Go to Nima, the Fishman Island. Lao Zi will not go. P.S. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and tickets. My brother is very grateful. Chapter 34 Do we have the right to live in such a world? Chapter 34 Do we have the right to live in such a world? Dragon Palace City. Father, the Whitebeard pirates, actually left. The eldest prince, Shark Star, pointed at the 5 large ships of the Whitebeard pirates slowly passing by above the Fishman Island, and exclaimed in disbelief. But the left and right ministers in the back row, as well as many Murloc soldiers, were already trembling with fright, and panicked. Your Majesty, shouldn't Whitebeard blame us on the Fishman Island afterwards? Yes, Your Majesty, shall we send someone to follow now and explain to Whitebeard in advance? Neptune could no longer care about what everyone said at this moment, he was already deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. Then, that guy actually robbed Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates did not land on the Fishman Island. That is to say, in the confrontation with Whitebeard, Lin Xiao actually won. Neptune felt that his brain seemed to be running out. How can not believe this fact? That's Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Lin Xiao managed to expel the full Whitebeard pirates with only one person. This is so. It's just too incredible. Looking at the Whitebeard pirates gradually disappearing from view, Neptune's uneasy mood finally calmed down. His eyes turned to the little Shirahoshi, who stretched his neck and kept looking at Lin Xiao's figure. Neptune felt a little bit of joy in his heart. It seems that he really made the right bet this time. Lin Xiao has the strength to compete with Whitebeard at such a young age. The future is absolutely limitless. And the Fishman Island has formed a close bond with Lin Xiao through Shirahoshi. The future is bound to usher in the day of rising. Until then, mermaids will truly gain equal status with humans. You can walk and live freely on land. This is what the ancestors of Neptune have worked hard for 800 years. A dream that never came true. Thinking of this, he felt tears welling up in his eyes. Master Lin Xiao is back. Princess Shirahoshi, who had been standing at the forefront of the crowd, was the first to notice it, and happily ran towards a direction where no one was there. Neptune and the others looked around blankly. Until half a minute later, when Lin Xiao's figure suddenly fell from the sky above the Fishman Island. They just reacted. The child really inherited her mother's observation haki. Neptune widened his eyes and exclaimed. In the original, Otohim Wangji has a very special observation haki. Not only can you feel the other person's thoughts and emotions, can also convey their own consciousness to others, and influence the minds and thoughts of others. Resonate strongly. It can even change the other party's values and ideology. This can be called the most advanced observation haki. It is 10,000 times rarer than Conqueror's haki. Throughout the whole One Piece, only Princess Otohim has awakened. And Princess Shirahoshi. In the womb, this kind of rare color of knowledge is inherited. It's just that he hasn't awakened yet. Can summon all sea kings to help in battle, Poseidon, the power of Poseidon. The most advanced observation haki that can influence and change the will of others. These two powerful abilities are enough to make the whole world tremble. It turns out that they are all the attributes of Princess Shirahoshi. Even Lin Xiao said with emotion more than once. No matter when and where, 99% of effort will never be able to defeat that 1% of talent. The execution day announced by Marine soon came quietly. 12 o'clock in the morning. When the whole world was shrouded in pitch black night, a huge black shadow suddenly rose from the bottom of the red line. Boom! The Fishman Island wrapped in double bubbles, rising swiftly into the sky under cover of darkness, and finally hovered above the sea of clouds about a kilometer above Marine Ford. This moment, the Fishman Island was silent. 5 million people have all gathered at the edge of the Fishman Island. Even if it's pitch black right now, you can't see anything. They still face the east with full expectation. Quietly waiting. waiting for the sunshine, blue sky, and white cloud that their ancestors have not seen for 800 years. Time goes by little by little. Even the youngest child didn't have the slightest trace of fatigue on his face. Finally, when the first ray of sun pierces the darkness, when it slowly rises from the sea level under the expectation of everyone's attention, all the residents of the Fishmen Island cry. They have imagined the glory of the sun countless times in the songs handed down by their ancestors. But it was never as good as this unforgettable glance. The top of a coral tower in Dragon Palace City. Lin Xiao sat side by side with little Shirahoshi, quietly appreciating this quiet and moving scene. So big. So hot. So powerful. Master Lin Xiao, is that the sun? Shirahoshi Ruoshui's beautiful eyes flashed unprecedented joy, pointing to the rising sun in the distance, cheering. Master Lin Xiao, the sun is really dazzling. The sky is so high that it has no end. The sea is so big that there is no limit, and the sun shines on it, and it will sparkle. Lin Xiao responded softly, yes, this scenery is really beautiful. The world on earth is so beautiful, what a beautiful world. Master Lin Xiao, do we mermaids really have the right to live in such a world? This is not just Princess Shirahoshi's problem. It is the voice of the 5 million residents of the Fishmen Island. Princess Shirahoshi listened to everyone at this moment. The top observation Haki, without Shirahoshi's knowledge, awakened silently. Although she can't take the initiative to control this force for the time being. But right now her conversation with Lin Xiao. But through the powerful observation Haki, into everyone's heart and mind. Everyone including Neptune. All turned their gazes to the direction of Lin Xiao and Shirahoshi at the same time. They were waiting for the answer from the man who was like a god. It's him. Help the Fishmen Island fulfill a dream that hasn't progressed in 800 years. They believe. As long as the man nods in agreement. Then the extravagant hope of the Fishmen Island for 800 years. It will definitely come true. Lin Xiao looked at the beautiful and innocent face of little Shirahoshi, nodded solemnly and said. From now on, this is your home. After a moment of silence, cheers instantly resounded through the sky. We can finally live on the ground. P.S. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and tickets, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 35 Blackbeard is on the move. Chapter 35 Blackbeard is on the move. Naval Headquarters, Marlene Vando. 8 a.m. There are only 7 hours left until the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Unlike any other morning, a tense and chilling atmosphere filled every corner of Marlene Vando. Today, it is destined to be a day that everyone in the world will never look forward to. Because Naval Headquarters will be with the Whitebeard Pirates. An epic-level super war is about to take place at Marineford. The 100,000 Marine elites drawn from various branches in the world have long been ready for battle. On the shore of the crescent-shaped harbor, all kinds of artillery and warships have been assembled. Naval Headquarters, the gigantic war machine. Already fully operational. Marshal's office. Sengoku looked at the phalanx assembled in the square. I kept calculating the battle in my mind. Want to be foolproof. Report to the Marshal, the outer patrol boats still haven't found any trace of the Whitebeard pirates. Continue to reconnaissance, and we must not relax. Those insidious guys may suddenly jump out at any time. Sengoku commanded in a deep voice. Where the hell are the Whitebeard pirates? How will they attack? Since the day the Whitebeard pirates disappeared from New World, such questions have been tormenting Sengoku's brain nerves all the time. As Marine Marshal, Sengoku undoubtedly wants to use this public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Show off a wave of muscle in front of the whole world. Easily kill the Whitebeard pirates. Thus opening a new era of Marine. But the enemy didn't play cards according to the routine. From the beginning to the end, no trace of whereabouts. It made Sengoku feel like he was punching cotton. Hey, Sengoku, I have to warn you, it's best not to think about wiping out the Whitebeard pirates. The voice of the great staff crane sounded from the side, and the old eyes shone with the light of wisdom, reminding faintly. Although his sons are his most fatal weakness, if they are eliminated too early and he has no scruples, then I believe you don't need me to tell you about the terrifying power he can unleash. Sengoku's expression turned ugly instantly, but he couldn't refute it. Crane was right. Even though Whitebeard is at the end of his life at this time, but he is still the strongest man standing proudly at the pinnacle of all pirates. If it is only based on destructive power, Shock Fruit deserves to be the strongest in the world. If Marine kills all his sons whom he regards as bondage. In rage, Whitebeard may be an incalculable loss to Marine. This is the last thing Sengoku and other high-level executives want to see. Because of these 100,000 people, it can be said to be the elite of the Marine elite. All are the backbone. Is the future of Marine. I see, I will stop in due time. Sengoku nodded helplessly. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside. Soon a communications soldier ran in a panic. Marshal Sengoku, no, Blackbeard has disappeared. We searched the entire island, but we still haven't found him. What? A hideous look suddenly appeared on Sengoku's face. At this moment, there are only more than 5 hours left before the execution. The Whitebeard pirates who have been hiding in the dark may suddenly find out at any time. In such an urgent moment, Blackbeard's grandson went missing. Damn! Pirates are really unreliable. Oh, by the way, we just received news from Impel Down that an unauthorized warship has just arrived at the port of Impel Down. Sengoku suddenly had a bad premonition, and his face became serious. He turned to look at Crane and asked, Zayahi, what do you think? I'm afraid these two events are not a coincidence. He frowned slightly, with a look of disgust in his eyes. Blackbeard's willingness to take such a big risk to join Shishibukai must have been planned long ago. He may have been waiting for today to come. If Lin Xiao is here at this moment, I will definitely say Niubi to the Crane sincerely. Blackbeard joined Shishibukai with only one purpose from the beginning to the end. That is for those monsters on the Impel Down Level 6 floor. Now the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine is a foregone conclusion. He doesn't have to worry about anything anymore. Naturally, he would no longer take Naval Headquarters orders seriously. To blame is to blame Sengoku for being too loyal to the world government. After Blackbeard became Shishibukai, he no longer doubted the other party's motives and purposes. This, BD. After reacting, Sengoku realized that he was being tricked by Blackbeard, and his face was cloudy and ugly. That, Marshal, there is another piece of news. The communications soldier before said cautiously, just now we also received a summons from the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral who was in charge of escorting Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy to Impel Down. He said, another Shishibukai who has never been there, Corpse Collector Lin Xiao is currently on his escort ship. What did you say? Sengoku and Crane let out an exclamation at the same time. Why is that BD there, and what is he trying to do? As soon as Lin Xiao was mentioned, Sengoku became angry. Except for an appearance at the Holy Land Marie Joy's at the very beginning. After leaving Daughter's Island, he disappeared without a trace. If the Empress Boa Hancock hadn't pledged her own life, the opponent would have arrived as scheduled before the war started. Lin Xiao is probably the first person wanted by Sengoku. Whoever imagined? This kid actually ran to the Ghost Spider's escort ship. Sengoku really couldn't guess Lin Xiao's thoughts at all. The communications soldier replied weakly, Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider, said that the other party's reason is that they are afraid that the prisoners on the escort ship will be taken away by foreign forces. P.S. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and tickets, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 36 Ace. Chapter 36 The Cheating Ace. On a special channel between Impel Down and Marineford, 6 huge warships of the Vice Admiral class are traveling in the direction of Marineford on the reverse vortex caused by Uzumaki. On the leading warship, Vice Admiral, the ghost spider in charge of this escort task, looked at Lin Xiao, who suddenly appeared on the deck not long ago, and said coldly, "I don't care if what you said just now is true or not, and I don't care if you are Shishibukai or not, as long as I realize that you have evil intentions, I will never show mercy." Ghost Spider is one of Buster Call's 5 resident vice admirals. He has a ferocious expression and a cruel personality. He is a ruthless character who doesn't care if he hurts his subordinates when performing tasks. And he is also a loyal follower of Admiral Akainu. Is the Hawk in Marine. And in the original, it was the Ghost Spider who used his life back to control the hair, and handcuffed Seastone to the wrist of Marco, who was unwilling to fight. As a result, it cannot use the fruit ability to recover from injuries. Then got hit hard by Kizaru. The strength should not be underestimated. I'm not the one you should really worry about, at least not right now. Lin Xiao suddenly smiled. When I came here from the air, he was already on another warship sailing in the opposite direction. Saw the Blackbeard gang. Those people must have reached Impel Down by this moment. Although there were also a few ruthless characters who were targeted by him. But right now, in order to prevent the Revolutionary Army from attacking and rescue the 2 of Luffy, he can't leave here just yet. And even if Blackbeard entered level 6 earlier than him, with the other party's cautious character, and absolutely dare not contact those people, because Blackbeard was not sure how to control those few people at all. But Lin Xiao is different. After ignoring the Ghost Spider's warning, Lin Xiao stepped up to Ace's side, looked at the bruised and sluggish Ace, and said with a playful smile, "Hey, Fire Fist Ace, I've always been curious, since you hate your own father Roger so much, why do you still want to be a pirate, and you still want to be someone else's son? No matter past life or present life." Lin Xiao didn't have much sympathy or affection for Huoquan Ace, a cheating to-be youth. Arrogant, selfish, reckless, willful. Almost exactly like his brother. The demise of the Whitebeard pirates can be said to be caused by him alone. Don't say anything else. During the Battle of Ponaro Island, a second-tier player who can't even beat Blackbeard. Even at the important moment when tens of thousands of people risked their lives to come to the rescue. Also like a clueless idiot. To challenge the strongest Admiral Akainu that he can never beat. Is this a FG human thing? Lin Xiao really didn't know what was going on in Ace's head. If he really cared about Whitebeard that much, shouldn't he escape safely back to New World's territory with the other captains immediately? Then start all over again. Kill Marineford? Is it just for a verbal dispute? It cost Whitebeard and hundreds of thousands of lives in vain. Is it worth it in his opinion? Lin Xiao couldn't figure out why so many people still like such a selfish and ignorant character. Ace's idiotic move at the time. He is simply a selfish ghost who takes tens of thousands of lives for nothing. If Ace could have considered Whitebeard or Luffy a little bit at that time, I'm afraid the direction of Summit War in the original book will be very different. Although hopeless. But at least the backbone of the Whitebeard pirates is there. Whitebeard can die in peace too. But now even if Ace repents, Lin Xiao wouldn't let that happen. He has been thinking about Mara fruit for a long time. How could it be possible for Ace to continue to live? BD, don't bring that dirty name in front of me, I'm Whitebeard's son, he's my daddy. I have only one mission and wish in my life, and that is to help my father become the One Piece. Fire Fist Ace, who was originally bound to the chair by the heavy seastone shackles. After hearing the word Roger, suddenly like going crazy. Struggling desperately. That name was like a curse and a taboo to him. Once it is mentioned, endless hatred will emerge from the bottom of my heart. So much so that he looks crazy like a mad dog right now, his mouth and nose are salivating, and he is extremely ferocious. Tisk tisk tisk, you really know a good father. But even if you don't admit it, you still have Roger's blood in your body, and Marine wants to use this to end the era of great pirates that Roger started. Oh, I almost forgot, they are planning to kill your stepfather as well. Lin Xiao sarcastically said with a smirk. He felt that the kid's brain must have been beaten stupid by Garp when he was young. Otherwise, normal people should be able to understand. How much effort and price did Roger spend? That's why he and his mother Rouge survived. How many innocent people died because of the two of them? But for some reason, he just doesn't know how to be grateful. Instead, he was full of resentment. Old Daddy and the others won't come, I'm responsible for all this, I didn't listen to their dissuasion and acted without permission. They definitely won't come, yes, that's right, Dad must still be angry with me now, he won't come to rescue me, so we don't have to be ambushed by Marine. Ace seemed to be in a daze, crying and laughing while talking to himself. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately lost interest in continuing to tease. Hey, Ace, why are you crying? On the other side, Luffy, who was sleeping soundly and heartlessly, opened his sleepy eyes. Originally, I was planning to persuade Ace a few words. But he suddenly saw Lin Xiao's figure. Immediately, he struggled and roared in the same way as Ace. BD, if you hadn't caught me here, I would have found everyone a long time ago, and I will definitely beat you up. I advise you to save some effort, why not open your eyes and appreciate the dying sky above your head, the fate of the two of you, is destined to end. Lin Xiao's deep gaze suddenly turned to the other side of the sea surrounded by thick fog, and the angle of the scorpion immediately arced high. Long, you are still here. P.S. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and tickets, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 37 Van Oka, brother, when will you pick me up? Chapter 37 Fan Oka, brother, when will you pick me up? While the eyes of the world are on Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. On the other side of the sea. Impel Down, known as the Bronze Wall and Iron Wall. It was already a mess by now. The shrill and piercing sirens resounded throughout the prison. But there is no one to support. Magellan, director of Impel Down, known as the strongest man in prison. He fell heavily on the steps of the LV5 floor. I didn't expect you would appear here in person. Magellan struggled to stand up, but was never successful. Opposite him at the moment, a middle-aged man wearing a dark green coat with a red square tattoo on his left cheek was standing there with a cold and arrogant expression. This man is Monkey D. Long, the leader of the Ji-Hungry army who is called the most vicious criminal by the world government. And his other identity is Luffy's father. Magellan was defeated by his own hands. Your internal organs have been injured by me in the battle just now. If you don't want to die, you'd better just lie there and don't move. Long said something lightly, and then led Sabo and a few other cadres of the G Command Army, and walked towards the LV6 floor under the leadership of the Monster King Ivankov. Hateful. Magellan looked at the back of Long and others leaving, and felt endless anger and humiliation in his heart, but in the end it could only be turned into a helpless sigh. Unlike the original, Luffy was caught and impelled down because of Lin Xiao. Although the world government has kept this secret. But under Lin Xiao's inspiration, Nico Robin still told Long the news in good faith. Even if the dragon never saw Luffy again after he was born. But that was his own son after all. How could it be possible to just ignore it? So Long Dang contacted Ivankov, the Monster King who has been hiding on the LV 5.5 floor. The two groups should cooperate inside and outside. It easily broke through the defense of Impel Down. And the most difficult Magellan. It was even done by Long himself. Every step fit perfectly into the plan they had laid out. However, when a group of people rushed to LV6, Luffy's cell was already empty. Is Luffy not here anymore? Looks like we're still a step late. Long frowned and sighed. Hey, you guys are here to find the Straw Hat Kid Luffy and Brother Ace. They have just left, hurry up and catch up. If you hurry up, you should be able to catch up with them before they reach the Gate of Justice. Suddenly, a rough cry came from the adjacent cell. It was the former Shishibukai Seaman Jinbei who refused to be summoned by the world government. He and Ace have been locked in the same cell. So no stranger to Luffy. Damn it, it's only one step away, Mr. Long, let's go after him quickly. Sabo suddenly said with red eyes. I have a request, please take me with you. My speed at sea is faster than that of ordinary warships, and I can help you block the speed of the escort ship. Jinbei hastily introduced himself. Long still has a certain understanding of Jinbei, so he is not afraid of him cheating. Immediately ordered someone to release him. Sabo, Lindbergh, Carlos, and Jinbei are one step ahead. We must stop the escort ship before it reaches the Gate of Justice. We will arrive soon with another big ship. When the G Command Army raided Impel Down, only a few elite cotters came. But now there are hundreds of men from the Monster King Ivankov, so it is necessary to change to a larger ship. Both Lindbergh and Carlos are cotters of the G Revolutionary Army with the ability to fly. Sabo can prepare the form of judgment. As for Jinbei, he is the leading party. Long believes that with the strength of the four of them, holding Marine's escort for a few minutes shouldn't be a problem. Although this lineup is quite different from the original one when Luffy escaped from prison. But due to the intervention of the Dragon and the G Command Army, in terms of strength, much better than the original. At the same time, Impel Down LV5 layer. Blackbeard, whom Sengoku had been looking for, came to Magellan with four of his subordinates. Thief, ha 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 ha, I was still thinking about how to deal with you before I came, Director Magellan, but now it seems that someone has solved this problem for me. Blackbeard laughed presumptuously and proudly. Damn thing. If normal. Magellan didn't even look Blackbeard in the eye. Just such a player. He can take away all the Blackbeard pirates with a wave of skills with his eyes closed. But now because the body is in a state of serious injury, I had to endure the ridicule of these powerful dogs. So FG annoying. Cough, 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 we have good luck again this time. V ha ha ha, the captain's luck has always been very good. It seems that we have been blessed by God. Thief, ha 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 ha, that's of course, little ones, enjoy the next moment. The moment we officially walk out from here, the whole world will be shaken. The Blackbeard gang left with a smirk. Among the group, only Sniper Van Oka did not speak. His face was full of gloomy expressions. Since the last incident in Magic Valley Town, he was excluded from the small group intentionally or unintentionally by other members of the Blackbeard Pirates. In the words of Blackbeard, I need your talent, not your loyalty. So he was sad. Also very resentful. Always thinking about when that guy Lin Xiao will come to pick him up at night when no one is there. Van Oka said, Brother, if you don't come, I might be killed by them. P.S. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and tickets, my brother is very grateful. In addition, I saw someone discussing Luffy in the comment area, let's not talk about whether I like it or not, after all, everyone's understanding is different. But as for the most controversial Luffy saves the world, I specially found a picture for everyone to feel for themselves. Whether in Caucosia Village, Alabasta, Sky Island, or De Rice Rosa, Luffy has always been a friend and has nothing to do with ordinary people. But it is undeniable that it is really good to be his friend. Chapter 38 The Three Brothers Reunite. Chapter 38 The Three Brothers Reunite. A few minutes later, when Long led the brigade's commanding army to rush out from the LV6 floor, he happened to bump into the Blackbeard gang who had arrived late. The four of Sabo didn't stop at all. Rushed over directly. The remaining two groups all stopped in place. Caught in a weird confrontation preparation. Thief, ha 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 ha, I said, how could Magellan, known as one of the impel down double walls, be easily defeated? It turns out that there is a great big shot here. After seeing the dragon, Blackbeard recognized the other party's identity at a glance. After all, the dragon's worldwide popularity can be said to be at the level of 4 emperors. And after a short period of doubt and astonishment, a look of madness flickered in his eyes. Even if Blackbeard didn't know that the dragon was actually Luffy's real father, but also guessed. This is called the most vicious criminal by the world government, likely to show up at Marineford. For Blackbeard, the battle that is about to start is getting more and more chaotic. The larger the scale, the more favorable it is to his plan. What's more, he is not sure that he can defeat the GC's army led by Long. So, hey, the leader of the G-Hungry army, you and I have our own purpose in coming here. If we fight here, it will be of no benefit to each other, and we will miss a good show for nothing. After all, Blackbeard actually took the lead in leading his men to make way for the G-Command army. Have to say, Blackbeard's control of the situation. When should I lower my head and pretend to be my grandson? When should I be the master? They were all accurately grasped by him. Such a scheming careerist. It is often the person who is most likely to succeed. Even the dragon can't help but look sideways. Let's go. Long took a deep look at Blackbeard, and then led the crowd away. Now their main task is to rescue Luffy. There is no need to waste time on irrelevant people. And, in a sense, not only are the pirates not the enemy of their commanding army, instead, they are more like allies. Because the enemy of your enemy is your friend. On a channel 10 nautical miles from the gates of justice outside Marineford, 6 escort ships are moving forward rapidly. Quack quack. Suddenly a group of black crows in the sky suddenly attacked the main ship where Luffy and Ace were. What's going on? Where did these crows come from? Be careful. The Ghost Spider Vice Admiral said in a high voice with a vigilant face. However, as soon as his words fell, there was a loud shout on the surface of the sea. Murloc Karate Gunbow. Jinbei's figure suddenly protruded from the water, and a long, narrow, cone-shaped stream of water hit the mast of the warship directly like a cannonball boat. Boom! As if hit by a cannonball, the huge mast crashed down together with the sail. The speed of the warship suddenly decreased. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The sailors on the deck suddenly became chaotic. Some were busy dispersing the crows. Some took water to put out the fire. But more is under the command of Vice Admiral, a ghost spider, to guard against incoming enemies. Oh, is Jinbei even here? Although Lin Xiao had expected that the G-men would send people to rob Luffy. But for the appearance of Jinbei, he was somewhat surprised. It seems that certain trajectories of the world, even under the severe influence of Lin Xiao, the Traverser, it is still constantly correcting towards the original position. This may be the so-called fate. But Lin Xiao didn't care about it. Because he firmly believes that my fate is up to me, not up to God. Hey, Ace, how many people do you think will die because of you this time? Lin Xiao suddenly showed an expression of enlightenment, then pointed to a certain place in the sky, looked at it with a smirk and said, "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to remind you, soon you and an old friend of Luffy will be on stage, so please don't cry, because he will die because of you soon." What do you mean? Ace asked blankly. However, almost at the same time as his voice fell, a high-pitched shout came from above the warship, and at the same time a figure quickly fell from the sky. Ace! Luffy! I'm here to save you! Sabo's figure suddenly landed on the deck, ignoring the sailors surrounding him, with unspeakable excitement on his face, staring at his 2 good brothers. This is their first reunion after a 10-year absence. S.A. Sabo, is it really you, Sabo? You, were you killed by celestial dragons? The moment they saw Sabo appear, Ace and Luffy's eyes were straightened, and their faces were full of disbelief. It's really me. Wait a moment, I'll rescue you right away. Sabo then took out the water hose and launched an impact on Marine. During these 10 years, under the edification and training of the dragon, Sabo, no matter physical skill or armed color, all have reached the level above Vice Admiral. This is also in the original. Why can he just eat Maramara fruit? The root cause of Admiral Fujitora was stopped. Certainly, Fujitora must have released water at that time. But in general, Sabo still has 2 brushes. At the same time, Southern June Chief Lindbergh and Northern June Chief Carla circling in the sky also officially launched the attack. Combined with the Murloc Jinbei who keeps attacking ships from underwater, Marine was so beaten up all of a sudden that he had no time to take care of him. But Lin Xiao was not in a hurry to make a move. The person he was waiting for. We have just departed from the port of Impel Down at this moment. P.S. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and tickets. My brother is very grateful. Chapter 39 Who Said I Was with Marine? Chapter 39 Who Says I'm with Marine? At the same time, Blackbeard's gang appeared on the gloomy LV6 floor. Since the dragon only casts Jinbei alone, so other vicious criminals are still locked in prison. It's just that after the uproar before, the current LV6 has already become boiling. After the appearance of the Blackbeard gang, this sentiment, it reached its peak in an instant. Thieves, ha 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 ha, you trash who have no dreams and can only spend your whole life wasting in the cage, since the rest of your life is just waiting to die, how about fighting to your heart's content in the cage first? Blackbeard grinned his crooked teeth, raised his arms, and said aloud, those who survive will become my partners, and I will bring you back to freedom, how about it? Hey, ugly, are you serious? Can you leave this ghost place as long as you win? It's really, very simple. Gee ha ha ha, this is a good idea, it fits my needs. After staying in this ghostly place for a long time, I almost forgot what it's like to kill people. Damn it, when Lao Zi goes out, he must kill those bastards of the Ji regimental army. Just now he dared to ignore Lao Zi's plea for help. That's right, we must not let them go. The shouting and killing sounds immediately resounded through the entire LV6. These murderous thugs. Even in the face of former partners, he didn't even have the slightest scruples to start. All of them are out and out scum. And the Blackbeards don't care what their character is. All he wants is a strong fighter. As for character, who could be worse than Blackbeard? But when his eyes touched the depths of the cell, unexpectedly, there was a rare look of fear on the few figures. No matter how arrogant he is. Also know some guys who can be called legendary. It is absolutely not to be offended. Rumble. The battle on the warship gradually became fierce. Originally, the ghost spider thought that it could quickly save the situation by virtue of its absolute superiority in numbers. But since Jinbei can affect ocean currents underwater, it actually made it impossible for the soldiers on the other 5 warships to form effective support in a short period of time. And he himself was beaten by Sabo all the time. He couldn't help asking Lin Xiao for help anxiously. Corpse Collector, didn't you say you want to prevent those 2 little devils from being robbed? Why don't you do it now? Hey, Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, are you begging for help? Lin Xiao put on an attitude of having nothing to do with himself, and said with a smirk. Besides, they haven't been snatched away yet. You. Damn it, all pirates are really unreliable. The Ghost Spider sensed a hint of teasing from Lin Xiao's attitude, and was immediately half dead from anger. His dignified buster call Vice Admiral, Akainu's #1 celebrity, has ever been teased like this. However, it is such a slight distraction. Sabo on the opposite side seized the opportunity. It's not okay to be so distracted when you're fighting with me. Sabo's laughter suddenly came from the ghost spider's side, the latter's expression changed instantly, but it was too late to defend. You can only wrap your upper body around Armament Haki instantly. Prepare to resist an attack from Sabo. It's useless, Dragon Hook Claw. The Dragon Claw Fist, which was also wrapped in the same armed color, was directly pressed on the ghost spider's head. In the original De Rice Rosa chapter, this is what Sabo used in the arena. It shattered the armor of the fighting champion Burgess, which also had Armament Haki wrapped around his elbow. So unless Armament Haki is significantly higher level than Sabo, otherwise, this trick cannot be prevented at all. Crack! There was a sound of bone cracking above the ghost spider's head. Next second, a column of blood spurted out. The corpse of the ghost spider collapsed powerlessly to the ground. In order to save his two brothers, Sabo directly exerted all his strength. Papa! Lin Xiao applauded Sabo approvingly and said, "It's really worthy of being the direct disciple of the dragon. His physical skills and armed skills are far beyond the reach of ordinary people. It seems that among the three of you, the real strongest should be you, Sabo." Only then did Sabo notice Lin Xiao's existence, and immediately said with a look of vigilance, "Aren't you with Marine? Why didn't you help him just now?" "Who said I was with Marine?" Lin Xiao glanced at the ghost spider's body, then said calmly, "But there's one thing I'm really on Marine's side, that is, no one will be allowed to rescue the two of them." While the voice fell, a huge sand monster arm made of sand rises from behind Lin Xiao. He directly held Nanjun Commander Lindbergh, who was about to attack him with a freezing gun in mid-air. Puff! Accompanied by a light grip of Lin Xiao's right palm, Lindbergh in the sand monster wrist didn't even have a chance to scream. It was directly crushed into a puddle of meat. Lindbergh! Sabo was suddenly terrified, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. He didn't expect the guy in front of him, who looked about the same age as Luffy, turned out to be so powerful. As soon as he made a move, he killed an advanced cadre of the G Command Army in seconds. And still in such a bloody and brutal way. Nanjun Commander Nanjun of the commanding army is so powerful. Is this the fundamental reason why you have been bluffing for decades but never dared to go head-to-head with the world government? Lin Xiao mocked with a look of disdain. P.S. Thank you Rom for the monthly pass, thank you very much. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and votes, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 40 Sabo Broken Arm. Chapter 40 Sabo Broken Arm. Damn, the breath of the dragon. A furious look appeared on Sabo's face, and he immediately shouted loudly. Pure armament haki covers both arms. With terror enough to sink a warship. Hit Lin Xiao with all his strength. Overreaching. Slash wave. Lin Xiao snorted coldly, pulled out Sakura Ten and chopped it casually. A huge slash wave runs across. Click. The entire right arm was thrown high in an instant, and blood gushed out wantonly from the wound. Ugh! Sabo's face became extremely distorted due to the pain, the sound of wailing resounded through the sky, and his emaciated figure rolled on the ground. Soon the deck was stained blood red. He couldn't figure it out. Armament haki is obviously wrapped around my arm. Why still can't resist the opponent's slash? Noisy. Lin Xiao raised his foot and kicked Sabo unconscious, then turned to look at the two brothers Ace and Luffy, and said with a smile. It's all right now, the three of you brothers are finally together. A good brother should not seek to be born in the same year and the same month, but to die in the same year and the same month. This should be regarded as fulfilling your oath. At this time, the two Ace brothers were already scared to death. Taihanhan Luffy was crying loudly, shouting, "Give Sabo back his arm, I swear I'll beat you up," and other nonsensical words. He didn't realize how strong Lin Xiao was until now. But Ace, who had been tempered in the Whitebeard pirates, had long been frightened into silence. Sabo's powerful blow just now. Even if he faced it, he would only be injured. However, Lin Xiao directly countered and killed him lightly. This calm situation. There's only one person he's ever seen in his life, and that's Daddy Whitebeard. Does this guy have the combat strength of 4 emperors? But he looks obviously not even 20 years old. The damned monster. Hey, don't you useless guys hurry up and tie him up. Lin Xiao gave an order to the group of marine soldiers who were stunned by fright. The reason why he didn't kill Sabo. Because I was worried that the serving size of only one Luffy might not be enough. Not enough to force a dragon to show up in Summit War. Now with the addition of a second in command of the Jimeng army, it is much safer. Dragon had to show up in person anyway. BD, what did you do to Sabo and Lindbergh? Carlos roared angrily in the sky, and then his figure instantly turned into countless crows, which swarmed towards Lin Xiao's vital parts like sharp arrows. It can be seen that you and the two of them should feel very good, then I will send you down to reunite with them. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. The dead wood of Vice Admiral, a pillar of sand rising from Lin Xiao's feet, was also pulled out, and then huge crescent-shaped gold-waves soared into the sky, directly enveloping the black crows. Rumble. The thunderous explosion shook the sky, and blood and minced meat intertwined on the sea surface to form a terrifying rain of blood. Brother Ace, I'm sorry, I have to pass this news back first. Jinbei struggled at the bottom of the water for a long time, and finally dived into the bottom. Lin Xiao's strength far exceeded his expectations. He killed 3 people in a row with every gesture. This is simply not something Jinbei can handle. Now what he can do? The only way to bring this news back to the dragons is to let them prepare in advance. There was a dead silence on the deck. In less than 5 minutes. Except for Jinbei who escaped from water style. The 3 main cotters of the G Command Army who just beat Marine into a hurry. Even 2 dead and 1 seriously injured. Almost the whole army was wiped out. The surrounding Marine soldiers have long been frightened. He even forgot to collect the corpse of the ghost spider. No one dared to come within 10 meters of Lin Xiao. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll offend this killing god. Come over and send Ace and the 3 of them to other ships, and then you continue to march towards the Gate of Justice. I will stay here to stop the remaining enemies. Lin Xiao is naturally not so impartial. On the one hand, he has to keep the Summit War on schedule. On the other hand, later, he plans to go to Impel Down to harvest a wave of leaks. Yes. At this moment, no one on the warship dared to disobey his order, and the 3 of Ace were quickly transferred to another large ship, and then the 5 warships fled away as if fleeing. Although their strength is average, don't waste it. Lin Xiao looked at the ghost spider and the corpse of Lindbergh who had turned into a pancake and said. Then he stepped lightly on the deck with his right foot. Rumble. Accompanied by a slight vibration. 2 pitch-black coffins rose slowly from the ground. Clatter. Immediately, 2 chains like ghost claws came out from the open coffin. He directly dragged the ghost spider and Lindbergh's corpse into the black coffin. As for Carla, it has been beaten in the slash just now. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Xiao's mind. Ding! The system detected the body of the newly dead ghost spider / Lindbergh within a day, which meets the conditions for ability plundering. Please host to choose common plundering or VIP plundering. Of course common looted it, how could I waste 1 billion berry on this guy? Ding! The host selection is complete, now proceed to common looting, the system will randomly draw an ability from the new dead. Please host to ensure that the coffin will not be disturbed by anyone other than the host within 5 minutes, otherwise the looting time will be recalculated. At the same time as the system notification ended, the black coffin lids that appeared out of thin air on both sides were heavily closed on the coffin. Hey, it's also plundering. Why is there such a big gap between spending money and not spending money? Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement, and he turned and slowly turned to the sea area shrouded in mist behind, muttering to himself. Long, you really worked hard to save your son. P.S. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and tickets, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 41 Provoking the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 41 Provoking the Revolutionary Army. It's really a father's love like a mountain. Even though you knew that such a dangerous operation would cause a lot of casualties, but in order to save your son's life, you still led the crowd without hesitation. Lin Xiao leaned comfortably on the throne formed by the sand, looked at the opposite dragon standing in front of the group of rebels, and said with a smirk. Long, it seems that in your heart, a son is more important than GS life after all. The rescue operation this time not only exposed the weakness of the G Commandery Army's serious lack of high-end combat power, but also proved Lin Xiao's previous conjecture. The commanding army led by Long alone cannot overthrow the rule of world government. It's not that Lin Xiao is deliberately belittling the Ming army. But they are really too weak. Even in the original, Ji Mingjun has worked hard for many years on the island of Baldigo, the island of white soil. It was attacked by the Blackbeard pirates very easily. And all the cotters including Long. Then they were forced to move to Kamabaka, the kingdom of Se. With decades of background and accumulation, the G defensive army can't beat a pirate group? How dare you believe this? Anyway, since then Lin Xiao has lost the slightest affection for this dragon who has been hiding his head and showing his tail. You must know that even after Blackbeard has the double fruit ability. When he saw Daddy the red dog chasing him on a warship, still frightened and fled. And Longzhe can be regarded as a moderate boss-level personality. There has never been a direct conflict with the world government in decades. Everyone thought he was hitting thick and thin. Gather strength. But the reality is that the commanding army was pushed horizontally by Blackbeard and even their base was wiped out. This performance is really surprising. And this time, Long is the #1 criminal most wanted by the world government. Although it is understandable to take risks for the son. But he mistakenly pulled out all the most backbone forces of the G Revolutionary Army. Let this group of people be completely exposed to the world government's vision. Have to say, this is really a big stupid trick. This alone is enough to show that Dragon is not a good leader. Such a move, undoubtedly directly at his personal risk, all passed on to the commanding army. It is likely that the hard-earned results achieved by the GMT army over the years instantly vanished. So in Lin Xiao's view, perhaps Long is a qualified father, but definitely not a qualified good leader. But at the end of the day, in this world where whoever has the biggest fist speaks, strength truly represents everything. Long naturally heard the provocative meaning in Lin's joke, and his face instantly became extremely ugly, but he couldn't refute it. He did take a huge risk in this rescue. But who made Luffy his own son? When formulating a battle plan, he is even ready to sacrifice a small number of people. But these small thoughts are not in the light. Now it is said by Lin Xiao. Naturally, he couldn't hold back on his face. You're the one who captured Luffy and handed it over to the world government in exchange for the position of the 7 warlords of the sea. Long glanced at the bloodline all over the deck, as well as the 2 corpses in the black coffin, and asked coldly, why do you want to block our actions? Although the G Command Army is not strong in combat effectiveness, its intelligence department is extremely efficient. This is also the basis for them to escape the siege for so many years. So Long is naturally no stranger to Lin Xiao. But what made him feel extremely angry was that the 3 most profitable cotters under him, all of them were lost in this guy's hands. Damn it, Mr. Long, what are you talking about with this BD? He killed Lindbergh and Carlos. Yeah, even Brother Sabo lost his arm, we want to avenge the dead brother. Ivankov and other members of the G Order army were furious. Before coming here, Jinbei had already told them all the previous events. Lin Xiao ignored them directly, looking at the dragon with an evil light in his eyes, leaned forward slightly, and said with a serious smile. Long, let's make a deal. What deal? A look of vigilance appeared on Long's face. He didn't want to waste too much time here, but the powerful aura displayed by Lin Xiao couldn't be ignored. I know you want to save Luffy, that's fine, but if you want me to let you go, you'll have to make it up to me with someone else. Long's face turned extremely cold in an instant, and he was about to refuse, but Lin Xiao continued one step ahead of him. Maybe I can't stop you, but they, none of them can leave here alive. At the same time as the voice fell, Lin Xiao raised his hands and dragged upwards. Rumble. The surrounding sea suddenly surged violently, and then more than a dozen lion head silhouettes formed by sea water emerged, directly surrounding the warship where everyone was. Roar. The lion heads opened their bloody mouths one after another, roaring furiously at the dragon and the others. What is this ability? The moment they saw the water lion, the expressions of the people present changed instantly. Especially codders like Long and Ivankov. Even if they haven't seen it with their own eyes. But I have also heard about the Golden Lion's ability from various newspapers and news. It is not too much to say that it is thunderous. In this world, I am afraid that in addition to the lion fruit of the Golden Lion, no other devil fruit can manipulate sea water to attack enemies like this. It seems that the Golden Lion should have died at your hands. He really is a tricky guy. The dragon's expression froze, and he clenched his right hand violently. A gust of wind blade rose out of thin air, like a tornado, directly crushing all the dozen or so water lions on the periphery. Then he looked at Lin Xiao proudly and said, "But it's a pity, their fate, you don't care. P.S. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and tickets, my brother is very grateful." Chapter 42 Say, who do you want? Chapter 42 says, who do you want? Is this the hurricane fruit in Legendary? A greedy look flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes, obviously already thinking about the idea of the devil fruit on the dragon. But he also understands. Although the overall strength of the G Command Army is not good. But just with that one hand, the combat power of a dragon is definitely not lower than the 4 Emperors level. However, Lion Majesty, govern place earth coiling. Lin Xiao dragged his hands up again. More than a dozen ferocious lion heads once again condensed on the rough sea surface. Re-enclosed the warship. Long, if you don't agree, I can fight with you like this for a whole day, but I'm afraid I don't have much time left for your son. The smile on Lin Xiao's face became more and more evil. Whether the dragon agrees or not, he couldn't even let the other party save Luffy and Ace. But if you don't take advantage of such a good opportunity to dig a corner of the dragon's wall, isn't it too reckless? You know from a long time ago. He then noticed the existence of the woman Dongjun Chief Bello Betty. Although this woman's fighting power is very average, but the fruit of encouragement she possesses. But it is a bug-level existence in team battles. Ability users who inspire fruit can arouse the power hidden in people's hearts by waving the flag and shouting. Even those weak people who are oppressed but have no courage to resist. It is also possible to rekindle the courage to resist. And the people who are inspired will continue to pour out strength. It's just as terrifying as a buff with a huge increase. However, this kind of increase is for a powerful person like Lin Xiao. But it has no effect at all. Otherwise, Bello Betty might have been snatched away by guys like Kaido or Big Mom. But for the ambitious Lin Xiao, who will surely embark on the road of world hegemony in the future, said. The meaning and function of encouraging fruits are very important. Because after the Summit War, his next plan is to build a country. Formally compete with the world government. And in the armed forces of a country, the largest proportion will always be common soldiers. The powerful are destined to be only a few people. But as long as there is an increase in encouraging fruit. Originally, the soldiers of the common could break out at the elite level in the battle. The original elite soldiers can show more powerful strength. Such an increase is enough to change the course of any major battle. How could Lin Xiao not be tempted? So, it was inevitable for him to trap the dragon. He would like to see. How will the other party choose? Long, you can't agree to him. Let's do it together. He has no chance of winning. Among the group, Ivankov, who was most familiar with dragons, was shocked when he saw the hesitant look in the former's eyes. You must know that the dragon is in the eyes of other members of the Jiming army always the ultimate calm. Even some cold-blooded men. Could it be that even he can't escape the affection of his family? Once Long agreed to Lin Xiao's conditions. Undoubtedly, it will deal a fatal blow to the unity within the Ji Revolutionary Army. As a friend and Cotter, Ivankov must not allow that to happen. I said. Are you an ugly monster raised by a dragon? He has been wandering outside for so long and didn't come to save you. But now he lets you idiots serve as cannon fodder for his son. Not only are you willing, but you even enjoy it. Lin Xiao's stern face was full of disdain, and he really doubted whether there was something wrong with the heads of the human monster king. Even if Long didn't send anyone to rescue them once in 10 years. Now these people are still willing to serve as cannon fodder. The disturbing means of dragon pulling can be seen. Amadara. 60 million volts, explosion, Brontosaurus. A whisper like a Sanskrit sound suddenly fell. A blue Brontosaurus flashing with terrifying lightning rose up from Lin Xiao's back. But unlike previous attacks, Lin Xiao has integrated the ability of exploding fruit in this Brontosaurus. The power and effect have been doubled. Ah! The sound of the dragon's chant shocked the audience. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, the thunder dragon in the sky swayed its huge body and quickly fell towards Ivankov's position. Rumble. Ivankov didn't have observation haki, so he had no time to react, and was directly submerged by the berserk Brontosaurus. The dazzling white light instantly enveloped the audience. Lightning exploded. The deck was instantly reduced to ashes. A huge deep pit was directly blasted out of the ground. Ivankov, who was covered in charred black and emitting wisps of smoke, lay at the bottom. Blood kept gushing out from his 7 orifices. The air was full of blood and burnt stench. Is that the ability of Thunder Fruit? How can you have 2 abilities of Devil Fruit at the same time? The dragon's pupils shrank suddenly, and a rare look of horror appeared on his face. Regardless of Lion Fruit or Thunder Fruit, they are all superpowers capable of dominating one side in the sea. But now they appear on one person at the same time. Didn't it mean that taking 2 devil fruits at the same time will cause you to explode and die? Why is he alive and kicking and doing nothing? Long felt that his worldview had been severely impacted. At the same time, he also truly realized the seriousness of the incident. A single lion fruit that can manipulate seawater is tricky enough. Now there is another thunder fruit. No wonder the black-haired boy in front of him was so confident that he dared to stop a group of them by himself. Without the slightest hesitation, Long directly made a choice. Tell me who you want. P.S. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and tickets. My brother is very grateful. Chapter 43 Hello S. Chapter 43 Hello S. East Chief Balo Betty. Although Lin Xiao had expected it, he was still surprised by Long's decisiveness at the critical moment. Not the slightest sloppy. Between son and subordinate, Long extremely decisively chose the former directly. But such a choice is undoubtedly the most sensible at the moment. If the dragon holds back now, not only is Luffy going to die, the previous sacrifices of the G-Order army will also become meaningless. And now the second-in-command Sabo has also been arrested. This makes the dragon can only agree. Even though he knew that Lin Xiao was digging a trap to harm him. Now I have to grit my teeth and jump in. Stinky man, don't think about it there, Mr. Long will never agree to your rude request. A purple-haired girl in unrestrained clothes in the crowd picked up the big flag in her hand and waved it. It is the person who inspires fruit, bellowed Betty. Call. Invisible fluctuations spread outward with the waving of the flag. After being encouraged, I feel that the strength is pouring out continuously. Yes, Lord Long, we will never compromise. Everyone, let's fight for the commanding army. The members of the G Ministry who were cowering in fear from Lin Xiao just now had their unyielding fighting spirit rekindled on their faces. Just one sentence and one action can arouse people's inner strength, and the fruit of inspiration is really well deserved. After seeing the effect of encouraging fruits, Lin Xiao became more determined in her previous thoughts. If the dragon does not agree to surrender, he doesn't mind doing it early. Kill all the commanding army here. Okay. I hope you can keep your promise, otherwise, the commanding army will never die with you. Long looked at Lin Xiao and said coldly. The members of the G Revolutionary Army who were excited all around suddenly quieted down. All stared wide-eyed. He looked at the dragon in disbelief. The big flag waving in Bello Betty's hands fell directly to the ground. Like a bucket of cold water being poured over your head. She now has a kind of inside-out feeling, cold all over the body. How could he be given up so easily? The faith in Betty's heart has begun to crumble. Mr. Long. Betty looked at the dragon in disbelief, her voice trembling. However, the dragon turned his head to avoid her sight. Long, we absolutely can't agree to his request. You don't know how important Betty's ability is to the Commander-in-Chief. Without her, our development will suffer. The figure of the Monster King Ivankov suddenly jumped out of the deep pit. Just before entering the dying state, he injected himself with embryo healing hormone. In the original, Luffy, who was more seriously injured, was also saved by this trick. But the corresponding price is very heavy. Need to sacrifice 10 years of life in vain. Ivankov, his true strength is probably far more than what he has shown. If we fight at sea, we have no chance of winning. Long glanced at the direction where the escort ship disappeared, and said in an absolutely unquestionable tone, "Let's go." At this critical moment, even if it takes a second longer, Luffy would be more dangerous. Dragon must rescue Luffy before the escort ship reaches Marineford. Although he still doesn't know what Lin Xiao wants to do for the time being. But it also guessed a little fur. He doesn't want to be drawn into the Uzumaki War between the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates. And once you get involved with pirates, their GMT army will lose a large part of the hearts of the people. Credibility will also be greatly reduced. Because of the indirect oppression of civilians relative to the world government. The conflict between pirates and civilians is much more acute and intensified. Luffy's status as a pirate supernova is enough to give Dragon a headache. There is absolutely no need to intervene in another war. But, hey, let's go. Ivankov gritted his teeth and nodded. At this moment, he finally chose to trust the dragon's judgment. Call. A gust of wind blew past, and the big ship on which the G-commanded army was riding galloped away like an arrow leaving the string. It quickly disappeared into the thick fog ahead. Hee, I was foolishly planning to dedicate all my youth, but I didn't expect to end up like this in the end. Saving people all over the world, leading people to freedom, it's all lies. I can't even choose my own destiny, so how can I save others? Bello Betty slumped on the ground with a gloomy expression. Although she is only 24 years old this year. But he has been fighting east and west with the GC Command Army for 5 or 6 years. But who would have thought? She was actually trusted by him the most. Organizations that could even risk their lives for it have been abandoned. The disheartened Betty completely lost her fighting spirit. Depressed like a sick lioness. Since you want to pursue the truth, you have to follow it through to the end. The G-Commander Army's small fights can't make a big deal, how about joining my subordinates and changing the world with me? Lin Xiao's seductive voice suddenly came from behind Betty, and the girl in a very bad mood directly refuted. What even long that guy can't do, why should I believe that you can do it? Facing the question, Lin Xiao didn't rush to answer. Instead, he slowly came to Betty, stretched out a finger to pick up her delicate chin, and looked her up and down with aggressive eyes before saying with a smirk. You're well dressed, Sao. P.S. Thank you for the monthly pass, thank you very much. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and votes, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 44 ULSP. Chapter 44 ULSP. Hey, aren't you 7 warlords of the sea? You should go to Marineford at a time like this. Why did you come to Impel Down? Bello Betty looked at the Impel Down prison that was getting closer and closer, full of doubts in his heart. At this time, her dress was very different from before. The jackets are buttoned tightly together. I was afraid that Lin Xiao would see a little more whiteness. Even if her personality is as wild as a man's. But he couldn't stand Lin Xiao's aggressive gaze. It gave her a sense of fear of being f'd in place. Damn, what a scary man. Betty kept cheering herself up with the fruits of encouragement, but she couldn't dispel the fear of Lin Xiao in her heart. What good would I want to be a Shishibukai if it wasn't for coming here? Lin Xiao smiled slightly, but didn't explain too much. Although Bello Betty has not yet officially agreed to join him. But he is not in a hurry. Because he has faith. After bringing her to Impel Down to harvest a wave of leaks. This woman will definitely join. Because if you don't join, you will really die. But, are you really not worried that the dragons will rescue the Straw Hats? Before stepping into Impel Down, Betty finally couldn't help asking the question in her heart. She can see. Lin Xiao was deliberately delaying time before. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao suddenly laughed heartily, and then said in a very sure tone. Don't worry, they won't be able to save you. Betty had a puzzled look on her face. But Lin Xiao immediately gave the answer. Because before I let them go, I had already checked with Xinwang that the escort ship had entered the Gate of Justice. That's right, he was clearly playing tricks on the dragon. You are really a sinister guy. Betty looked at Lin Xiao with some fear. Don't look at his young age. But regardless of strength. Still scheming. They're all really strong and scary. What a monster man. Xinwang should be observation hacky, can it really detect such a long distance? Ha ha ha, my sense of knowledge is very special. Not only is it far away, but I can also eavesdrop on what you are thinking in your heart. Lin Xiao's playful eyes turned twice on Betty's heart, which made the latter tighten her clothes in a hurry. Betty, damn, ULSP. At the same time. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Report to the Marshal, the warship hijacked by the commanding army outside the Gate of Justice has been sunk, and the number of enemy casualties is temporarily unknown. After receiving the latest news from the front line, Sengoku looked a little better. Garp's son really made trouble for others. He actually killed the ghost spider at this time. If the public execution is affected by this, I will never spare them. Sengoku slapped the table furiously, the veins on his forehead bulged, and a golden light appeared behind him. As the veteran elite vice admiral, Ghost Spider. His death is bound to deal a huge blow to Marine's newly built morale. Let's suppress this news for now. But is it really okay for you to just lock Garp up? He said worriedly. What else can I do? If the old thing isn't locked up, he might do something stupid. Sengoku's face was extremely gloomy, and he said through gritted teeth. In addition to his 2 grandsons, that boy Long is also involved, and I can't let him do anything wrong, otherwise Marine's reputation will be ruined. Send someone to take the second-in-commands of the Commander-in-Chief to the execution platform. I want those guys who hide their heads and show their tails to know that the consequences of daring to attack Marine, there is only one dead end. At the end, Sengoku smashed the solid wood desk in front of him with one punch. Take precautions against everything. The news that Luffy will be executed at the same time is still spread. With the appearance of the dragon, the situation is already showing signs of getting out of control. The forced intervention of the G Command Army is likely to lead to an imbalance in combat power. The huge advantage that Sengoku has worked so hard to build will be gone. This is the last thing Sengoku wants to see. Now he wished he could travel back to the past. Just hammer Garp to death. Now there is no need to worry about the shit status of their family. Hope Garp can hold back his emotions. Crane let out a deep sigh. She really didn't want to see Garp make any unsafe moves. With the temper of the other party, while betraying Marine is nearly impossible. But after saving his grandson, the possibility of committing suicide and apologizing in public is extremely high. By the way, why didn't Lin Xiao come back? With his strength, he shouldn't be killed by those people, right? Crane said suddenly after being silent for a while. The reason why Marine is in such a passive situation. All thanks to Lin Xiao himself. But the other party's actions to protect the escort ship made he feel deeply puzzled. Could it be that they have been wrongly blaming Lin Xiao all this time? His previous actions? Really just to win the Shishibukai name? It's really thanks to his help this time, but it should be far from as simple as we thought. With that kid's personality, he will definitely not help Marine for nothing. Sengoku also had a question mark on his forehead. Even if he and Crane are among the best brains in Marine, but still completely unable to see through the every move of this 18-year-old boy. Although he always believed that Lin Xiao was the culprit who directly led to the escalation of the scale of the war. But besides giving the straw hat directly to the world government, there has never been any over-the-top performance. And also showed the cruelty and dislike of pirates. This confused Sengoku for a while. Even if he knew what he might be up to. But I don't have the slightest clue. Sengoku felt angry and hated about it. Why didn't the BD join the Marine in the first place? Sengoku looked at the time. Then he slowly stood up. Looking at the crowded Marine phalanx outside the window, he said resolutely. It's almost time. It's time to go to the execution platform and announce the truth to the public. P.S. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and tickets, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 45 Dragon's Rage. Chapter 45 Dragon's Rage. Sabayati Archipelago. A tense atmosphere filled the air. Now, reporters and photographers flocked from all over the world. Together with a large number of pirates and common people. Waiting quietly in front of the big screen together. Waiting for the arrival of the battle of the century. Hundreds of thousands of Marine elites have long been waiting. One piece of cloak of justice was rattled by the wind. 7 warlords of the sea is still the same as in the original book. It was arranged at the forefront of the harbor. It's just that the lineup is more shabby than in the original book. Hawkeye Dracula my hawk. Heavenly Yaksha Donquixote da Flamingo. Empress Boa Hancock. The tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Both Lin Xiao and Blackbeard were absent. And Gecko Moria, who should have appeared here. But he was killed by Lin Xiao early on. If Dr. Vegapunk hadn't completed the mechanical transformation of the bear ahead of time, I'm afraid 3 people attended Shishibukai. Will be completely reduced to the laughing stock of everyone. But compared to these, the Marine 3 Admiral sitting under the execution platform is the real Ding Gaishinsen. The powerful momentum shocked the audience. Even through the screen. Those who saw this scene already felt the extremely heavy pressure. Although the war had not yet begun. But there was already a strong smell of gunpowder smoke in the air. The oppressive atmosphere is almost breathless. Everyone is guessing the outcome of this war in their hearts. If Marine wins, the era of rage will be effectively curbed. But if the Whitebeard pirates win, I am afraid that violence and terror will completely shroud every country and civilians. The world pattern will also completely collapse. Look, someone is coming out. I don't know who yelled, and everyone quickly focused their eyes on the screen. Ace, Luffy, and Sabo, whose hands and feet were handcuffed by sea stone torture instruments, were pushed onto the execution platform. Immediately, Marshal Marine, Buddha Sengoku came up. Before his execution, he will make the true identities of the three Ace brothers public. Damn it, Lin Xiao, from now on I will be at odds with you. Looking at the tragic situation of Luffy and Sabo on the screen, Long's eyes burst out with endless anger. He now knows he's been tricked. Not only failed to save Luffy. On the contrary, Bello Betty, a core member who is crucial to the G Command Army. It was in vain to push it to Lin Xiao. The key is, he has faintly felt. The hearts and minds gathered around him are slowly disappearing. At this moment, Long's heart was filled with endless resentment. I wish I could tear Lin Xiao into pieces. Dragon, what now? How about we contact Whitebeard? Ivankov said helplessly. Just before the gate of justice, they lost a lot of manpower. If Jinbei hadn't rescued everyone with whales at the critical moment, I'm afraid even he has sunk to the bottom of the ocean by now. And right now, whether it's for Luffy or Sabo, none of them can give up the rescue. In cooperation with the Whitebeard pirates, it has become the best choice at the moment. That's right, Mr. Long, Dad will definitely come to save Brother Ace, let's join hands with him. Jinbei said with eyes full of expectation. Although he is not a member of Whitebeard's crew, but they always call each other Daddy. To Whitebeard that's a loyal one. In his opinion, the G Command has the same purpose as the Whitebeard pirates. If the strong join forces, the probability of success will be doubled directly. At the same time, the respective losses can be minimized. After a moment of silence, Long finally made a choice. Jinbei, then please contact Whitebeard. Although the dragon has been trying to avoid. But in the end, Lin Xiao was pulled into the war between Marine and Whitebeard pirates. Will the reputation of Ji Mingjun be affected by this? The answer is self-evident. At the same time, Sengoku's resonant voice has spread throughout the Sabayati archipelago through the video phone bug. Before the official execution, there are some things that must be explained to everyone. It is related to the great significance of the execution of this man, Porgas Ace today. As soon as Sengoku said this, whether it was the marine soldiers assembled in Marineford or the audience in front of the screen in Sabayati, everyone held their breath and waited for his next words. Fire Fist Ace, name your biological father. Sengoku asked blankly. My daddy is Whitebeard. As if aware of something, Ace showed a pained look on his drooping face, but he still roared stubbornly. Haha, really? Sengoku then sneered and gave the correct answer that shocked the world. There is an island in South Blue called Patrilla, where your mother, Porgas de Rouge, gave birth to you. Although we searched for the island with all our efforts, the woman managed to escape. No, it should be said that she deceived the eyes of the whole world. What that woman did was far beyond what we could imagine. Her strong desire to protect her child actually made her spend 20 months conceiving the child in her womb. Finally, 1 year and 3 months after your biological father died, a child who inherited the world's most evil blood was born. That's right, your father is the pirate king Gordy Roger. Like a heavy bomb exploded, the whole world seemed to be quiet at this moment. Marine, Shishibukai, civilians. Everyone was shocked when they heard the news. The captain of the Whitebeard pirate team's second team turned out to be Roger's son. The blood of One Piece is still alive. Thinking of the man who started the chaotic era of great pirates with his own hands, the whole world can't help but be moved. So taking off your head here today and completely cutting off the sinful blood flowing through your body is the greatest significance of this execution. Even if it turns into an all-out war with the Whitebeard pirates, we Marine will not hesitate. Sengoku's impassioned speech immediately made all the Marine soldiers excited. For justice. Everyone raised the weapons in their hands at the same time, and the sound shook the sky. Oh, 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 that man's son survived? This is really a great miracle. Dressed like a flamingo, Doflamingo looked at Sengoku on the execution platform with a gloating look on his face, and said with a smirk. But is it really okay to say that? After all, this is slapping the world government and marine in the face. The other Shishibukai obviously don't love 8 trigrams as much as Brother Ming. The Empress is thinking about Lin Xiao now. It didn't matter to her who Ace's real father was. In her opinion, all the men except Lin Xiao are rubbish. Not to mention bears. After Cadaver Reformation, he has become a walking dead at the beck and call of the world government. Only Hawkeye is normal. After hearing Roger's name, a look of surprise appeared on his face. But that's all. Here we come, all enter the battle state. At this moment, Sengoku suddenly issued an order for combat readiness. Everyone immediately looked into the mist outside Crescent Bay. I don't know when. In the hazy fog at the end of everyone's sight, a huge pirate fleet suddenly appeared. The 43 captains of the Whitebeard pirates attacked first. So far, Summit War officially kicked off. P.S. Thank you at *@ for your tip and a reminder ticket, thank you very much. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and votes, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 46 Cut Leaks from the LV1 Floor. Chapter 46 Cut Leaks from the LV1 Floor. Do you want to launch an attack immediately? Wait a minute, Whitebeard must be nearby, he must be planning something, keep an eye on the sea. Just as everyone was looking for Whitebeard, a large number of bubbles suddenly appeared under the sea surface in the harbor. Immediately afterwards, 4 huge pirate ships shaped like whales jumped up from under the sea. It's all members of the Whitebeard pirates. It came out of an unexpected place. It seems that we made a mistake in setting up the formation. Grandma He's face showed worry. Gulala la. It seems like we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, Sengoku. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, Whitebeard, holding Kong Yunch in his hand, slowly boarded the bow of the Moby DK. The tall and burly body is like a towering mountain. It is shocking. Even if the 100,000 elite marines on the opposite side are already waiting in full force. Top combat forces such as Shishibukai and San Admiral gather here. There was no worry on the man's face either. This is the spirit of the strongest man in the world. Gulala la my beloved son, are you okay? Whitebeard had a fatherly smile on his face. Dad. On the execution platform, Ace choked with sobs and wailed, Father, everyone, I ignored everyone's advice and ran after Teach alone, why did you come to save me? Things have developed into what they are now. It is obviously the result of my actions without authorization. Why do you still come to save me? In the end, Ace was already sobbing. No, obviously I asked you to get rid of him. Boom. Whitebeard gave Kong Yunch a heavy meal on the deck, and Haki said unparalleled. My silly son, just wait there, I'll come to pick you up soon. At the same time as the voice fell, Whitebeard clenched his fists, a halo of white surrounding them. Then he swung out violently. Click. Accompanied by a crisp abnormal sound. The space where the fist hits. Surprisingly, huge cracks visible to the naked eye appeared out of thin air like shattered mirrors. In the moment of shattering, the entire sea area suddenly set off a huge wave hundreds of meters high. Wrapped with the power of destroying the world, they roared from both sides of Marine Ford. At the same time, Lin Xiao and Betty reached the LV1 floor Crimson Hell without hindrance. After experiencing the impact of the 2 waves of the commanding army and Blackbeard. Right now there are no guards in Impel Down. Especially Commissioner Magellan. Almost beaten to death by the dragon. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 waves looked down on other prisoners except the LV6 floor. He didn't open the cell door voluntarily. I'm afraid there is no one in Impel Down now. Hey? Everyone, look, it seems that someone is coming again. No way, why is Impel Down so lively today? Is this already the third wave? Why do you care so much? As long as you can let us out, this is a once-in-a-century opportunity. That's right, these two brats are newcomers at first glance, and they must be much easier to deal with than the previous two waves. Our chance has come. After seeing the figures of Lin Xiao and the two of them, the criminals in Crimson Hell were silent for a while. Then it boiled instantly. Hey, kid, go to the guard room and get the key. If there is no danger, they have all been killed. That's right, little brother, this is just a small effort for you, but we will be grateful to you for the rest of our lives. As long as you let us out, we can all be your crew. Or if you want money, you can. Before I was locked up, I secretly hid a lot of treasure. Get us out of here. These criminals shouted like crazy one by one. They have already missed two valuable escape opportunities. Naturally, I don't want to miss the third time. The purpose of your coming here is also to recruit subordinates, right? Betty glanced at the criminals who kept barking all around, her eyes filled with disgust. But before Lin Xiao could answer, Betty seemed to suddenly think of something, and added again. If that's the case, you should go to LV6 right now, because Blackbeard went there when we left Impel Down. If you're lucky, you might be able to recruit one or two fish who slipped through the net. Those strongest ones have probably been taken away by him. Betty didn't know what Lin Xiao meant by cutting leaks. Only if he came here for the same purpose as Blackbeard. It's all about recruiting some ruthless characters as crew members. But obviously those powerful monsters on the LV6 floor are more suitable for Lin Xiao. Why did he come here in the first place? To know. The prisoners held in Crimson Hell on the LV1 floor can be said to be the weakest existence in the entire Impel Down. Most are just slightly better than the commons. Betty believes that Lin Xiao, who is very scheming and picky. It is impossible to need the help of such a weak person. It's clearly out of character for him. Thank you for the reminder, but I never thought of recruiting these trash as my subordinates, because they are not worthy. Lin Xiao stopped suddenly, smiled confidently, and said. And the few people who were taken away by Blackbeard from the LV6 floor are nothing more than useless chickens and dogs. A truly ruthless character, he has no guts to provoke him at all. This is not Lin Xiao's intention to belittle Blackbeard. But it is what it is. Although in terms of strength, the Evil King, the Swanya Hunter, the Huge Warship and the Big Wine Barrel, these four people. They should all be at the level of Vice Admiral and Elite Vice Admiral. Even in New World. They are also powerful existences that cannot be ignored. But it depends on who you compare with. These people before Bullet, the heir of the devil. All of them are brothers. Not to mention that in the old days with only one person. It is the Lonely Red that keeps pace with Roger and Whitebeard. Whether in the original or today. Blackbeard doesn't even have the guts and strength to control these legendary level monsters. But Lin Xiao is different. He has enough stamina and strength to subdue these rebellious beasts. And if not surrendered, then there is only death. Humph. Who cares about your thanks? Betty blushed, subconsciously tightened her clothes, and crazily cursed in her heart. I'm so angry, why did my mother remind this LSP just now? He can't recruit talents. Although you are all useless rubbish, and you don't have any abilities worthy of my looting, mosquitoes are meat even when they are small. Maybe there will be some unexpected discoveries. Lin Xiaoshen's cold gaze swept across the criminals who were still barking. Then under Betty's puzzled eyes. Slowly pull out Sakura-ten and the dead wood. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. P.S. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and tickets, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 47 Target Bullet and the Red Earl. Chapter 47 Target Bullet and the Red Earl. Rumble. Huge slash waves that could tear apart the world instantly filled every cell on the LV1 floor. Howling, screaming, begging for mercy. After a few seconds, everything turned into an abyss-like silence. Blood and dead bodies. The entire space is as terrifying as sure as hell. At this moment, apart from Lin Xiao and Betty, the entire LV1 layer, there is no third living person anymore. Vomit. Betty suddenly leaned over and retched. Even if she is also a female warrior who has been killed for a long time and has seen cruel scenes, but in front of this scene, it still deeply stimulated her sensitive nerves. Lin Xiao, who seems harmless to humans and animals. At this moment, in her eyes, she has become a bloodthirsty demon king. If I don't agree to join, will I end up like them? Betty asked bravely. What do you think? Lin Xiao said with a smile. Although he did not give a direct answer. But Betty already guessed the result. His face was suddenly pale with fright. Subconsciously took a few steps back. It seems that putting some distance away from Lin Xiao will make her feel more secure. Betty was scared. She now finally knows why Lin Xiao brought her to Impel Down. This terrible man is telling her with his actions. Not surrender. Only death. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, ignored Betty who was in a daze, stepped on the ground with her right foot, and walked directly to the next floor. And behind him, suddenly there was a bang. Immediately afterwards, in Betty's horrified eyes, a pitch-black coffin rose slowly from the ground. Clatter. Countless black chains like ghost claws shot out from the open coffin. He directly dragged the corpse on the ground into the black coffin. Hey! Master Lin Xiao, wait for me. Betty looked at the surrounding black coffins. Immediately there was a creepy feeling. At this moment, the crimson hell on the LV1 floor seems to have turned into a spooky cemetery. Except for Lin Xiao's footsteps. And Betty's utterly disorganized rapid breathing. There was only the ding-dong sound of blood dripping from the wall. Nyoda's space fell into a strange dead silence. There is no need for Lin Xiao to say anything. Betty herself trotted all the way and took the initiative to catch up. Obviously. She has made a choice. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the entry-level Taijutsu Grandmaster. Since it has not exceeded the level of the host itself, it is automatically converted into corresponding experience. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the special sword skill 1 Sword Style Asuka. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining entry-level armament Haki. Since it has not exceeded the level of host itself, it is automatically converted into corresponding experience. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining entry-level observation Haki. Since it has not exceeded the level of host itself, it is automatically converted into corresponding experience. When Lin Xiao and Betty arrived at the Wild Beast Hell on the LV2 floor, the 5-minute common looting time just ended. A series of reward prompts sounded in his mind one after another. Although for Lin Xiao today, in addition to those monsters on the LV6 floor that may provide him with some special skills or attributes, prisoners in other layers are more like useless garbage. But right now the guarding force of Impel Down has suffered an unprecedented blow. There is simply no manpower to interfere with his actions. Such a good harvest opportunity. How could he miss it? Even if you don't get any useful new abilities, at least there will be no loss. Not to mention these guys from Impel Down. And who is the innocent person? Lin Xiao naturally didn't have the slightest bit of mercy when he killed. My lord, don't you want to kill all the way to the LV6 floor like this? When Betty saw Lin Xiao draw out the double knives again, she shuddered involuntarily, and her voice was full of trembling. You were only half right before. I came to Impel Down to recruit my subordinates. Lin Xiao didn't answer her question, but answered the question with a smile. Unlike Blackbeard, though, I'm looking for people who deserve to be called legendary monsters. Devil's Heir Douglas Bullet. Lonely Red Baloric Redfield. These two legendary level monsters are Lin Xiao's real targets this time. The moment he stepped into Impel Down, he has already captured the existence of these two people with the color of knowledge. They are now moving quickly on the LV4 layer and the LV5 layer respectively. The two did not go together. This is very in line with the personality of the two lonely hacky. At the same time, Lin Xiao also sensed another powerful existence on the LV6 floor. If nothing else, it should belong to the same period as Bullet and Redfield. As famous as any great pirate, even ambition and strength make the world government more afraid. Burndy World called World Destroyer. Probably due to being frozen for 30 years. He is still staying on the LV6 floor. Thinking of the size and speed of the object on the opponent's body that can be touched, the Momo fruit has increased hundreds of times. Lin Xiaoqi's corner subconsciously rose. Blackbeard only recruited 4 men and began to feel complacent. As everyone knows, Lin Xiao is the biggest winner of this Impel Down trip. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Without the slightest hesitation, the 2 knives in Lin Xiao's hands suddenly swung down. The sky-filled gold/wave shot out again. Stop time. Miserable screams and wailing resounded through the entire LV2 wild beast hell. Ah! Betty quickly covered her eyes. I dare not watch this extremely brutal scene again. But the strong smell of blood that fills the entire LV2 floor still made her vomit again. Betty even began to suspect that Lin Xiao might really be the reincarnation of a demon. Otherwise, how could there be such a deep killing heart? P.S. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and tickets. My brother is very grateful. Chapter 48 A mere one piece is the end of your dreams. Chapter 48 A mere one piece is the end of your dreams. Douglas Bullet. A wild man who spent his life chasing power ultimate. He is like a monster born for fighting. Apart from fighting, he has no other hobbies. And his greatest wish is to kill all the strong men in the sea. Thus proving that he is the world's strongest One Piece, surpassing Roger. To this end, even if imprisoned in eternal hell, he has also been practicing silently for 20 years in a state of extreme concentration. He is an out-and-out true strongman. At the same time, also an admitted lunatic. And at this moment, this man as strong as a hill, standing quietly in front of the exit of blazing hell on the LV4 floor. It seems to be waiting for something. Soon, Lin Xiao and the pale Betty walked down from the upper floor slowly. The originally fiery flag-waving girl. At this moment, he was as docile as a little sheep. If you have not been using inspiring fruits to motivate yourself to persevere, I'm afraid Betty has a nervous breakdown at this moment. My new boss is really too bloodthirsty. Let her dare not give birth to the slightest disobedience. The guy who started killing on it should be you. The moment I saw Lin Xiao, an excited and ferocious smile appeared on Bullet's face. Although his observation haki is much inferior to Lin Xiao's, but it is also authentic advanced goods. In the theatrical version, after he turned on the ultimate transformation large bullet form, it can still accurately perceive the enemy's position on the far side of the island. This shows the strength of a Madara. Just now when Bullet reached the LV4 floor, then he noticed the killing that happened above. If someone else, I'm afraid the first thought is to temporarily avoid the edge. First escape Impel Down is talking. But for the bloodthirsty and warlike Bullet, challenging the strong is the only meaningful thing in his life. So, he chose to stay in the original place and wait for Lin Xiao's arrival. Douglas Bullet, I'm here just for you this time, join me. Lin Xiao said bluntly. He is clear in his mind that for a strong man like Bullet, it is useless to simply talk about ideals and dreams. You just need to beat him down first. Then in pursuit of transcendence, Bullet will definitely choose to follow. And a reckless man like him who purely pursues power is actually the best to control. So Lin Xiao didn't intend to talk too much nonsense. Just do it. Gee ha 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 ha, what an arrogant guy, if you want to be my captain, you have to beat me first. If someone else. Bullet probably punched him right away. He's never been a good talker. But this time is different. Bullet sensed an aura of terror in Lin Xiao that was no less terrifying than Roger's. This feeling excited him. Next second. Terrifying coercion erupted from Bullet's body, going violently in the direction of Lin Xiao. In the turbulent air, a green-purple ripple visible to the naked eye unexpectedly formed. This is the Shura Qi exclusive to Bullet, who has killed countless people. Stand behind me. Lin Xiao couldn't help but pull Betty behind him. With her strength, she can't resist this top conqueror's haki at all. Zhang. At the same time, a monstrous coercion like the wrath of a god poured out from Lin Xiao's body. This time, Lin Xiao's conquerors. Whether it is the color or the atmosphere it contains, all of them have changed drastically from before. Originally, when competing with Rayleigh and Whitebeard last time, his conqueror's haki is also the common dark red. But this time, for some reason, it was upgraded to a more sacred and majestic golden yellow. The coercion contained in it. It is like the wrath of the king. People can't help but want to surrender. This is probably most directly related to Lin Xiao's growing ambition. But right now Lin Xiao didn't have time to delve into it. Boom! Lin Xiao's conqueror's haki immediately pushed back Bullet's green-purple aura. A collision between two top conquerors. In an instant, there was a terrifying shock like annihilation. Merely the aftermath. Then everything in the blazing hell on the LV4 layer was completely destroyed. Many prisoners did not even have time to marvel. It was directly blasted into puddles of debris by the spreading shock wave. And all the prison cells collapsed in an instant. The ground shook violently. Large areas of subsidence can be seen everywhere. The entire LV4 layer has become precarious. The aftermath alone caused such terrible damage. Is this a duel between the strong with the top conqueror's haki? Betty hid behind Lin Xiao's broad back. There was a fine line of cold sweat on his white forehead. The picture in front of her was far beyond her previous cognition. It even made her feel like, does such a terrifying power really exist? But there was one thing she was absolutely sure of. That is, if Lin Xiao hadn't defended her against Bullet's Azura attack. I fear what will happen to her. It's no better than those prisoners who blew themselves up in prison. Thinking of this, Betty looked at Lin Xiao with gratitude and fascination. Even if she knew it in her heart. What Lin Xiao really likes is actually the fruit of encouragement in her body. But after witnessing the strength of this man with his own eyes, I am afraid that any woman will inevitably feel love and admiration in her heart. Empress So was Betty, of course. The extreme fear seems to have activated an underlying Stockholm syndrome in this woman. As in the process of hijacking. A woman who suddenly falls in love with a robber is like a hostage. Betty on a spiritual level. He actually developed an almost pathological dependence and surrender to Lin Xiao. Since this man needs his own power to dominate the world. Well, she bellowed Betty. Just willing to be the sharpest weapon in his hand. Lin Xiao naturally didn't know that Betty was in such a short period of time. Brain made up so many insights. He obviously just thought it would be troublesome if the other party fainted. Women, as expected, they always love to fantasize. Conquerors is enough to see a person's ambition and destiny, so I'm curious, what exactly is your ambition? Bullet slowly retracted his haki, and asked curiously, One Piece. At this time, he looked into Lin Xiao's gaze. It already has a little more recognition. Bullet really didn't expect. Opposite this young man who looks less than 20 years old. To have such a powerful conquerors. especially the domineering power contained in Lin Xiao conquerors. Even Bullet was moved. Bullet, your vision is too small. Is a mere one piece the end of your dreams? P.S. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes. And please vote for free flowers and tickets, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 49 Thunderbolt Gun. Chapter 49 The Lightning Gun. Lin Xiao slowly opened his arms, and said in the posture of haki above everything. I am the man who wants to become the supreme ruler of this world. Join me and create a new era with me. Boom. Next second. The invisible aura exploded instantly. An imperial coercion looms over Conqueror's haki. Although the terrifying coercion does not cause substantial damage like Conqueror's, but it can directly impact people's hearts. Under the influence of this coercion, Betty. The mind goes blank for a moment. Then, like a devout believer, unconsciously, he prostrated himself directly at Lin Xiao's feet and worshipped. Even if Lin Xiao let her die now, she didn't hesitate at all. This extraordinary aura is truly astonishing. The terrifying aura made Bullet sweat coldly. Before that, he had never felt such a horrible presence in anyone. Not even Roger, whom he set as his goal of surpassing in his life. Bullet was stunned for a few seconds before he came back to his senses. There was an invisible awe in the eyes looking at Lin Xiao. This unusually young-looking man. What kind of existence is it? But Bullet is sure that Lin Xiao was not joking. He does have the qualifications to be a king. Very good, let me use my fist to verify for myself whether your strength is enough to support your astonishing ambition. Bullet is, after all, an unruly beast. If you can subdue by force alone, then he didn't deserve to make Lin Xiao spend so much trouble. With mad fighting intent in his eyes, the small-sized figure flew close to the ground. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Xiao. The blow wrapped around the purple-black armament haki crashed down. But he was blocked by a sand wall rising out of thin air in front of Lin Xiao. Bang! The sand wall shattered instantly. Slash wave! But then a huge gold slash wave soaring into the sky directly knocked Bullet back. Isn't this the fruit ability of K-Lock Doll, and the slash of that old guy from Golden Lion? There was a look of surprise on Bullet's face. That's right, I killed both of them. If you don't want to be robbed of all your abilities, you'd better choose carefully. Lin Xiao said without concealment. Don't join, just kill. This is the principle that Lin Xiao has always followed. Even facing a strong man like Bullet is no exception. Lin Xiao stepped lightly with his right foot. The ground under Betty's feet slowly rose into the air. The entire LV4 floor is already crumbling at this time. Lin Xiao was afraid that it would be too wasteful to fall down and die if he didn't care about her after a fight. Thank you for your concern. A morbid blush rose on Betty's pretty face, and there was a charming look on her brows, which made Lin Xiao feel a pain in the a. Could this little girl be a jerk, right? The FR doesn't even look at the time. Beat me, and you will be my captain. Bullet grinned, and the blue-purple's ghostly aura instantly fused with armament haki and covered his whole body, forming a ferocious posture like a hellish ghost. This is Bullet's unique devil form. At the same time, it is also one of the important reasons why he is called the heir of the devil. In this form, regardless of speed or strength, all have been greatly improved. It can be said that it is Bullet's strongest posture before using the combined fruit to transform. Next second, Lin Xiao's sharp blade collided with Bullet's iron fist again. Boom! The moment the fist blade touched, a terrifying explosion raged. The explosive fruit ability wrapped around the edge of the blade took the lead, offsetting most of the force on Bullet's fist. Then the slashes of the great swordsman level followed one after another, directly forming a crushing trend. Bullet's tall and strong figure was blown away. It was the explosion cut two-stage strike that Lin Xiao had used when dealing with Bartholomew Kuma in Sabayati. This is a new skill that he combines with the ability of exploding fruit and kendo. In close combat, against players of sheer strength like Bullet or Bear, it can produce extremely terrifying effects. Now Lin Xiao's combination and use of his many abilities. It has already reached a very proficient level. Every devil fruit, every skill can be used by him in perfect combination. Come again. Bullet looked at the painful right fist, but there was excitement and madness in his eyes. Even if his armament haki is top-notch. But there were still signs of breaking the defense under Lin Xiao's attack. A guy with such terrifying strength. Isn't it the goal that I seek to surpass in my life? Let us decide the outcome with one blow. Bullet smiled grimly, his body's momentum was rising steadily, and his strong muscles swelled rapidly, like a human-shaped mountain of meat. Don't you need to transform? Lin Xiao put Sakura 10 and the dead wood away again, and bursts of lightning suddenly appeared on his body. Originally, he also wanted to try Enel's improved version of Lei Valkyrie or Pao Ji's Thunder Titan, which one is better? Now Bullet does not transform, he is really afraid that if he misses, he will kill the opponent directly. Forget it, let's change it. Lightning Gun. P.S. When using Conquerors normally, there is no color change. Only when two strong players who also have Conquerors confront each other will the color change occur. This may be deliberately done by the production team to distinguish, but in this article, Vice Admiral uses it as a change to highlight the growth of the protagonist Conqueror's haki, so this setting will be retained. Don't blame. In addition, it is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and tickets, my brother is very grateful. Chapter 50 Lonely Red. Chapter 50 Alone Red. Lin Xiao slowly dragged his hands outwards in front of him, and a huge blue and white light gun formed by a powerful current of 1 billion volts gradually solidified out. Impressively, it is one of Sister Pao's famous moves. Thunderbolt. Unlike the 3 times the speed of sound of the super electromagnetic gun, the lightning lance is the only attack that can move at the speed of light. That is to say, no matter how far away the enemy is, it is useless. Unless you can enter the blind spot that Miss Pao can't see. However, due to the constitution restrictions of Sister Pao, the current of the lightning gun can only be limited to the limit where she will not be electrocuted to death. Also can't really exert its due terror power. But Lin Xiao is completely different. With the ability of Thunder Fruit, he can turn into lightning at will. When using this trick, no worries at all. The power is naturally more than 100 times stronger than Sister Pao. The Thunderbolt Spear seemed tailor-made for him. But whenever I think of Sister Pao, Lin Xiao immediately felt that Enel was a waste. Miss Pao can develop the ability to 1 billion volts at a young age. And Enel, who pretends to be a god every day. However, after developing 200 million volts of Thor, it stopped. Wanlei and Lei Ying had to rely on the thunder cloud created in advance by the Arc Monument to release Wanlei and Lei Ying. Simply a loser. Fortunately, I didn't leave him behind. Is it a new ability again? Bullet's pupils constricted suddenly, the shock that Lin Xiao gave him today was too much. To be honest. Regardless of the outcome of the next blow, Bullet has already decided to follow Lin Xiao. No one can match the ambition and courage displayed by the other party alone. The strongest, fist. Bullet instantly increased his speed and strength to ultimate, and charged towards Lin Xiao. The terrifying blow caused a burst of explosions in the air. Obviously the speed has broken through the sound barrier. You must know that in the theatrical version, the strongest punch that Bullet uses in his devil state. But in terms of speed and strength, it is easy to crush Luffy's unique move Great Ape King Crow Cannon with the 4th level Jumping Man mode turned on. So one can imagine how terrifying this punch is. Boom! However, Lin Xiao on the opposite side calmly threw the lightning spear. Almost as soon as he let go, the oncoming bullet flew backwards. Puff! Blood spattered. On Bullet's right shoulder, a fist-sized blood hole suddenly appeared. A violent electric current enveloped his whole body, so that Bullet failed to stand up again after several struggles. "Not, it's over." In midair, Betty muttered in bewilderment. Even though she kept watching the battle below with observation haki, but still couldn't see Lin Xiao's attack clearly. But seeing that even legendary's big pirate Bullet is not Lin Xiao's opponent, Betty instantly turned into a little girl and cheered. "My grown-up is really handsome." She seems to have forgotten. Before coming to impel down, she is obviously still called Lin Xiao LSP. "Thank you, Captain, for not killing me. I didn't expect you to be able to develop the fruit ability to such an ultimate level that you can't even guard against my strongest form." After the strong numbness disappeared, Bullet immediately stood up and walked to Lin Xiao's side very naturally. The implication is self-evident. "You'd better stop the bleeding first." Lin Xiao glanced at the bleeding wound on the opponent's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Actually, you underestimated the enemy just now. Under normal circumstances, with the powerful combination of Bullet's top knowledge color and armed color, even if the lightning bolt could hurt him, it will definitely not be as serious as it is now. To know the content of armament haki in Bullet's body, it can be said that no one can match the whole pirate world. Even the thousands of meters high Titan is completely covered, and its hardness can hardly be broken by external force. This hardening strength, I'm afraid, except for the old guy Garp who openly cheated, no one is his opponent anymore. This injury is not a problem." Bullet grinned, and the combined fruit ability was activated instantly, and the purple crystal-like fluid swept out, directly fusing all the surrounding scrap iron, rubble, and other inorganic materials. The wound that had been bleeding before had recovered in the blink of an eye. "Eye wipe. Can the combined fruit still be used like this?" Lin Xiao now realizes why even Rayleigh and others call Bullet a monster. This guy is definitely a lunatic. "Captain, are you going to continue killing?" Bullet followed Lin Xiao and Betty to the freezing hell on the LV5 floor, and asked curiously during the process. "I heard from that guy from Blackbeard that an epic-level battle in Marineford is about to change the world. Aren't you going to join in the fun?" "It's still early. That's the exclusive stage I built, how could I miss it?" Lin Xiao glanced at the eager Bullet, his face darkened, and he warned. "Bullet, I remind you, Summit War is my stage alone. Especially that guy Whitebeard, but I have been watching for a long time. If you dare to mess around, I will kill you with my own hands without hesitation." Lin Xiao was planning to show off in the Summit War by himself, so he naturally didn't want Bullet to make trouble in the middle. "Hey, even if you don't need to tell me, I will leave Whitebeard to you, Captain. After all, King to King is in line with your status." Although Bullet is aggressive, he is not a fool, so he naturally knows what to do and what not to do. "As long as you know." Lin Xiao nodded, stopped immediately, looked playfully at somewhere in the endless darkness on the other side of the passage, and said with a faint smile, "Balloric Redfield, the famous Lone Red, if you don't show up, we're going to freezing hell. P.S. Thank you, Big Brother, for the monthly pass, thank you very much. It is routine to ask for flowers and votes, and please vote for free flowers and votes, my brother is very grateful."